Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the penultimate day of the road to the international SCA closed qualifiers for winter. I am Seek and Strike, and I thank you guys for joining us today as we get ready, winter, to have our very first qualified team. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Today we will see one team making it to Copenhagen, Denmark, and a lot of storyline involved in that particular match. So, I mean, it's not going to be the match now, but it's going to be at the end of the day. But everyone's going to be really excited to see what happens there.
Yeah, exactly. We'll go ahead and take a look at our bracket just so you can have a better visualization of what we're yapping about. As you can see that upper bracket match, Aurora Gaming versus Talon Esports. Of course, I think the two teams that a lot of people wanted and perhaps expected to be able to make that upper bracket run. Both those two teams will have two chances now to get one of those slots for the International 2024. My goodness, sometimes numbers are hard, aren't they? But instead, we need to focus on the lower bracket, where we'll be starting with Execration versus Prism, and then the Bleed Esports versus TNC Predator match. You can take a look at our schedule here to see how things will be progressing today. Of course, thanks for tuning in with us a little bit later today, as we only have 3 BO3 series on the day, winter. We will bid adieu to 2 more teams. We will qualify 1 team by the end of the day before we prepare to wrap up tomorrow. I mean, it's hard not to say the Aurora Talon game is going to be the best one, but I think I'm also actually kind of looking forward to this next series, this Bleed versus TNC Predator. I think that's a real test for Bleed, who looked good in their first series over Neon, and then were looking good in game 1 over Aurora, but then very quickly we saw like the true Aurora kind of take form, didn't we?
Yeah, that match is going to be a very spicy one. I think maybe out of the two teams, TNC kind of looks stronger overall. Bleed kind of had their moments of brilliance, but not sure if they have what it takes to do well in 2 games in a row, because you can't just win 1 game, play well, and then hope for the best. All right, you have to be able to hold on to your strategies. You have to have a different one if the first one gets banned out by your opponents. And so it's going to be an interesting match. And for our current match, Execration against Prism, a lot of ex-teammates, maybe not a lot, but some of the ex-teammates playing against each other.
There's a good amount, yeah. Bob especially, I think he's played, I'm just pulling it up now on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, 361 games with Tino. Palos is not on this iteration of Execration, and with Shanks, he's played 317. Of course, now Bob taking to the field against Execration, and I expect a lot of ball chats, a little bit of tipping. I would expect it's mostly going to be on the friendly banter side, to be honest, as it usually is. But this Team Prism, formerly Team Tough, the runners-up to Execration in the Relog series, I watched that grand finals, at least until the last game, because it finished very late in the day, and there was a lot of all chat. There was a lot of tips. I expect them to keep it up, and I expect Team Prism to try and prove why that BO3 was a fluke. Do you think it was a fluke, Winter? We've seen a little bit of Execration. We've seen a little bit of Team Prism. Are you giving the edge to any certain team, or do you like one team's play style for this kind of a patch that we're in at the moment?
Well, I've never seen a fluke. I'm not a fisherman, but this match is definitely going to be very, very interesting. I think everyone has equal chances to win. It's an entirely different scenario at the moment. Execration, they kind of have their own strategies, and
look
Prism,
at Insanity. I think is he singing a song? He has to be singing a song.
He's a very... I've played a couple of games with him. He's a very vocal guy in the game, you know. He has good vocal cords. He sung to us when he was getting a rampage in the game. So you can imagine what's happening.
I absolutely, it kills me to see the difference in emotion between Denzanity and then Tino, who's just in his Snuggie, just ready to go to sleep as soon as this match completes. It's so good. You just have this guy,
what is
hard
that?
cut
The
Denzanity.
carry,
It's so funny.
the carry and the offlaner, that's the difference. The offlaners are usually the calm, collected, responsible guy. The carry is like, oh, the game is on me, yeah. Maybe I'll try some DK, Fire Dragon, you know, I'll run in. I'll buy Crystallis. I'll buy.
Oh god! Okay.
I don't buy BKB.
No. He's not doing that. He's not doing that this game. Well, let's forget about that game as we take a peek here at their opponents. Team Prism, who seem to be playing from home, or at least from kind of work from home scenario. Same looking like he's currently in an SCP containment facility, but he's just got some acoustic paneling back there, I'm sure. Let's see how he gets going. I
wish I have this room, so my dogs will be not a problem.
What dogs, Winter? I barely heard them. I don't know what you're talking about. Our first draft, Winter, is underway. We've got Team Prison on the Radiant side. Again, formerly Team Tough. There's the mid laner, Bob. Expect him to be pretty vocal. As you can see, what's that? He's got a little fox back there tucked in. That's very sweet of him.
He's on serious mode. Look at him. Like, there's no messing around. You think he's going to trash talk? No. It's all about winning the game.
10 seconds
I don't know, Winter. And then there's Insanity again.
You can't stop. Is that a sign, Richie? Naga Siren is coming.
Yeah, that's right. Naga Siren is coming. Yeah, that could be. Oh my goodness.
Holy crap, that has been like 3 minutes.
Yeah, he's going off. I think the team unplugged his microphone. You know, they're like, all right, Denzanity, don't worry.
I think everyone muted him, to be honest.
oh my God, he's.
Look at how many players are wearing the headset. Dota got Talon.
Yeah. Denzanity, he's got to be up there. Look at him. Oh, yeah, hit him with the long note and Finn. Oh, amazing. Oh, my God. Good stuff to hear, Denzanity. I'm feeling hyped up for him. It's 12 noon, Winter. These gamers have had an extra 2 hours to rest and sleep. Doesn't really look like it for Tino. He's still, he's ready for another nap already, to be honest.
I mean, you look at his teammates. None of them have the headsets on. You probably know why.
I think I do know why. Yeah, I think I could guess the reason. All right. Well, Denzanity, he's had his morning coffee. Tino, he's ready for his game as well as Winter. We can take now a look at our first few bans. Thankfully, Execration will ban out that DK, so we don't have to have a replay of the carry DK experiment. One of the very few games, by the way, that go for the first facet, the Fire Dragon, sorry. And now I completely understand why no one wants to take it. Other than that, our first phase ban's looking pretty regular, with the exception of an early Enigma ban. So that lets through a couple of strong heroes, notably this Clock Weaver, Execration taking up this Clock, and Prism with the Weaver. Winter, we've seen a lot of these openings before, these two heroes in specific. Let's focus on Team Prism, who we'll get to pick immediately after this banning phase, if I'm not mistaken. What kind of opening do you like to see with a Weaver into a Clock specifically? I think this is a pretty common one. We see a lot. Just talk to me about the theory here.
I mean, I'm just looking at OP heroes. What OP heroes are remaining? I mean, that's how I think of the draft right now. I'm just trying to snatch the strongest heroes right off the bat, and I figure out how to make them synergize well with each other with the last couple of picks. I'm thinking of CK. CK doesn't care. SF, I think, is a little bit overrated.
Wow.
Maybe it's
okay.
really strong with SF clock, but I'm not entirely sure. I think CK is way more stable. You don't care about clockwork, like I said. The clockwork doesn't really clear out your illusions very well in the team fight. And there you go. Like when I, at least for me, when I play clockwork, I dread to see a CK on the enemy team in my games. There's nothing I can do. You know, I see the guy, I'm dead. The clocks ain't gonna help me.
Oh, then Xanity's had his communication score removed. He can no longer voice chat to the team, unfortunately. So the song's over.
5 seconds.
Okay,
remaining.
so another well, the CK is going to be banned out winter, as well as a Darkseer. How are you feeling now that we've had a couple more days of Weaver in, what are we in, 736B, if I'm not mistaken? Yes, indeed. How are you feeling about Weaver now compared to his, I mean, first, do you think he's overrated? Second, do you think he's a better carrier? Or is he a better support?
Did I say Weaver is overrated? You mean
No,
as a carry or as a support?
As a support, as a carrier, just as a pick. Do you think this pick is overrated right now, or do you think teams are?
No. The hero is very strong at securing lane. I think I said it to you. Level 1, level 2, there's no other hero that's stronger than Weaver. I can't think of on top of my head. Maybe Elder Titan right now. Maybe. I think Elder Titan is a sleeper hero. This hero is actually super strong. It's very similar with Weaver, right? You get a extra 1.5 ability at level 1 because you have what, the half benefit of the on the natural order as your innate, and then you get the, is it the natural order or the spirit?
No, the spirit is his innate, but I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
So you're really strong at level 1 at the moment, so you can secure the lane pretty well. Same thing with Weaver, but I do feel like Weaver is definitely still stronger compared to Elder Titan. But Elder Titan provides a lot more team fight. Weaver doesn't really do anything in the team fight apart from just being annoying.
Yeah.
So they pair the Weaver up. Yeah, they pair the Weaver up with Brewmaster, which is I think a very, very good pairing. Because Weaver, like I just said, no team fight or weak team fight. Brewmaster, guess what? Strong team fight, but so laning phase. So Weaver kind of balances it out. And Excretion, they go for the CM, which pairs really well with the Clockwork. And they had a really, really good Beastmaster game yesterday. I was super impressed. It was a Beastmaster into the 18 Terrorblade. So that was the game that I think the draft was super strong. And they're kind of starting to build towards that direction again. Like CM with Beastmaster, you give him the aura and you have all the small little disables with your Frostbite. It's very, very powerful in small skirmishes.
Paired that now with a Beastmaster. You're looking for maybe some tempo, some early timing here in winter, as we have seen yesterday, a little bit of death ball and some faster matches, particularly in a few of our series.
Yep, Ursa is I think overall a pretty good matchup into Beastmaster in the lane. Not sure how much you can dominate. Depends on your partner. You need a strong position 5 to dominate the Beastmaster if he's indeed laning with the Clockwork. But I do feel like I might think of switching the lanes. If I'm laning into Ursa, I might want the CM with the Beastmaster, and then I might put the I might put the Clockwork on position 5 with the carry. Jakiro, so that's a hero that got I think a couple of buffs, right? To what was it, the nuke? Better cast time or something on the dual breath.
I think you're right, actually. That does sound familiar. Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, cast range increase. And the ice path, it's kind of like almost instant at the moment. Yeah, I think those are the really, really strong things with Jakiro at the moment. It's very, very useful in like playing the dead lane. Use your ulti, clear out the waves. I think a hero like Jakiro pairs very well with Brewmaster because you have long cooldown, right? So whenever your long cooldowns are up, you need people to shove out the lane and die and feed, you know. So Jakiro is like perfect for that type of job. So I think they work really, really well together.
5 seconds remaining.
And on top of that, he kind of can secure the lane against the Beastmaster. So it depends on which support goes to that lane. If it's Clockwork Beastmaster, I think the Jakiro will have a very good time in this lane. And on top of that, because you have minus attack speed, so it's going to make it very hard for Clockwork to kick his cogs or push his, whatever you want to call it, right-click the cogs to mana burn. Razor. Alright, Razor into Ursa and Brewmaster. Pretty good in the lane against Brewmaster. Razor Clockwork should be the lane, and CM Beastmaster. I'm leaning towards those side lanes right now for Excretion.
Yeah, I mean, you do have that Weaver in lane for what? I suppose the Brew. So the Maiden's going to have to be real careful with her positioning, but as you say, the Razor here should be able to create a bit of a buffer space there.
Yeah. But I also kind of prefer the Maiden with the Beast right now, looking at the lane setup. I think you want Maiden into the Ursa so you can Nova him, protect the Beast, and it's range melee. I think overall that kind of sounds better for Excretion if they are open to switching the heroes around in the lanes. I think having that type of flexibility can be very useful this game. But for their last pick, they are going to need, I think, more damage. I feel like they have a lot of setup with Beast, Frostbite, Hookshot. They kind of need a secondary damage hero. I think Razor alone might not be enough into the Brew plus Ursa.
Do you want more like nuke damage or like high damage output
spell
quickly?
damage. Spell damage. I think a spell damage hero it will be good. As Razor takes care of the physical damage department.
I agree. Beastmaster and Maiden have a lot of damage over time in fights as well, if they can get it done. What do you think about Alina here, potentially?
Not bad.
Yes.
I mean, Lina is a classic pick in with Beastmaster and CM. You get a lot of setup from CM, Frostbite, you have Raw, so your stun is just very easy to land. But they're going to go for the Puck, which is, I think Puck is just stronger hero right now with the facets and everything. You're very useful at killing the Weaver. You can catch. It's very hard for Ursa to kill you. The silence is great against Brewmaster. I guess you can maybe be vulnerable to the Ice Path now, because I haven't really seen this matchup yet. So I don't know if the new Ice Path is actually useful at catching. You used to not be able to touch Puck as Jakiro, but now I think maybe you can.
Well, it's the formation delay has changed, and then they've added a little bit of a cast point to Puck, right? So perhaps we'll see the Earth Spirit mid. I'm not sure how I feel about Earth Spirit mid, to be honest. We haven't really seen it succeed very much. We've seen a supporter Spirit do very well. I remember in that game versus the Enigma where he bought the Ags and was the save. But for the mid now, should be able to tank through a lot of the Puck spells, at least, especially once he gets a few levels and more stats to his name. He can easily clear waves from range with level 3 Boulder Smash, especially for the ranged. It doesn't really have a problem with that, and can match the rotational potential of the Puck.
I feel like the reason they wanted the Earth Spirit is mainly to have a hero that can deal with the Puck. They can catch him, because the other heroes are just not going to do a good job at catching the Puck. So Earth Spirit kind of gives them a solution. They have a lot of damage over time now. Magnetize, Jakiro spells, Radiance on Brewmaster. So Excretion is going to be looking at probably getting a Pipe to deal with that. Pipe is always good against CS. But who's going to build it? I guess Tino, because Tino has shown that he's not afraid to skip Aghanims on Beastmaster. He went for the full Aura build on Beast yesterday. So I think this game he might be looking to do the same here. You maybe get an early Helm, then you move into the Pipe, which is going to help your team a lot.
Right? Yeah, I see that.
Mech, I guess no one can buy it. Maybe CM, if you're going for Arcane Boots on CM, maybe you can buy Mech.
I don't know if I buy into this Earth Spirit at the moment, to be honest. Ursa is a very strong hero, though. I think especially these days, we have seen him succeed with a good frequency, but playing into a Beastmaster lane. And will they send this Maiden down bottom as well with CML? Still kind of to be seen.
Okay,
now, though,
he bought a
It's going to break. Prism. Oh, they're just going to go up high ground. Look at this. They tried to get through all the cogs.
He's dead.
Okay. And now look at 5 heroes hit by this plasma field. Tsukimoto, he's baiting for Lewis. Lewis actually doesn't have the damage here. Now he's the one all of a sudden in danger. Seimei leaping in for the kill. 4-2-3 though. He's going to drop first. Tatino. There's going to be another big old dual breath. Has the second round of cogs. They're doing too much. I think Team Tough, now Team Prism, in prison of the cogs. A 4-for-0 trade.
Richie, you know what? It's time for double down.
Maybe
Time to
5.
double down.
Shanks, he's going to find Bob here. Inside of the other set of power cogs, the 2 supports bullying the mid laner. Shanks, he couldn't actually hit him, but it's CML with the right clicks. No, it's Shanks. A full
Oh my god,
5-man team
5-0.
wipe.
4
And
bounty
this is
runes.
when you this is when you drop the GLHF.
No, this is when you double down in your games, you know? Because you can double down after the first blood.
Oh no, Winter, it is going to be 4 bounties and 5 kills, brother.
I've never seen
Execration.
something like this in a pro game ever happen. Like they
Only
just
time
ran-
I've seen something like this is
Dude,
Gaming Gladiators.
they ran up the
And they ran through
Dude,
power
the-
cogs. I don't know what they were thinking.
the Weaver when he saw like 5 heroes there. The rest should probably just ditch and run, but instead they felt like they could fight.
Weaver went all the way into the second. He got hit by the second power cog, like on the other end of the expanded armor.
Yeah.
I have no idea what they were thinking. Maybe you know what the problem was. Prism couldn't hear because Denzanity was. Oh no.
I've never seen a team having more of a death wish than that. You know, running up the ramp, and one of your teammates is very dead, but they still decided, all right, it's okay, we can take this 5v4. I mean 4v5.
No,
you know.
the only time I've seen it in Winter, again, Gaming Gladiators versus Azure Ray, sorry, at TI. I remember when Lanham was doing was it Lanham? He was doing the interview
Oh,
while his team gets slaughtered.
was that a
That's the-
5-0?
It might have been a 4. It was at least a 4-0. I think it was 5 because I remember they dove tier 1 tower. I can't quite be sure, but that's the only. But even then, this one was just self-inflicted. Team
Yeah.
Tough, they just run in. Sorry, Team Prism, they just run into a meat grinder. I don't know what they were expecting. Well, that's a start to the day, Winter, isn't it?
Trying to be too excited. They see hero, Shukuchi, I'm gonna slow them all. That's the way I initiate. But bro, you're running into power cogs, so ain't gonna work. They learned that the hard way, Richie, and now they are this 1.5k down. 1 point around there. 1,000 plus gold
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah, but
1.5.
Prism, look, that they're starting to really pull ahead in these lanes. Carlo's got 10 last hits. I imagine some of these are against boars and cogs, but so that's probably a little bit deceptive. But so far the lanes are going very well for Prism Esports. They do have still strong laners.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to think why does he have, is he like just hitting the cogs all the time? Why does he have so he has 15 last hits? What the hell?
Cogs, yeah, I think it's cogs and boars. I mean, he does have a ton. I don't know how he has the most out of anyone right now. Top Tsukimoto. Ooh, stuck between a rock and a cliff there. Could not get out. What's another kill on him for execration this early on anyway? Yeah, I mean, if you look at net worth, Carlos, I think it's like boars and cogs basically because he doesn't really have the net worth that would be indicative of having the top CS in the lobby. It still is really impressive though. That's a nice kickback mid. Lewis will tank a couple of tower shots there, but it's top lane where CML, as Tsukimoto returns to lane, will be able to apply a little bit more pressure.
So did they get both Lotus on execution? Yeah, both supports got it. I think it was a good death for CM. He had no mana, no arcane aura, so he just went in and suicide, get the Lotus and die. And now he's gonna bring items, take it back to the lane. This is a classic example of a very, very, very good death in the lane. A lane winning death, I would call it. Please die for me like
Shanks
this, Richie.
is
Next time.
in trouble down bottom. He is just going to die. He simply got caught trying to contest the camp. The pull, sorry. And, well, hard to do that versus a dual breath and this liquid froth. Meanwhile, top, Denzanity. He's taking a lot of damage. There's going to be the healing load supply, but he's already used his magic wand charges. Still will be fine. That is going to be sufficient healing for him.
Oh, you know what? I know what's happening already with the Jack Hero. Because you have the innate that you launch another attack. That's why he's killing the cog so quickly. I was so confused just now.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's why he
Yeah,
has so
that's
much
true.
last hit.
Tino. Look at him. He's going to take down Tino at this rate. And they do. Down bottom. That one really wasn't that deep. It was the Clockwork who rotated, I think, mid to refill the bottle for Lewis or something. I don't even know why Shanks went mid, to be honest. I saw him TP, and then down bottom, Prism, they saw the TP, and then they just ran at the Beastmaster. It was kind of that easy.
Yeah, the lane's actually going okay, you know, for the team that lost 5 heroes and no
Lost
heroes.
5 heroes. Yeah, kills
Zero
don't
bounty.
matter, folks. Danzanity stealing a lot of damage now from Seimei. Thinking about chasing. That's another kill down bottom. That's
Oh my
terrible.
God.
Shanks, he's going to have to take the walk of shame. All of a sudden, we have nearly equalized here in terms of kills. Danzanity. Uh-oh, Seimei. Okay, wait, is it a bait? I don't know if it's a bait, though. Danzanity taking a ton of damage here, and he just turns and kills Tsukimoto. Okay.
I mean, he has treads. A big one.
Wait, but Bob's rotating. Bob is rotating. A nice rolling boulder on in. He sees the maiden. Oh, boulder smash missed? What?
No, he landed.
That-
He landed.
Oh,
No,
she
he
just
landed.
wanded at the same
It was
time?
just a big one. Yeah, that was 17 charge.
Okay. Thank you for that. I didn't hear the noise. I was like, how?
No damage, right? You see, like, no damage.
I saw literally no damage. I was like, excuse me? You know, I know what you're saying, Caster. How could you not tell? Maiden clearly got slowed. Really? She got slowed? Even more? I couldn't tell. That hero moves like molasses.
Yeah, just you wait next patch. Plus 5 movement speed for Maiden. Rejoice.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And we have to pair that with a classic Darkseer -1 base armor, yeah?
Radiant structures
Mm-hmm.
are fortified.
Mid lane, first power rune spawns top.
Right, here comes
First
CML.
and only support to rotate
Gate
through
gang.
Tsukimoto. But down bottom, the gate gang from behind, the cogs as well. Oh my lord, 4-2-3 pops the wand charges, but Shanks, he knows he's got him dead to rights. Now the Jakiro does have Bob here supporting him. Bob, who does have a power rune, it's the illusion ready to go with the magnetized Shanks, able to just leave his own cogs, though that's the strength right now of this hero, and that puts a gank attempt to a stop. Insanity up top lane, though, in the meantime. He doesn't have any supports here, hasn't for some time. Still 47 damage. It's going to be enough to see him back to the tier 1 tower safely.
Are scanned.
Yeah, I mean, that was overall still good. You know, Bob had to use his magnetize, so for execution, they're happy. Magnetize down, so now they're going to be looking for an opportunity to maybe set up a kill bot, try to kill the Ursa. You pick up your Wisdom Rune and try to kill Ursa. I think that should be the next plan here. You have level 5 on your supports after this. I guess just the Maiden. Maiden's level 5. Bot's still level 4. But a very high level Maiden is going to be very scary.
I can't believe all this CS that she carries. 33 and 6. All right, well, he might get the opportunity to break a few more cogs here as Shanks is going to be able to close the gap. Oh, yeah, there he goes. He's just breaking these cogs. 4-2-3, looking to try and at least get a
He's
little bit of
alive?
a revenge kill. He is alive. Yeah, he's not really scared, and they didn't have enough damage for him. This Jakiro is, he's a tanky hero.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't commit with the battery as well, and I think that he was just afraid, you know, he just wanted to back off and see what's happening.
And we're going for the Inner Beast build right now for Tino. There's no axes to try and support from long range as here they go again. Oh, and this time the rotation from Tsukimoto may not be good enough for the kill because already the helm of the Overlord creep, sorry, the helm of the Dom creep rather, is going to be used to take down Tsukimoto. And this time Carlo, another level 3 frostbite onto him. All of his heals will do not. Underneath the ward of execration. 2 heroes dying here for Prism Esports. In otherwise, what was a very nice laning stage. Now that the lanes have began to break down a little bit more, Winter, Prism kind of getting out-rotated here. There's a roar down bottom, but good reaction time. As 4-2-3 able to get off the Enrage. Keeps him safe and sound from otherwise another death down bottom.
You are dead.
Yeah, Bob actually,
TP.
Bob actually TP to try and help him. And now he's going to be in no man's land, so he kind of has to leave here. Yeah, he's not having a good game. He's wasted a couple of TPs to help the Ursa. And that's not good. Ursa is your
No.
kind of main hero to play around with the supports. Because the Brew and the Ursa, they're both going to be in the jungle hitting creeps. I mean, Brew can kind of come when you have split. But apart from that, he's going to be farming his Radiance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and I mean, the tower's already gone, by the way, not to mention. Down bottom as the Beastmaster gets to work. The other master on the other side of the field, Winter, Seimei, that is, on the Brewmaster, is going for a Radiance, of course. But, well, they're going to need to start connecting on something here, because the Ursa Warrior, you know, going for a Battlefield build is not as fast of a carry as, you know, I don't know, a Monkey King or a Weaver or something.
Yeah, but
They
at
need
the
to,
same
they need
time...
to start landing their spells.
But at the same time, Ursa is objective killer. You kill Roche, you kill Tormentor. That's how you kind of balance things out by being greedy with the Battle Fury. You help your team with all these small little objectives. And here comes
Moto breaks
Expiration.
the smoke.
Level 6 on Maiden.
Yeah,
Wants
the
the
same
freezing
eight.
field.
Yeah, they're going to try and prevent the primal split from getting off, but they can't. And all of a sudden, you might be in a bit of trouble here, Mr. Clockwork, as rotations start coming through to the Tier 1 tower. 4-2-3 collecting the kill onto Shanks. There's an Amplified Damage Rune at the ready for Bob, who's trying to rotate into this fight. For now, though, the chase is on to Maiden, who gets pushed back by the Void Spirit into the hands of the Fuzzy Wuzzy Bear, who enrages just to make sure he gets the kill. 2 for him.
That was okay. Sacrificing the two supports, they wanted to try to force the split. And now once they're alive, they can definitely look to maybe take the mid tower. I think that could be an option here, but they have to bring the Beastmaster if they want to commit with his helm creep.
Radiant are scanning.
Huh? Radiant just scanned the Ancients. I guess they wanted to check if Beastmaster is jungling. Okay, I don't know what's that about with the scan there. So Beast is walking mid. I think this is the right move. They're gonna just get the free tower here. Coil.
So DD on Bob. If you could live and try and turn in this fight, that might be something. Macropire placed down. It's burning through CML. There's the DD rune activated. As the Magnetize is spread on over to Lewis and Shanks. That'll stop Execration from trying to go for anything more here, but they find the kill onto Fuzzy Wuzzy. That was a solo kill.
1v2.
Insanity just walked him. He took the bear for a walk.
Leash the bear.
Insanity, Winter, if he's given the choice between a man and a bear in the woods, he takes the bear because he could just solo kill him. One-on-one.
What do you think he fed the bear? Some honey? That's how you make the bear follow you.
I don't know what he fed the bear, but
Yeah, that's really, really bad news right now for Prism. Like losing your Ursa like this. And he kind of had a good laning phase, all things considered. I mean, he's still top of the network for his team, 5.3k net worth. But Razor is zooming ahead, 6.6k net worth right now. It's gonna have his Manta style next, 800 gold. That's gonna make him even harder to kill in the team fights. Dispel the Magnetize, dispel the Dual Breath. And Bob is just getting caught again. Silence. Hook shot.
Hook shot here. Look at this support trio. Well, I guess this trio of 2 supports plus Lewis, they have been moving around the map. They have been aggressive. 3, 3, and 8 on this Maiden. 12 minutes in. She's seen some shit, man. This Maiden. She's gone to war already twice. I can't believe how active this Maiden is.
Radiant structure.
Can you not see her battle scars, you know? All over her wand, her coat.
Yeah, it's crazy. She lost her little dog in the last war. That's why she's back.
Dude, don't use that cosmetic. It's pay to
Yeah,
lose.
it loses. Pay to lose.
Tower is
Huh, why is there a dog here? Oh god, the enemies are smoked.
Yeah, never use that cosmetic.
Radiant's middle
If you're
tower
trying to win. I guess if you're trying to have fun, you don't care.
It is really cute though. My favorite is whenever Maiden takes the gate, sometimes the dog zooms across the map and you just like see it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that when you're standing in the tree, your dog is visible sometimes, that's a big problem as well. They're trying to
It is
gank,
kind of like a
and
it's kind of like a Giga Chad move, you know? Like you're just showing your enemies where you are through Fog of War.
scanning.
Like, come kill me, I dare you.
and you let it go, right? When they gank you. And there's a chronosphere on top. Best bait ever.
Ooh, even with that faster Ice Path, they actually still can't quite catch Lewis. Were you expecting more points in Ice Path, by the way, Winter? We seem to be prioritizing
I think-
other spells for Carlo.
1 point's good. 1.2 seconds stun. I mean, if you get a second point, it's like 0.25 increase. I guess the cooldown matters
Are
and the
scanning.
path duration. So it's kind of like a fissure in a way now.
It's true. Execration, they're going to smoke up. Currently with a... pardon me.
What's their timing
Currently
right
with
now? Helm, the Helm of Overlord timing. So Beast is going to come in with his gigantic dinosaur. Oh no, dragon.
It's the best one. They're looking for that one. Smoke might not find much here. Oh, it is going to find a big old stack of Ancients, though. That's not half
Dragon
bad.
is here to show them I am the true ancient.
Dude, look at this attack speed on the inner beast aura.
Yeah.
Wow. that stack didn't stand a chance. In Winter, 5K net worth lead is starting to grow a bit more as Bob's able to avoid a Dream Coil in the mid lane. Unsurprisingly, it's Denzanity who leads for net worth 8,400, but not far behind the Beastmaster. This is trouble, though, for Execration as they are caught in the river. The slow will be dispelled here by the Mat Style already online for Razor. However, CML maybe just left for dead in the river. She is going to be forced on back, trying to let it go along with the freezing field. These Brilliant's worse off for wear, but otherwise still just fine.
That's a good trade. A CM for a split. I take that anytime, any day, anywhere.
A 3K net worth Maiden for a 6,700 net worth
actually,
hero.
That was 500 gold. Actually, more than 500 gold on the CM.
She's Battle Maiden. She's been involved in 11 of 12 kills, which is ridiculous. Now 5 of those were at the very start of the game, but still, 7 of those were not.
Yep, and Shanks being sneaky. He's going to place a lane ward here. Very deep one. Your favorite, deep wards.
I do like these wards. They have another one behind the tier 1 tower top lane as well that Shanks has put down on that previous invade. So they are getting ready to move around. Okay, hello, Tsukimoto. That is now 8,500 gold net worth for Tino. It's Denzanity. No, well, he won't be able to get a solo kill again that easily. 423, his net worth is coming along pretty nicely, though, after the Battle Fury. He has managed to overtake the puck here, just at 7,800 net worth.
Yeah, but I think the Beastmaster is a huge problem right now. Sure, he's not the top net worth compared to Razor, but the Beast with the creeps and the aura, he's very, very powerful now, and he has jumps, so he's going back for a similar build. Like yesterday, he's getting all the auras, having the Yules next to deal with the Ursa and Raid.
A rolling boulder in. The supports now with Lewis. Can they really make a difference here? In fact, they can with Denzanity and as well as Tino showing up. They take down Bob. Tsukimoto is easy pickings for a 2-for-1 trade. Once again, this Maiden. Again, I mean, she's 330 gold. Shanks got less money for killing the enemy mid than Tsukimoto got for killing the Maiden, but I digress. Either way, it's a 2-for-1 trade, and now a 7K net worth lead for Execration as Winter. This Death Ball, I mean, it's not really that big of a Death Ball lineup when I look at it, but
well,
they might be able to turn
is.
it into one.
It kind of is. This piece, Razor. I mean, with the creep, it's pretty hard for you to stop right now. Every time they're going to push, you're going to have to commit split, and if you split and they run, no important hero dies, then you're going to be in trouble. So now both teams are vying to get the Roche, or someone's to get his hands on the big boy, and same goes for the Beastmaster.
The big boy. Well, currently he's top for another 2.5 minutes, Winter. You've got this Beastmaster aura now with drums for even more attack speed with the Razor ulti. Yeah, Execration can definitely take this.
Can they actually just smoke? I mean, they have all the ultis up soon. Magnetize 18 seconds. I think they should try to contest this. They're pretty strong with their spell damage. Radiant's done on Brewmaster as well. This is going to be a big fight. Richie, this Roche is going to... It might die in time, but there's going to be a fight.
This is going to determine a lot of the game here. A fight is going to be coming as Prism approaching this one. Lots of vision here at the ready for Execration as Shanks holding them back. Oh my goodness, if they can kill Sammy before it gets the split off. No, it doesn't look like damage here. Instead, it seems like Lewis, he's going to be the one to go down as there's going to be this split. Macropire in the pit as Roche does fall. Denzanity, he picks up the Aegis. Kill also going to this dire side. Shanks still alive, trying to escape, but now that 4-2-3's in here, Execration running for their lives as a 2 versus 5. They're going to turn and try for this kill into Bob, and in fact, the creeps, they're going to get the job done. There is a lift here onto Denzanity as 4-2-3 chasing after Tino. They want to try and take down this Beastmaster who's attempting to TP away in the trees. They don't have any stunts for him, so he's just free.
That was unreal.
Denzanity will do the same. A 3-for-1 trade. Execration come out with the Aegis. They can be pretty happy with that, Winter.
They killed the stun. Earth Spirit got roared, died, so after they used the Ice Path, there was no other way of stopping the TP. So good awareness by Execration, knowing that they are able to get out there. But it was still, 3 heroes dying? The Puck, the CM, and the Clock for the Roshan. I think they are kind of happy, Prism, At least they got something in return.
Taking another look at this fight here. I mean, just strong positioning, right? You had Shanks holding off the south stairwell. You had the Puck in the trees ready to break smoke, and you had the CM behind on the Watcher. It was really strong positioning. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe they should just come out and try to take the fight first, you know. If they can get the raw onto the Brewmaster, if you kill him, I mean, we saw they have enough damage. With one raw, they could have killed the Earth Spirit as well. So they raw the Brewmaster, they all in him. I think if you kill the Brewmaster, that's it, you know. Like, there's no way Prism can fight.
Definitely.
But now they still have the Aegis on Danzanity. He's really, really strong. BKB incoming on the courier. I don't see how he's gonna die twice right now.
Yeah, he's got a Manta style, and with this Aegis time, Winter, he might be able to farm himself up a Butterfly already. That's going to be problematic for 423, who is building a bar, but not of the monkey variety.
Oh, hook shot.
It's the black. Oh, yeah,
Jakiro.
there we go. That's going to be able to reach. Oh, maybe not actually.
Holy.
Lewis. He's going to eat this Dream Coil, the damage, the Witchblade. If Carlo got caught by that coil, he'd be as dead as a doornail, but for now, he's just fine. As now the counter initiation. Uh-oh, Execration. Oh, Execration, you might be in trouble. Or really, are they? 423, he's falling low, gets the
Tino's
Enrage
dead.
off. His Insanity saps all of his damage. They've lost Tino, they've lost CML, Shanks as well. A 4 versus 2, but it's 423 who dies as the first life of the Aegis is reclaimed. This second split now. Can they take down
in trouble.
these heroes a second time? Lewis, he is in trouble. I think he's just going to be dead here, to be honest. He's hiding away, but will die. Tsukumoto picks him off. Seimei trying to put down Denzanity, and with another charge of the vessel, they have him dead to rights. Execration overextending and pay the price.
Yeah, that Weaver bug, just such a huge thorn in Puck's ass there, you know, like you can't get it away with the phase shift, and it's always on you. You can't, you're always seen, you can't juke, you can't dodge. But it turned out that Execration just went in too deep, you know, with the hook shot onto Carlo on the Jakiro, and the Puck kind of went in for both the support, but they couldn't kill any of them. And after that, Brewmaster TP in, got the split off, and that was it, you know, the fight was just over for Execration, even though they had Aegis on Danzanity. Just couldn't
really good initiation.
deal with the
You can see
damage.
it in the fight, in the replay, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm shocked.
They just have to really play together, you know, with the Beastmaster. I think Beastmaster is a very, very key piece of your team fight. He has so much damage with the auras and everything. He keeps the Razor strong. So everybody has to try to huddle around him. You don't want to be like hooking shot into a very deep position and forcing the Beast to run up a ramp towards you. You know, I think they need to play around the Beast instead of forcing the Beast to run into the rest of his teammates. I think they get the Talon.
Definitely.
So CM has a good one, the Crystal Clone. Very useful. Now you can run away from the Brewmaster split, which is
Dire's middle tower
constantly running CML down every fight. Seimei sees the CM, sees his 300 gold.
Yeah, a couple BKBs coming online now. Bob's got his BKB completed on top of the blade now. And 423 ought to have his finish now after
we
that
have a
successful
game
fight.
after the fiasco before the creep spawn. Now we are
Seriously.
even.
is under attack.
BKB in 400 gold for the Ursa. But otherwise, things coming along well, as you said, Winter.
Yeah, I think once you get the BKB timings, you're definitely going to look to take a fight. I do feel like you still have to respect the fact that they have a raw Razor static link. They can still kill you through your BKB. But we've already seen if they get the right initiation, especially onto the Beast, if you can jump him with the Brewmaster or the Earth Spirit, and you take the fight from there and you stop him from casting his spells.
The smoke,
shot.
yeah, and the scan on top. They kind
No
of
BKB
fetch
yet.
423, but he gets off the rage. His BKB is 600 gold away, just shy. As CML, they're going to interrupt his freezing field. Bob, he's fearless now with his BKB active, forcing them back. As Execration, they go up to the high ground
Yeah,
a
in
second
trouble.
time with the stalwart statues, and they are in trouble. Denzanity, can he get out in time? Yes, his BKB will cover him. As Bob's roll just missing Tino. Could have been another big catch here, but they're going to have to settle for the supports, having used tons of spells, but saving the Ursa.
Yeah, once again, you know, that's the power of the Primal Split Excavation. I think they just need to sit back and farm a little. They need more items. They just can't run into this Brewmaster plus Magnetize again. I mean, they need one, I guess, they need one more item on
Pipe would be
Razor.
nice.
Yeah, Pipe. Yeah, the Pipe on Beastmaster. Puck, I guess, not really near anything huge. So he kind of doesn't really matter. But the Pipe is
just got
going to
the
matter.
fuels.
Yeah, the Pipe is
Yeah,
definitely
Pipe's-
going to matter.
Well, and now I mean, you talked about what's it called? An even game before. After that fight, I think it might be now just
Slight
edging
edge.
for Prism.
Yeah. I mean, Brewmaster is so fat. AC, Radiance, Boost of Travel.
Yeah, seriously. And a shard, by the way, which he has bought.
Octarine
So
Core.
increased duration on the split.
It's going for Octarine Core. You kind of feel like Shiva's great this game. Oh, Earth Spirit's queuing Shivas. Okay, never mind. And the Shivas is generally usually very, very good item. Into the creeps of Beastmaster, into Razor. And now the game has kind of slowed down, so I guess there'll be like maybe 2 minutes of farming until the Roche. And then teams are going to gather and fight again. You know, Carlo just pushing out the dead lane, like really, really good.
Lewis chasing
Jakiro.
down to Jakiro, who was going to cut a wave top and instead finds himself dying to the puck.
He spent his gold, got his items.
Lewis trying to run. He might get caught here. Does have a TP, but Bob is chasing, lurking as he catches a glimpse of him. The blink away. They have seen him. They're pinging him. Catching a puck, Winter. Not an easy task, even as an Earth Spirit. So they'll let him loose.
If you latch the bug on him, it won't be too difficult.
No,
Can
true.
do it. It's gonna be. He's gonna be extra careful in the team fight to make sure that he dodges the swamp bug from the Reaver. And you don't want it on you if you're puck.
Same A. Wow, they forced to have the ancient Thunder High to get it to safety. Not eager to feed away 250 gold. Definitely understand that.
Beastmaster values all his jungle units. They're like his sons and daughters.
I think if Beastmaster had to choose to save either an Ancient Thunderhide or the Crystal Maiden, he'd probably choose the Thunderhide.
I agree. The Thunder Hide means a lot more to him than the CM.
He's like, you give me Frenzy, Thunderhide. 20 talents is about to be reached here for Seimei. He's going to get this Bruling health. That's actually pretty useful because his Brulings have kind of been getting close to death in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, they're dying to the Razor and the Beastmaster right clicks.
Radiant
I think for now, Excursion, they need to just try to scale the game. You need to get to the point where your puck can also do right click damage. You get to your talents. You get some damage items on the puck. I think this is going to be a long one.
Seems to be that way. Unless Prism Esports can find themselves another big fight here. They're smoked up, crossing the map in the jungle now. As Execration pinging out.
Yeah, they're looking
Stay
for a
out of
pick
the way
off
of this one.
into Roshan.
Tino would be huge.
That would be the ideal scenario.
Tino would be huge, and they're going to run right into him. Tino, he's got no way out of this one. Gets off the Yule Scepter. He has a Pipe of Insight, but that's not going to buy him any time. And Roshan's just respawned, waiting top lane now. Second Roche, Aegis and Cheese up here on the Dire side. This is a huge opening.
Puts a travel top. Alright, Lewis kills the creep. I mean, this is unreal. The double down from Excursion. Looking in shambles.
These are the worst games to lose as well, you know? It's like when the enemy has someone that disconnects in your ranked game and somehow they win. It's so tilting.
Usually when that happens, I'm done for the day, you know?
Yeah, that's real.
You gotta know when to stop playing. Normally, what ends the night for you? You run into someone raging from the beginning, breaking items, and then that's it. You end your day.
No, usually I don't have a breaking items guy. It's normally just like someone who's queuing, not really their role. That it just makes the game kind of unplayable when we just get too many cores in the game. Hold on, we'll talk about this in a bit because Roche will go down, but Execration in the vicinity, trying to maybe wrap around here. They've got wards a little bit deeper than you might expect them. That Team Tough will now be kind of running directly into Prism, though. They make the jump. 423 is already on his man, wants to take down Densanity, but he's going to be getting his damage tapped away. There's going to be the Aurora now. It's onto the Earth Spirit. He's taking good damage now. It's 423. His BKB has expired. That's his first life now. Tsukimoto trying his best to make this fight a bit easier. CML, the freezing fuel, it's just going to be a full duration. Finally, 423 pops his BKB, getting back on them as Tino's getting ran down by all of the Brewlings on the other side of the fight. 423 able to finally take down Densanity on that second life. This fight a little bit all over the place as they do lose Bob as well. Tsukimoto is going to be able to dispel himself with that Lotus Orb as he chases down for the Maiden. Does have to be careful here because there's a full HP Shanks now looking to run on in. Yukimoto otherwise will be fine as Lewis still involved in the fight. Tino does manage to escape with his life. Just kidding, Seimei. He was chasing him down this entire time. As Tsukimoto, he will die. Seimei now rejoining the fight. He chased him all the way to the damn tier 2 tower, by the way. Lewis, let's see what he can do against this Brewmaster. This is a beefy boy. A hook shot now as the Yule Scepter is going to be utilized here. It's CML, Lewis, and Shanks. We've seen this one before, but can they take him down? This is a very changed Brewmaster, but okay. He's even consumed a cheese as he's still looking to try and 1 versus 3 here, essentially. Now he's got a little bit of assistance. Carlo having respawn, TP's back into the fight, finds the Ice Path stun onto Shanks. He gets a 4-staff on back as Lewis is continuing to apply the debuffs to keep them at bay. A long fight here, Winter. Who comes out better here? You lose Aegis, you lose a lot of heroes here for Execration.
Feels like Prism, they are kind of happier overall. I think Brewmaster is the happiest lad after that exchange on top of the net worth chart. Like, I feel like he's like doing a lot more than the Ursa now. Ursa just blinked in, tanked everything with the Aegis, with the BKB, with the Enrage. Brewmaster kind of did the rest after that. Like for Excursion, you need to be... I feel like you need to be very careful with how you are positioning your Razor, you know, like once he goes in. Like I feel like if you're doing the trades with Razor dying every time, like when you go to late game, who's gonna carry the game, you know? Like the rest of the cores right now are doing less and less damage, especially the Beast, you know. The Beast is weakening as the game progresses. And Puck kind of needs time to ramp up his physical damage, get your talents. They're running into damage issues for sure.
Yeah, that's true. So I was thinking of something else other than the Puck at this stage, who has no choice to get more items online. It's a hero that cuts waves very well. This Octarine Core is online for Lewis, so he's able to spam out these spells intensely.
Yeah. I mean, your Razor's definitely not going to get any stronger. The last fight was his butterfly timing, you know, and he died, so it definitely doesn't feel good for him. And now there's a smoke from Prism. They are super strong at the moment. I think as long as they get a good Lotus off, you reflect either the Raw or the Stack Link from Razor, you're going to be winning the team fights for sure.
Another smoke here. That Primal Split ready to go as they will break the smoke now. Ursa Warrior is going to get Yule Sceptered up, but they need to save Tino here. The Magnetize is on all 4 heroes. They're slow to a crawl. There's going to be the Ice Path cutting off any path of retreat. As Seabell's died, Tino, he's going to buy back. They control this outpost that they have taken down Bob. It's a 5 versus 4. The second buyback comes out now from Execration. The Roar is onto the Ursa Warrior. 4-2-3. He's getting controlled. He's getting killed. Can they take him down, though? He's going to try and fight through this, but he is going to die inside of the cogs. Another Yule Scepter here as they will try and get through Tino on his buyback, on his second life, as Denzanity has died here too. A buyback again here. Execration throwing 8 heroes into this one as Seimei hurls a boulder at CML to cancel the freezing field. They will finally end his Primal Split. CML down to the low ground, but that's 4 dead. It looks like finally they will be able to take down this Brewmaster, or will they? They're looking worse for wear. He's going to break through these cogs. CML's dying to Radiance Burn. The Yule Scepter is going to allow him to avoid the Dream Coil. But I think this is just too much. It's too tall of an order for Seimei. 1 versus 4. He cannot overcome those odds. He will die. Execration, it cost them heavily, Winter, 3 buybacks, but they will finally win a mid-game fight.
Yeah, like you said, very, very expensive fight for Execration. 3 buybacks, but they get a lot of experience by killing the Ursa, killing the Brewmaster. So I think they are still in a pretty good position in the team fights. But as for Prism, they kind of have like a very clear win condition the next time. As long as they kill, I think the Beastmaster, if you kill Beastmaster, you're going to have a huge window. You wait for 5 heroes to respawn, I think you just push out the waves and you smoke and try to kill Beast. If you get him, you're going to get Rex.
So much damage being taken by... and Brew's the carry. He's doing most of the damage.
Ursa is the tank. Ursa is the tank. I think the Brew plus the Earth Spirit, I mean, they are AC and the Shivas just doing the most of the damage in the team fights. I mean, you combine everything with the Swarm, the minus armor, and then you have the Jakiro spells that get amped up by the Shivas as well. everyone is actually doing a lot. Ursa is the one tanking.
Yeah. He definitely is. I mean, he's got an Abyssal Blade, so maybe now he's going to be able to bear down on his enemies as this 1.2 second stun will last 20% longer. What is that? It's an extra 0.4 seconds. I mean, honestly, that's not bad. 1.6 second stun with the Abyssal Blade goes through debuff immunity. It's a big one. I was starting to think, by the way, do you think bear down? Are we going to start seeing like support Ursas go for like, you know,
What?
orchids and
Support
just
Ursa?
debuff?
Did you just say support Ursa?
Oh, I've seen it. Beast Coast did it a long time ago. They lost the game, but they did it.
Well, I'm kind of still trying to digest jungling Punch, and then you're telling me support Ursa.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you're like Doom. You can only digest one delicious strat at a time, right?
Well, unless I have the other facet, right? What gluttony.
That's true.
I'll have
you usually take the other
rice.
facet when we go out to dinner because you get 2 plates.
Yeah, chicken rice, noodles, I stuff everything in. And then at the end of the meal, I tell you,
dumplings.
hey, how about dessert, and you're giving me this look. Why do you still have room, And I tell you, there is always room. There's a special storage
The secret
for
stomach,
dessert. Yeah, for
the
dessert.
backpack. It's the neutral item slot. It's like the dessert slot,
Yeah. Only for desserts, Every time you finish dinner, the slot opens up.
Oh goodness, that's funny.
Dire's top
That's
tower
funny.
is under attack.
Okay, I mean the damage output's going to increase here. Not only because of this amplified damage rune for Lewis. I don't think they're going to be able to take a fight with this amplify rune. Although, who knows? They just might. I'm
High
talking about
ground.
this
They're running
Parasma.
up high ground again.
This didn't go well for them last time. It didn't go well for them at the start of the game, and it might not go well for them here. Once again, into Cogs, a bit of deja vu. Sukimoto
buyback.
is going to die. The coil out of the backside's pretty darn good. They almost get through Carlo at the end of the day, but still, in the river, the main event, Densanity versus 423. 423 forced to TP away. They've got to bail out from this fight. This one, it has gone awry. It has gone the way of Execration, who will be able to take this third Roche, who has just respawned. Execration on the prowl, looking for more. They had that ward up on the cliff, so they've seen where Bob has rolled away to, but he might be just too mobile for them. I say that. But here, this is historically a good fart for Prism to fight into. Isn't that funny? Prism, they've gone 3 times up into the enemy triangle, and every single time they've lost the fight. Execration have gone twice into the enemy Tormentor area. They've lost that. They're learning. They're intelligent.
So what did we learn? Never enter somebody's house uninvited.
Well, what I would say is that the true definition of insanity is doing the exact same thing and expecting a different outcome.
We need to show them a Star Wars movie. You know the part where you're standing on the high ground? I
I know that, yeah.
It's over.
Episode 3, yes, of course, when Obi-Wan Kenobi fighting his Padawan.
They did it twice, Okay, actually 3 times, right, by your count.
They did 3 times. Yeah, they just
No, but
lost.
the second time they lost because of the buyback, so I think we can exclude that.
Maybe. I'm a little stupid, so I'm just gonna say it was you don't want to be taking fights there. Historically, it's bad ground, unlucky ground. That's what I'll blame it on.
If anything,
but
shouldn't they just wait for the Earthquake to roll up? Because if the Earthquake rolls up, right, he can BKB and use Shivas and open the map for his teammates to decide who to go on, right? Why is the Weaver Shukuchi running up, and he just dies?
I don't know, Winter.
He dies to one stun and the fight's over.
I don't know. Genuinely, I'm not sure. Why doesn't he use Swarm Beetles there?
Yeah,
His smoke broke. He knew. His smoke broke. Send up your Swarmy boys.
Send your babies forward, yeah? No, send your
man.
pawns forward. That's what we call. That's why the
that's
pawns
right.
are always in front.
Advance the... You have to take the center of the board.
Well, that is kind of not the center, right? That's like the G flank, Yeah, but general rule of thumb, always control the center.
Always control the center. Always capture inward. I remember some great Russian super grandmaster said that. Always, as a general rule, your pawns should always capture towards the center as well.
Yep, so I hope they learned their lesson. Always use the Swamp Beetles to scout the other pawns.
That's right. They should have en-passanted there.
Too much. Too many rules. Lewis?
Now Execration firmly back in the driver's seat. Okay. Coil will snap, and even with the Lotus Orb up, I don't believe this Clockwork gets out of harm's way. Indeed not.
Daddy chill.
Oh, Jenkins. What a voice line.
So what cool items are we gonna see soon? It's Brewmaster going for Refresher?
Did he? He got his Octarine, did he? He did.
Yeah.
No, Scythe. I like that better. He's level 25, by the way.
Dire's bottom tower is
True,
under
they need to
attack.
kill the Puck. The Puck is kind of getting to the stage where he is unkillable. Or she is unkillable. You can correct me if you want.
Yeah, Puck's technically androgynous, but whatever. We won't get into that now. A couple of level 25s. Razor is looking very good. Oh, okay. Stun. Does catch Insanity here. He's got this Aegis, remember. There's going to be the Fear shortly applied thanks to same as level 25 talent. Insanity's just standing up here. He's just chill. He is chilling as Lewis jumps forward, does force back the Jakiro a little bit, spooks him into using the Glimmer Cape. Damage over time being applied here as they can safely send up the boars in the helm of the Overlord creeps. The cogs here to protect Insanity as they're trying to kick a few
That
of them
is
forward.
actually a good way to push the high ground. You send your carry out and then you cogs around him.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's actually a
Got
good way
this
to siege
over.
the high ground.
At this overclock, there's that Fear that's going to be constantly annoying. Into the Ice Path, they have a lot of long-range harassment stun. Swarm Beetle sends flying on through. There's Lewis with, again, a little bit more of a poke and harass. Heading on
Bob.
in.
Bob is waiting on the side. He's looking for an opening. He's watching. He's patient. He's waiting.
He smoked. You can't see him. You can't find it.
And who does he want to go on first? I guess the maiden?
Yeah, the Maiden, maybe Tino. I have no idea. I think his
Tino has
game's looking
BKB.
hard here. Yeah, maybe some of the supports. It's difficult here, Winter. That's for sure. As this tanky Brewmaster just standing out front trying to defend his towers. Lewis does show briefly. He's not a bad catch, but he does have a Lincoln's and a Yule's. He's also not an easy catch by any means. Same rolling out the barrel.
Yeah, this rocket spam is just way too annoying. It's so difficult for them to position themselves. Oh, they get the roll!
Is this going to be the jump in? They get the roar off. The Lotus is not in time. The Force Staff on back as they need to cancel the freezing field. They could not stop them, however, from getting off the Primal Split. This might be just the fight they need, but then Zanity, he's already got through Bob with a buyback, as well as the Maiden. CML TPing into the fight as they have now lost the Ursa Warrior. Execration down the supports, but up 2 cores now, as maybe they're going to lose Insanity. It seems like they will. That's only this Aegis, though. Bob, who's bought back. Yule Scepter to try and save himself here. Can they get him away to safety? Yes, he will roll up to the high ground. Seimei, his ulti is now going to end. He's going to spawn back on that Earth Panda. Low on HP, though, because he just got that thing off. But the Cinder Brew, the Fear, buys him a little bit of space and time. Insanity, the 4-step out. He's trying to TP, and he does TP just back to the fountain, but to safety as Bob continuing now to find some stuns, but in too deep. No way out. Execration end up winning the fight.
Oh, this has to be it.
Tsukimoto
Bob.
doing what he can here. There's
Bob has
another
no
big fear
buyback.
on a 3. Lewis, careful here for Lewis. That's a nice ice path to follow on through as Tino consumes the cheese. There's going to be the Fawn 2. Tsukimoto, he's the last buyback that they have right now in the roar. The second roar, they take down Seimei. He has buyback, but he has no ulti. Doesn't have a Jakiro. Just kidding, he does because he's bought back as well. Tsukimoto, he needs to get out of dodge, and he is going to be able to Sakuchi on back as Seimei TP's into this fight, trying desperately to continue this defense, this high ground hold. Denzanity, don't fight in the Macropyre. Don't fight in the Macropyre. Taking a little bit of damage now. They're going to have another split here relatively soon. 2 more seconds now. Seimei just needs to be able to get it off, and there he goes again. Execration. Now it's their turn to try and back away as Tino dropped down to the high ground, slowed to a crawl, and killed off. Dead for 2 minutes here. Has buyback himself, as now with the Ursa Warrior respawn and Execration have no more business here on the high ground. A costly hold. But Prism Esports, they hold. I can't believe it.
How did they only lose the range Rex? How? What on earth? They just decided to focus the range instead of the melee. The melee was down to half. So that
I
was
think Seimei's only mistake in that fight was not getting back a bit sooner on the Earth Panda. I think perhaps he felt so unstoppable that he kind of forgot he ulted on like 1/3 HP. So when he returned, he was kind of an easy kill.
Well, at least they have another chance. They defended. They kind of defended. So the game is going to go on. Roche is going to spawn. And may spawn in 40 seconds. So that might give Prism a lifeline if they can actually find a way to secure Roche for the Ursa. I think the Razor actually doesn't care about standing in the macro pyre and right-clicking. It was literally
He cared a little bit there.
standing, not moving, you know, burning. I'm sure
And
it wasn't
he
an
does have to be-
agonics macro pyre, but
Yeah, he does have to be slightly nervous now. 423 has shown off his brand new, well, not brand new, but his MKBs, 2 Earth Shock charges as well for that double slow. Pretty generous radius on that thing now with the 20 talent. And it applies 2 Fury Steps. I mean, this is just quite the skill tree that this guy has, to be frank.
and we have E-Blade on CML on the Maiden. So could be used to save against the Ursa.
That's true.
But at the same time, Brewmaster can dispel.
Yeah. That's problematic. Refresher, there's 2 refreshers out in play, by the way. Of course, Seimei's finished his. He's bought out for it because, of course, he's just bought back. And Densanity has had his refresher for some time. Now, it's double Satanic and double BKB available for him. Roshan, it's a long Roche, unfortunately, for Prism Esports. Guaranteed to spawn top just with the timing here. Maximum of 3 minutes. It was pretty close to 3 minutes. Maybe a 2-minute 45-second or something like that. I think this will play to Execration's favor because they're going to get their buybacks back a bit sooner now. And their core heroes already have buybacks, so in case a Roche fight does break out, they could always get back to the outpost and try and continue the fight. You also have Static Link Steel's attack speed. That was the one chosen here for Densanity.
And he's just running in, he's charging in. Doesn't care.
He is. He doesn't care. And then found the Ursa Warrior hook shot. He's getting pulled on back. Yule sceptered up. The Lotus will reflected. But it's 423 forced to run for his life now. Can he turn and fight into those when they don't even want to try? Winter 423. He's fallen so low. But Densanity's fast because of the Dynamo. And he's just taken down Carlo. He's refreshed in this fight though, so they need to get a little bit more. That's 1 dieback. If they catch Bob, this could be massive. He uses the BKB, but Dreamcoil pierces magic emitter down. Bob has nowhere to turn, nowhere to run to, as this team fight has fallen apart. The fear now, it's only Seimei that they need to take down, but he didn't even get the chance to refresh. He doesn't have a BKB, and now he doesn't have a second life. He doesn't have buyback. They might not be in this game anymore, Winter.
He just got a rapier to end the game on the Razor. Some fancy ending right there for Densanity, trying to show some class. Ends the game with a rapier.
Ends the game with now the most kills in this tournament as well for Densanity as he heads straight onto these tier 4 towers. They know that the buybacks are limited to none. It's only 423 who has buyback, but he only has a Weaver to play with now, Windsor. What choice do they have? They're going to make the jump on in. Yule Scepter number 1 for him as Tino focusing down on the buildings. The Enrage does come off. That Roar's still pretty long duration. He's getting pushed back by the Cogs, but it's over. 423. He's going to call it. Densanity singing during the draft, singing now as they have taken game 1 in this lower bracket series. Execration up 1-0 here over their opponents, Prism Esports. Well played.
Yeah, definitely a very, very interesting game. Like, you kind of expected the game to be probably over very soon, just by how the game started. 5 kills and 4 bounty wins, but you know, Prism, they just held their ground in the lanes. They did well, and they somehow had, you know, pretty good chances at winning the game as well. You know, at some point they won a fight, they recovered all the deficit, and definitely looked like the Ursa and the Brewmaster, they were going to carry the game, you know. But Excretion, they persevered, they hang on, they split the map, Puck continued to farm items, and eventually they got a point where the Puck is strong enough to carry their game. So So Razor is not the only one doing damage in the fights, and I think at that point, that's when the team fight started to tip towards execution failure. Your Brewmaster kind of ran out of steam. Ursa can't do it alone anymore, and Earth Spirit also kind of doesn't do a lot of physical damage, right? Your spell doesn't do a lot of damage once you get to the point where people have too much HP, and the pipe as well on top of it.
Yeah, it just turned into a problem here. I mean, and this fight, the major turning point from here, Execration never really looked back, did they? Yes, committing buybacks, crucially the one on Tino, who died without really using much of any of his utility. You can see immediately gets back onto 4-2-3, and then, well, from here, the net worth swings and never looks back. I was impressed by the way Execration, they held on to this game. Like you said, Winter, there was that period where perhaps they were a little bit too eager to fight into the side of Prism, which did cost them, but eventually they you know, focus up, turn things around, and hey, now they're leading. They're leading.
Yep, 1-0. They got a game. Always nice to win the first game, so it means that you have room for error. You have room for experimenting in the second game. Not saying you should.
Please no more Denzanity DK. That's all I.
I DK is fine. Just the fire dragon, you know. It's the fire dragon. It's the question mark, you know. I think the corrosive dragon is still pretty legit.
You think the Mask of Madness was good?
I don't know, man. I think the Mask of Madness was fine because you're jungling, right? You have AoE, your special attack. You wanna heal, you wanna jungle. So Mask of Madness made sense. He's playing like a Luna.
All right. We won't focus on that for now. On the
Let's just focus
hypotheticals.
on his Dynamo Razor. It's definitely the star of this game. You know, he had a good lane. He kind of snowballed. Had some hiccups here and there, but eventually when he got to late game, he has Refresher, the double BKB. Pretty much unstoppable, you know, in the team fights. Double BKB, double Satanic. So you have a lot of dispels for the roots and the spells of Jakiro, and just basically meant that he's untouchable in the team fights. You know, the Ursa couldn't really man up into the Stagling, so he needed someone else to do damage. But unfortunately for them, Earth Spirit couldn't touch the Razor, and the Brewmaster kind of at some point just fall off. You know, in the late game, you just can't do anything to the Razor.
Right. For me, it's a lot to do with the decisiveness in the late game, especially for Denzanity, who just goes, guys, we don't have to be scared. Leads them into the fight,
he was
wins
like
the fight, buys the rapier, ends the game. This guy, he's got karaoke to be at in an hour, Winter. He's got to get through this series, which takes us already to our first break now, doesn't it? We are going to be going for a quick reprieve, but when we return, folks, do stick around. It's going to be game number 2 of Prism Esports taking on Execration. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, folks. We are in the lower bracket for the Road to the International SEA closed qualifiers, where Execration up 1-0 in their match over Prism Esports. Thanks for joining us, Seeking Strike and Winter, on the call with you as we have our second draft now live and on your screens. Winter, this is the rematch of just, what, 3-4 days ago? Sunday nights, I believe it was. Maybe Tuesday, the day before we started. Execration and Prism Esports, then called Team Tough, but the same roster. We're playing in that RES series. It played out a little bit like this, Winter. It was a 2-1 victory for the side of Execration, with a lot of all chat in games 2 and 3. From what we've seen for Team Prism in game 1, Winter, do you think they can take it to 3? Do they have it in them today?
I think the games have been really back and forth, for both teams. I definitely feel like if Prism wants to win and they can win, they need to just try to, I guess, make a lineup that has a lot more scaling. Because I think when you're playing in this type of matchups where it's going to be a lot of chaos happening in the game, a lot of kills going back and forth, I think focusing on drafting a strategy with more scaling is important, because the game tends to get dragged out a lot. And last game they kind of ran out of damage because of the lineup. Earth Spirit, Brewmaster, and your only physical is Ursa, and your supports don't really scale into late game. So they kind of ran out of gas.
Yeah, that's always the problem, right? A couple bad fights when you're at your peak, and everything else from there is an uphill battle. Whereas for Execration, their scaling got them through that game. Succinctly put, Winter. Any adjustments you'd like to see here? As we do see a few adjustments in the drafting phase with the Clockwork and Brewmaster getting banned. I think that's nice. I think Shanks was really good on that clock last game.
Yeah, very annoying in the team fights. I kind of like what he did, always clogging to protect the carry when Dansanity was sieging the base. That was very, very, very nice. A nice move in the team fights. And we're gonna see the Weaver again, which kind of worked really well, I think, overall for Prism. If I exclude the part where he was running up the ramp without vision.
Yes. Yeah, that's something I kind of agree with. I think it can be difficult, right? Because as a Weaver, you don't really do much in fights other than be a little bit slippery and mobile. So it makes sense for you to be up there. But
you can do a lot in the fights with the bugs, and I think with vision, your primary role is to show the enemy's position, to reveal their position, and to try and kind of also bait a little bit, so you can use a time lapse to save yourself. So I wouldn't say you can't do much in a team fight. I think there's a lot you can do, and you have to be really, really clear about what you're supposed to do at a given time. Yeah, the episode 2, the voice of Philippines,
the second single,
Dansanity.
Oh man, I think he's talking draft strats now. I think it's hard to, you can't. Oh, now he's back to singing again. I can tell by the eyebrows. I want to say.
I mean, he could be singing and talking about the draft. Why not? Multitasking. You think Dota players can multitask?
What song do you think? Well, there he goes again.
We are electric.
That's what he's singing. You think we are electric? That would make sense for his dynamo performance.
Yeah, running in with Razor and then singing to his thing, "We are electric," and casting your plasma field.
That'd be so good. That'd be so good. Meanwhile, things look a little bit, I don't want to say gloomy here for Team Prism. They've beat them before. They know they can do it again. But very deep in thought here at the moment is, of course, they will have a pick straight after this banning phase, Winter. Execration with 18th pick in this phase, ultimately, as they have the Tiny that can be flexed, but same can be said of the Weaver, can still also be flexed.
They need some team fight support. All right, team fight right away. I don't know if it's a support, but it could be. I ran into Barlow playing Enigma in his game, so I know he likes this hero.
Wow, I didn't know you were in Barlow's bracket. I'm genuinely impressed.
How?
10 seconds.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you trying to?
I'm not trying to. I'm saying I'm impressed. No, I'm genuinely impressed. I knew you were top 1K.
I don't run into them every game, but I'm in their bad games, because they are the high rank games. And then they get me, they're complaining, oh my god, low average game.
That's okay. I think I meant it as a compliment. So I'm sorry if that came off backhanded, but I'm genuinely.
You don't
impressed.
have to
You know,
apologize. You know what you need to do the next time you see me, right? Bring me something to eat.
You know, folks, there was a time where I actually had a higher MMR than Winter back when we were
Okay,
casting SCADPC together.
okay.
And then ever since that, Winter went, nah, you're joking. And then I showed him my profile and he went, huh? And then ever since then, he has been grinding at least 10 ranked matches a week and he has far exceeded my expectations. Well
okay,
done, Winter.
we
It's
have an
impressive.
Elder Titan in the game. I'm happy. Elder Titan against
10
Enigma.
seconds remaining.
Good lane.
Radiant team.
You get damage from the summons. You can kill the creeps. You can kind of cancel Black Hole, BKB Black Hole with your Earth Splitter.
That's right. Takes a
Okay,
while,
Ash.
but 2.718 seconds.
This is actually going to be an Enigma pause 5, I think. Like an offlane. WR mid/carry.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Like
there's
the-
still a little bit of room. This is a very flexible draft, but there's still a little bit of
10
room
seconds remaining.
to run this like in
Yeah,
carry.
they have all this like
5 seconds remaining.
mobile heroes, you know. If Bloodseeker is still in the meta, Bloodseeker will be good against their heroes.
Oh, yeah. Well, what other heroes are you kind of looking for? Would you consider something like an Underlord to lock down a Mars? Maybe we saw that very effective versus.
Not bad. Not bad. Underlord is
That
good
does
against
l-
Lycan, good against Wind Ranger because you build Crimson, you have the Aura.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. My concern is solely with the fact that if you go for an Underlord or a Mars, then what? You're looking for a mid to cancel Black
Yeah.
Hole?
I mean, Elder Titan.
Yeah, sure, but again, 2.718
At the same
seconds.
time, Richie, it's a position 5 Enigma.
Most likely.
Yeah, you
Not-
might
it's not
have to
impossible.
worry. You might not have to worry about the BKB Black Hole yet.
Ember spirit.
Okay, Ember. Ember plus ET. Abuse the magic damage. Setup. That's nice. Very, very strong combo. You slide chains and you also have the toss back.
He's a hot hero right now as well, not just because he's made out of fire,
10
the
seconds
the incantation of fire, but also he's just
He's
He's
from
been picked
the
a lot,
fire.
highly contested.
He's from the Fire Nation.
Radiant team
The
back.
Fire
That's not
Nation
true.
is ruling the continent right now.
That's not true. I'm surprised we've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender though.
Why?
Just didn't think
Why?
you've seen it. I just didn't think it. I didn't think it'd be in your wheelhouse. I think you
I
watched.
seen it. I seen the they remade the movie, you know, on Netflix. I've seen that too.
Well, that one was pretty bad. Hopefully, we have a good series, game 3 ahead of us. Winter, what do you want to see from these teams for us to get a good series? Now, Execration will have 23rd pick here, so we'll maybe try and focus and talk about what they have and what
Frontline.
they lack. They need an offlaner.
Frontline.
Well,
Frontline tank.
crap.
Centaur. Underlord.
There's the Underlord and the Mars that I had previously pitched being removed.
Yeah, Centaur. Go Centaur. If it's a carry Wind Ranger, you want Centaur with Blade Mirror and Retaliate.
Yeah, that's pretty
10
nice
seconds
actually.
remaining.
Who else buys Blade Mail?
5 seconds remaining.
Dawnbreaker buys Blade Mail and he cancels BKB Black Hole.
Dire team pick.
Not impressed. Richie, not
No,
impressed.
I think it's fine. I'm just trying to suggest. I'm trying to find other heroes. I mean, is there a world where they just run back the Beastmaster here? Is the lane
Yeah,
too weak?
I mean, that's okay too. You cancel BKB Black Hole.
Mm-hmm.
10
Good
seconds
control
remaining.
for one target
Yeah.
at least to set up.
With Elder
5
Titan in the
seconds
game, I
remaining.
probably lean more towards getting Aghanims so you can abuse the aura.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see where you're cooking there. I like that direction. Other than that, I don't really see what they could go for. I liked your suggestion of
The
Centaur. I
birds?
believe.
Visage?
No.
He loves playing
I
that
think
hero.
I think it's miserable playing that into heroes that can easily pick off your birds, like this Windrunner and the Weaver. I think it's too much.
Mhm. Good point.
Radiant
point.
team pick.
Enchantress.
Wait a second, huh?
Tiny
Huh?
core? Or ET core? I think because
Let's see
it's
here.
Shanks, it might be tiny. It might be actually a Elder Titan core.
Well,
I think
Execration
it's an
don't seem too worried.
offlane. I think it's an offlane ET.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
Tino and his
So what do you
Snuggie
do?
getting ready to whack people with the briefcase. How do you respond? 2 minutes to think about this one if you're Team Prism, by the way.
Pick another carry. You pick another carry. Do you?
What are you trying to force? That ET has a bad lane? Because can Execration move around their lanes if you pick something hard into this ET?
I'm actually thinking if the AT is core, maybe you can put the Enigma back onto the core. So, actually no, the Lycan has nowhere else to go. Yeah, so it's going to be Enigma plus Weaver, I guess. No, Enigma plus Lycan on the safe lane. Weaver plus Wind Ranger top.
Yeah, off lane Windrunner.
I think it's so wonky, you know. Windrunner plus Weaver. What the hell, like two squishy heroes, like. I don't know. I just hate that. And you're running WR into Enchantress. You can dispel your Windrun in the lane.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was about to. I was thinking about that.
That does not look good. And you have Enigma and Lycan creeps into ET lane.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to start about mid because mid is boring. The brothers are going to meet again. Well, this looks like a pretty difficult game just based on the lanes. And you know what I say? If you can't play the lanes, you can't play the game. It's a ET tiny. Actually, not ET tiny. ET plus Razor and tiny carry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I'm thinking that there's no way on God's green earth that Prism would have seen this ET and are now willing to just throw all the summons that you have in your draft into him. They must have something prepared for this, right?
Yeah. They're preparing for a game tree that's not going to come.
I mean,
the lanes are going to be like, I don't know. I feel like the lanes are going to be so difficult for them. Both the side lanes are going to be difficult. This Void Spirit is going to be their only saving grace. And if he does not get a game, he doesn't get his runes, say he doesn't refill his bottle, runes go to the Ember Spirit, I think the game is just going to be too much.
I could see that.
Look at the supports, right? Compare the supports. You have a Weaver and Enigma. You think those two supports are going to be able to contest the ET and Edge to fight for the runes? Actually, maybe they can. You can Shukuchi and steal the rune. Enigma, maybe not so much.
A little bit of all chat. As Carlo gets tipped, he question marks. There's a little bit of all chat from Denzanity. And then Carlo says, shut up. And a little bit more of all chat now. How's your Tagalog, Winter? Did you ever pick up any Tagalog?
You don't want to know what type of Tagalog. I mean, I only know the really bad words, you know.
I see. Yeah, I've only figured out war myself. Make war.
No. And I figured out certain words to pick up the ladies, you know.
Yeah?
30 seconds to go.
4 to 3. He's sneaking around. He has popped the smoke, but he's unaware of it. Taking the right path if he wants to get out of here. But Tino catching him with the plasma field shanks. Does not have his second skill point yet. The double blood grenade thrown and ultimately wasted.
Wait, now you should tip them if you're the Lycan. Thanks for the blood grenades. They actually healed me. You drench the Lycan with blood at night. The Lycan turns into super powerful. You not read the lore?
Well, he's not a vampire, is he? That's Night Stalker. He's a werewolf.
The werewolf also drink blood, right?
I don't think so. I think you're thinking about vampires there, my friend. The only thing I know about werewolves is that they're not swearwolves. From the excellent film, What We Do in the Shadows. Highly recommend. But what I do know is his lane is going to be very difficult. We'll see how that gets going. As, of course, a classic Bob and Lewis meeting here on the Void and Ember Spirits, respectively.
Let's just watch this lane, man. This is the fun lane. The side lanes are going to be a storm. The Ember Spirit against the Void Spirit, yeah? It's going to be the key lane. Prism need Bob to work overtime this game, unfortunately. And he's not going to get paid overtime.
So the only thing that I'm noticing here early Winter is that top lane, you do ultimately have two annoying right clickers into a zero base armor Tiny. Now, of course, that's not going to be the case forever, but for the lane, especially with Swarm Beetles applied, they will be able to kind of keep them harassed constantly.
Yeah, but I do feel like this lane gets better and better for the end timing. But you're right, at level 1, the Weaver and the Wind Ranger is going to push you out of the lane with the power shot, the Shukuchi, trading with right clicks. But once you get your levels, I think you get more creeps, especially on the Enchantress. The lane's going to slowly get better for you.
I think probably this lane peaks for Team Prism at level 2, maybe level 3, specifically for the Windrunner, right?
Yeah.
I think Tsukimoto only needs level 2. And then you have Swarm with Shikuchi, sorry, and of course your Geminate, your free Geminate.
Yeah. For now, they're doing really well. We have the creeps in their favor. Tiny has it in front of the tower, so he's going to be able to get some last hit. He's at the moment 8 for 8 against the Wind Ranger, so he's happy. And for bot lane, Lycan is struggling. I mean, this is what we expect. Right? He's up against the ET plus Razor. What can you do in this lane? I don't know what can you do.
Yeah,
I think he just wants to play the hero. He doesn't care about the lane matchup.
Yeah, sure, but what confuses me, Winter, is that, like, okay, that's a fine strategy. Lycan is a hero that can jungle. He gets his experience. Fine, acceptable, right? That is good theory. However, the hero that you're going to leave behind in the lane to try and soak experience is an Enigma, and he suffers from the same problems in this lane that the Lycan does. He also gets his ass beat top lane. CML, oh, he's good. He's okay. Does he have his the overprotective wisps? He does. Yeah, he's got the overprotective wisps.
It's good, this lane. It's very good, this lane. All he needs to do is just tank up for the Tiny, and then once Tiny gets level 6, then this lane is going to be easy with the armor.
Mid lane there's a small lead currently building out in favor of Lewis. Not
Ember.
too big, but yeah, we'll keep our eye out on the CS there.
Is anybody going to send their support to take away the 4-minute rune? I think that's actually a pretty good move. You know, we saw it in the Bleed series against Aurora.
I think Shanks can probably rotate and kind of just own things up. CML, he might lose his Tiny if he rotates, is the thing. But
Yeah,
I reckon the Razor's safe.
Yeah, the Razor kind of doesn't really need him in the lane. I mean, he
Good
somewhat
stats on the
needs
Razor.
him. He somewhat needs him if the wave is like in the middle of the lane. But right now he
Sure,
doesn't.
but you don't just leave, right? You don't just rotate the lane. You skip a wave, you pull or something, and then you rotate. But either way, right now, 4-minute water runes will spawn in, and there is no such rotation. Let's see how much damage he gets on this Astral Spirit. Let's see. How much? Yeah, plus 153? Yikes. That is crazy.
You run. You see him, you run. Oh my god, they are feeding him the summons. Giving him an offering. Please,
Just giving him a
please
nibble.
Shanks, do not hit us. We offer you our sons and daughters, our creeps, you know. Please ignore us.
It's just giving him a nibble, something to taste. Now, Enter, what's also a little bit crazy when you compare to Game 1 is Game 1 at this point, we've already had like 8 kills. 5 before the horn even. Now, no first blood here for nearly 5 minutes in as Shanks. He's going to be fine.
He has level 2 spirit. This lane is over right now. I mean, Tino is like enjoying his life down here at the moment. Lycan's kind of actually doing okay with 20 CS. Okay. Not too bad.
But he's unable to upset the Razor.
No, he can't. Unfortunately, you can't.
So that's something I'm a little bit concerned about here. Let's keep our eyes on mid and the supports as they do start to consider rotating over. Maybe looking to push a wave top. That'll go under the tower here for the Windrunner. That might free up CML, where Seimei should be able to collect his CS. Ember. He stole the bounty rune as well from the Radiant Jungle, by the way. So he has been away from the lane a little bit longer. As such, he is not quite up to level 6, while Bob does have his Astral Steps.
6
here we are.
minutes. Here we go. Okay, this is going to be crucial. Both of the mid laners, they need the rune. Bob's level 6 though. This is an advantage for him.
But Lewis now just reaching level 6 there on that last wave as the Invis rune ultimately is going to be picked up there by CML.
Yeah, but this lane gets better for the Ember since you can do this. TP back and Remnant back to the lane. Void Spirit card. It's kind of unfair, you know. When one of your brothers can do this, you know, one of your brother gets an exception on the rule, you know. Everyone else has a curfew at night, but you know,
he's mom's favorite. You know, he's the firstborn. CML.
Yeah.
Oh, overprotective Wisp can't do anything there. As maybe Tsukimoto is going. No, he's fine. He's got Shikuchi.
Yep. And bot lane, Carlo, he's not mom's favorite. Yeah, he's getting run down.
No, he is not mom's favorite. Plus 130 damage, by the way, on this ET. Honestly, I don't know if you really want to be taking this fight with Bob rotating in. At least gives you the confidence and the damage for the kill onto Tino. Look at him. Look at him. So much damage.
He is having fun. Well, you know, imagine if he actually has time to farm up Aghanims on the ET this game. Just imagine that.
I think, honestly, he might end up doing so because he's not really so useful. Look, he's useful in lane. No denying that at all, right? Let me make that point
what
clear.
Do you mean he's not useful in the game later? He can set up
Winter,
for the ET, buff the magic.
He is playing into a Void Spirit, a Weaver, and a Wind Runner. When is he ever going to be able to hit an Echo Stomp?
Dire's top tower is under
Who said anything about Echo Storm? It's all about the aura. You place the spirit on them. The aura is there. Searing Chains, you have teammates, brother. Searing Chains sets up for the Echo Storm. Why are you playing Dora like you're the only hero in the game?
Oh, they're stunned. They're stunned. Because, Winter, I play SCA pubs. What are you talking about? Sometimes that's how it is.
People want to win. You know how much people want to win?
Power
around
rune here. He's going to be picked up by Bob, which does spawn into the haste. Into his bottle. Might need to activate this as Lewis. Tons of damage now. Actually going for the max Flame Guard build on him, by the way. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. He still actually connected the Echo Stomp there. Didn't need no setup. CML, by the way, he's been incredibly annoying. He's basically denied a stack, quote unquote, by just enchanting some of the creeps that have stacked. So now Bahab, eager to punish, but unwilling to dive too far up into the fog of war. As Lewis playing aggressive now underneath the tier 1 tower. Just needs to stay on top of Carlo really to get this kill. This Maledict might not create the space Carlo needs as the impetus shot leaping in does help assist the kill. However, it's Bob who instead takes the time to rotate bottom with 4-2-3 shapeshifted, maybe even looking to connect mid.
While
He's got the full helm of Dom creep. The fast rotation. He's got a quarter duration left now in the shapeshift. Will look for the kill onto CML. Unfortunately, he is going to be slept and stomped. Oh, actually, that was a nice play. CML, he stole the Centaur Conqueror creep from the Lycan, which not only reduced his damage, but also allowed him to stun. Heads up play there. I like that.
Wait, do you get a big bounty for killing the helm creep like this? With enchant?
That's a good point.
Wait,
That's a really good point. You should now, right?
I'll be hunting down the helm, you know, if I get a big bounty for that.
Well, yeah, I mean, but of course he's going to go for the Helm of the Overlord, and very quickly that will become a non-issue. But you're right, that is something to consider in the early game, isn't it?
Yeah, but all in all, 4-2-3. Good use of the first ulti. Kills the Razor, runs mid, defends the tower. Maximum value. Oh, Tino.
Bottom.
The Centaur.
Yeah.
Body block. Body block. Wolf block.
Well, okay, there's going to be more physical damage. Wait a second. Can they actually...
Is he gonna die?
No, I don't think so. They have another War Stomp. Oh, War Stomp just out of range there. Okay, maybe for the War Stomp.
Yeah, actually, they might have been able to
They could have killed him. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Lewis rotating down bottom. He's already up to level 8 here, by the way. Tsukimoto, he's just casually trying to dig up some gold in his backyard, man, but there's this Ember Spirit on him. He will escape as Bob once again picks off another kill. This time it's in the mid lane, where he is going to be able to force back the Ember Spirit, who has a remnant anyway, but they've got the wagon now on the tier 1 tower. So some structure damage being dealt. Top lane, 4-2-3 goes through the twin gates as they look to give the boot to Denzanity, get him off into the jungle and stop farming these creeps in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, so post-laning phase, I think this is actually really surprising for me. I presume they kind of did really well on both sides. You know, everything is quite equal. I mean, Lycan's a little bit behind, but I think all in all, this is a very, very good result for them.
And if they can actually hit their snowball timing, Death Ball with the Lycan Enigma, you get the Helm, you get the Auras, you get the drums, you get the Blades, you group up and you push. It can be very terrifying to stop the push, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they've already gotten through that top tower. Bot tower has fallen as well, as it's going to be just a tower for tower trade. I mean, what's next here in Winter? I suppose we're going to be looking for our first big items coming through, right? For Seimei, it's the very typical Maelstrom build. Nothing surprising there. This Helm of the Overlord Rush and Bob into the Mage Slayer.
I think the Mage Slayer is going to be huge this game. There's a lot of magic damage. Windrunner, the Void Spirit. It's going to make him more survivable, more tanky. And you are kind of right on the Elder Titan just looking for farm now. He's going to be just... He's not rushing the Axe though, he's getting Solar Crest first.
Ah, okay. It's either that or drums, really, I think, on this kind of a hero. Drums is always really nice.
I do feel like there's a lot of reason that you want to rush Axe this game. Because you can kind of carry the game on your own.
Yeah, I mean, you scale into a core. That's another reason why I like the drums, by the way, because it's just an item that helps you farm a little bit better than a Solar
And
Crest.
the Spirit is based on your move speed, so it's always nice.
You did go for momentum, by the way, so maybe this is just the better facet. And then to accept that. Radiant Tower goes down, by the way, and just continues throwing creeps at that thing and eventually gets the job done. So select tower lead now, as there's going to be the shapeshift utilized. Shanks, he is so fast, but held back and caught by that Astral
20
Spirit,
armor, he's
trying
tanky.
to get out, but he is so tanky. Yeah, loses that armor, loses his life. As 4-2-3 snatches his neck with his jaws there in the shapeshift. Good kill. Okay, let's see CML. Okay, I thought he was going to try and steal the Centaur again.
So, again, 4-2-3 with a excellent use of ulti, a kill, and objective. So that's always how you want to play Lycan. Kill, objective, so you don't waste your ultimate. It's going to be nighttime soon, so Rosh is going to be the next thing on the Lycan's mind.
Blink Dagger's the next thing in Insanity's quick buy. What did we see before? Remember we saw a bit of Carry Tiny back for the Real Quals. We didn't like it until we saw this build we did like.
We prefer didn't we prefer the Shadowbait build, like null into a Shadowbait rush? Didn't we say?
I think so, right? Like, we didn't really like this Echo
Right, hang
Saber,
on.
so...
Richie, 40-minute Wisdom Rune, Lewis, the Thief.
Uh-oh.
The Fire Nation Thief is here.
Well, they're also going to be a big Astral Spirit here, so Execration with both Wisdom Runes now, as it's a solo kill onto Shanks. They can't do much about the Ember Spirit, however. Carlo maybe thought about dropping the Black Hole there. He's got the point in it, but it's a bit of a risky try into the Ember Spirit. Especially because Ember actually also has a Mage Slayer. So both the brothers now with a Mage Slayer, Winter. The only difference is Bob, who has just smoked underneath an Observer Ward, by the way. He has an Arcane Rune in the bottle, eager to put that to use now. If they can catch him here, Lewis is not going to be too crazy.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, Bob is very, very strong right now. Level 11, Arcane Rune Mage Slayer. With the Fairy Trinket, he packs a punch. Okay.
Wow, Tsukumoto has a Rod of Atos here already. Tsukumoto, he's like, I'm never going to get an auto attack
this
on
guy
you.
is gonna tank through everything.
Yeah, he's got Untouchable as well. I mean, that's the second Astral Step used in full HP,
Holy
just like
crap.
that. No, that one was not happening. Even if they committed Black Hole, I'm
I don't
quite
think they kill
confident
him.
they don't kill him.
Yeah, even with Black Hook, it's insane. This makes me want to play Enchantress now.
Yeah, it looks fun. I wonder
Yeah, I
if
mean, I remember
Spark
you
has been
always
playing this hero.
ask me why do you think you can walk up there and just no vision, you know? And now I'm gonna tell you, you play Enchantress, you can do that every time.
Yeah, especially at this period of the game, prior to like 20 minutes. In this kind of a lineup, sure as hell looks very convincing. They really don't have the damage output to kill you. I mean, this is a Void Spirit who committed 2 Astral Steps, the Resonant Pulse and the Dissemblate, and just comes out totally fine.
Mage Slayer, not useful against Enchantress.
Oh, there's smoke
here
play
we
though.
go.
The smoke breaks immediately. This time they've got the Swarm Beetles applied. Will that do the
Edge again?
trick? Yes. That with the Focus Fire will do him in. Shanks though, he didn't get his Astral Spirit out. Now he's got this buff. He's got plus 229 damage, beating back Bob. His There's the Earth Splitter as well. Black Hole, though, in deep. Can they cancel this? No, not yet. They don't have anything, and Bob's still alive. Gets off another Dissemblate up to the high ground. An Astral Step away. He's out of this fight. Tino's got a BKB already, but he pops it to try and get out of the fight as Lewis, reaching Bob, strikes him down with that Sleight of Fist. Now a little bit of a break in the fight as Shanks the 2-man Echo Stomp Samei with another Shackle Shot, looking for some more damage. The power shot, not really too effective in this instance, though, as Lewis with a double kill puts down 4-2-3. Tip comes down onto Shanks. As the ET lives through that engagement, man, this hero is no joke, Winter.
Yeah, he made the right choice getting the Pavis. He would have died if he took our advice, or actually my advice to rush Academics.
My man did 800 damage, by the way, to the Void Spirit. My man being the ET. And speaking of Ember,
Yeah,
maybe looking for a
broom
second kill
handle with the ET Spirit, with the damage, just punching, making holes everywhere.
take a look at this replay, Winter. You can kind of see. I thought he was. Pardon me. I thought he wasn't going to be able to get the Spirit out. You can see he just makes a run for it, but then the Spirit comes back.
I mean, it's
and
the Pavis, right? Saving him. He just kills everybody with his briefcase after that.
in real time now, back looking, Tsukimoto once again just using the shovel mid-fight as
Shanks
CML
again.
is going
Getting
to be able
run
to interrupt this. The focus fire, they've lost vision though, and actually maybe they're going to be able to return a beautiful enchant here onto Seimei as Lewis connecting from the lane. Seimei cut off by Denzanity, killed, and Shanks once again survives. He's running circles around them.
Yeah, he's actually just way too tanky, you know, with the Pavis. This is a very excellent item choice here against Wind Ranger, Weaver, Lycan. They all do so much physical damage. And now he's going to have the Solar Crest very, very soon. This is actually a very huge item against the Focus Fire.
That's true. It'll help Tino and his damage output a ton, or maybe even Lewis, who is going to be further boosted by, I believe, his BKB now and this amplifier. No, sorry, make that a Maelstrom and his amplified damage rune in
Yeah,
the
he
bottle.
needs to get Gleipnir. They don't have enough. I think they're lacking in terms of initiation. They're like heavily reliant on his searing chains right now.
I see
Tiny doesn't
that.
have dagger, so he's just walking into stun. Not super reliable.
Winter, would you classify Void Spirit as a core these days, or not really? How do you feel about him? Oh, so Tsukimoto, my goodness.
I'll tell you in a
dusted
minute.
up. Okay, yeah, nice positioning there by Shanks. Ensures that they still catch the Sleeping Weaver as they put him to bed there with that Avatos. Carlo in the lane as well, might end up running into this one. Did not really seem too much in a hurry to get out of the way of this one, to be honest.
No, they are there.
Middle tower.
Yeah, he played that like he was surprised by the fact that his hero just got ganked. I don't know.
His friend just died there.
Yeah. That's a shocking death. A bit of a foolish one, unfortunately, for
Okay.
him.
So back to your question, you were asking me about whether Void Spirit is a carry, you say?
Yeah, because I think this Windrunner certainly is a carry type hero, right? Samei about to build his, finish his BKB. Obviously, Lycan is, almost with the AC finished. But do we have 3 cores here? Is the Void Spirit a core these days to you? He is going for the Manta. That's a carry item, right?
He's a universal hero. All universal heroes are called.
I see. That still rings
Fair
true.
point.
Then. Yeah, that's acceptable for me. Amplified damage rune pops, so Lewis may look for an opportunity here, but it's Bob who's lingering in the area, maybe trying to find a backliner. CML, can they take him down here? He's got maxed attendance now, by the way. Does manage to get them off. However, the counter initiation now and the saves coming on back end. There's going to be a black hole from the high ground. Nothing to cancel it. A full duration black hole as Shanks somehow still survives. Finally taken down by this helm of the Overlord creep. Tsukimoto even able to kind of cut around Lewis. Lewis, even with the amplified damage room falling low. Denzanity, he's going to jump in with a blink dagger. He gets through Tsukimoto, but that's only a support Weaver. And now Carlo, he's jumping in. There's the kill onto Lewis. Goes to Bob. Denzanity, he's in too deep. He's going to just try and fight his way through this one, but he falls, he dies, and Tino is the last one to go. 13-10, 2K net worth lead now is Prism. They only lose the Weaver and pick up a huge fight.
That was a DJ black hole, you know, if I wanted to describe that black hole from the high ground. Just winning his team that team fight, and just not single-handedly, but he definitely had a huge impact there with the black hole, catching 2 heroes there, giving them the extra amount of damage to finish off the heroes. It's well played, you know, Carlo, just making it count with the black hole.
Does this remind you of the Carlo you've seen in your pubs, Winter? Okay, apparently not. We might not have to talk about those. Then it's okay. It's working here, Winter. It's working here, and a strong fight. And I do like to see this Tiny eager and showing up and fighting early. But honestly, it feels like they more or less lack damage output versus this team. Only being able to pick off the Weaver there.
No, I don't think so. I think they lack the initiation. They didn't have the right initiation there. If they have the right initiation, Tiny's right clicking, Elder Titan's right clicking, they have damage. They just got caught too much by the Black Hole and the Shackle Shot by Sammy. 2 hero Shackle Shot.
Let's see. Shanks is now going for drums, by the way, as he has finished Solar and then immediately into Ags following. My goodness, he is so strong. This Astral
Yeah,
Spirit
with
buff,
the Bull Whip.
31% movement speed.
He's so fast. Bull Whip.
Yeah. And momentum. Which is, I think, great this game. That's the obvious choice.
So all you need to do is just build move speed and you get attack speed. Is that how? Yeah, that's how it works, right? You get his move speed also grants attack speed.
Yes, but I think mostly the idea is that you use Astral Spirit in games like this with a lot of summons to naturally get your attack speed. But yeah, that also works. I don't think we're gonna see him going for like a Wind Waker, Yashakaya.
Why not?
You know?
I mean, that's an item. Usually you see EPs. Yeah.
I mean,
sometimes,
but
yeah,
we don't see
Windmaker.
Spirit Breakers do it.
Yeah, not this time. Okay, not this game. You get eggs. Okay, I know. You get eggs.
That was one of my favorite things, playing, going for those dumb strats. There was a time my friends and I did a Spirit Breaker strat where we just wanted to buff his move speed to see if we can keep one-shotting this Lich on the map.
So what? You had Darkseer?
Yeah, we had Darkseer,
Hey,
Wiz,
Razor.
we had
Beta
drums,
Tino? A
Tino.
Razor?
Yeah, it's a really good Astral Spirit, actually. It breaks the static link as well as Tino. Tino, he needs to save, activates the BKB. He's got the Solar Crest buff. He's so speedy. Oh my goodness. Nearly up to max move speed there. Even the Windrunner couldn't catch up.
Not as fast as your Spirit Breaker strat, but he'll get out.
CML. And his TP's coming for him. Denzanity gets the blink away. He's going to try and abandon Bambi. As the top tier 2 Siege is going to be halted for this. So Tino just TP's back on in and will defend the tower. Prism
You know
very
what, Richie?
eager to rotate back.
Talking about Bambi, she's getting the little friends for the Lycan.
What? Yeah, and the Wolves, right?
Yeah. Been late?
Oh, wow.
Alright.
I've never seen this before in a pro game.
I guess it's kind of good, this game. Okay, we'll just see, because usually we don't see this type of item. Like, you just see most of the Enchantress players just trying to get Dragonlance, carry
It
the
also
game.
gives you another enchant creep, huh? That's curious.
But why do you really want that? You need that?
I mean, it's just free, right? So why not?
I guess.
Steal more wolves away? I guess you don't want to do that, though. CML? I don't know if Bob kills him here, to be honest. CML, he has spoinked deeper away from his team, though. That could be troublesome for him as Seimei, he's the real threat with the focus fire. He is so tanky, but eventually 3-4 heroes poking and prodding at him, they'll take him down. I really want to see him get these little friends online. I mean, this just seems ridiculous. Is that significant? 100 bonus attack speed? Yeah, kind of. It's almost like, 33% extra attack speed for a lot of these creeps. Hold on, 423. He's going to be caught now by the Echo Stomp. Oh, but it's down bottom where Denzanity fighting versus Seimei. He's dying, Winter. I don't know if he lives much longer here. And versus the Windrun, yeah, they are able to kite him around. 423, he shapeshifted like he was going to run into that fight, but instead he's just going to utilize the shapeshift for attack speed onto that tier 2 tower. Shanks in trouble here. Uh-oh. Okay, he's got his bullwhip back to safety. And the Solar Crest.
Yeah, Prism. They definitely have the map in their favor. They're pushing Excretion Heroes out. They're killing the carry. And this Tiny, he cannot afford to die one more time in this game. They're going to lose at his rate.
He's down now the AC as 423 has finished that one up. And immediately into the BKB for himself.
This is why I think we prefer the no talisman with the Shadow Blade, because you come online earlier without the Echo Saber, so you just run around and you get kills, right? Because his build is way more greedy, so it's slower. And now it just feels like he's just... Alright, you get the dagger, but you still need to farm, right? Because you don't have like a substantial lead yet.
Right. It's also not that bad of an idea to break Feral Impulse, but this is trouble.
He's dead.
Tino, they need a little bit more heals. Can the Nature's Attendants do it? No, not quite. CML, now he's going to be in a rough spot as the BKB
Here comes the big bad wolf.
focusing him down. The big bad wolf also running around in the base looking for some more heroes to kill, but as much as he huffs and puffs Winter, he's not going to be able to... Oh, wait, hold on.
No, Danzanity.
Wait
you
a
can't
second.
afford to die.
Wait a second. They definitely saw him. They definitely saw him here. Swarm Beetles? Oh, I can't believe he gets out. He is...
Oh, they scan. They
He
scan.
is lucky. They did scan him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, if he dies, I think the game probably is going to be over. So he lives to farm another day.
Lives to farm another day. Yeah, needs to farm to fight. I mean, what's
Needs
Lewis
safety.
got going? He does have this Gleipnir, and he's going to go for the Ags, actually, on the Ember Spirit to get those enhanced Fire Remnants. Those are pretty strong, especially in a game where they do more or less lack catch against you, having that increased mobility.
Yeah, he needs to
gonna be
run
strong.
away from the Weaver and the Lycan. Or at least run them down. So he needs to
Well,
range.
he's going to catch the Weaver for now, and they're going to kill the Weaver.
Ooh, that's a lot of money into the Tiny's pocket.
Quick D-Wood as
900
well.
gold. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big kill. It's a very big kill.
300 for him, and then 500
So
split.
does
Not
that
bad
mean
at all.
he has the AC done?
No.
No, not yet.
He still needs to play
So-
now. 700.
Yeah. 700?
He's got that.
How do you count,
No.
sir?
700. It was he was at like 850. It's like 700. Run it down. Rhythm. Hold on. Carlo. He's got Black Hole here. He's got Black Hole. He sees Bob. Bob could be quite the catch now as Lewis. Oh, it gets the Remnants away in time. Maybe they should have considered it there, Winter. I'm not so sure. Kill onto the Ember Spear. That kind of feels worth it at this point. But for now, they'll let him live. I mean, what would have gotten you? I guess not much, right? Still waiting for this next Roche to respawn, so best to save it for the fight.
1 minute, sir. Haste rune on Bob, so he's going to be looking to try and... Maybe they can actually try to force a fight, or at least make them go Roche and then use the creeps to push one lane with the Lycan. Like,
Yeah,
things
and
that
then
they
get
can
them
do,
back.
you know.
Force them
Yeah,
back,
and-
right?
Yeah, it was yesterday, right? Somebody, was it? Who was it?
It was
That did
Emo,
the
wasn't
move
it?
like
It was the Emperor.
Yeah, the DK, right? Yeah, he forced them back and then they finished Roshan.
Hold on. Say, mate. No, he should be fine. I believe that was the call. Oh, Bob also has his Ag Scepter, so of course he's got that silence ready to go on the Resonant Pulse. Very strong, as always. Increases his damage output, has potential.
Who
Very
does
annoying
he
for a
want
hero
to
like an ET.
silence? Who does he
ET.
want to silence?
ET,
Oh.
and maybe the Tiny here. Who doesn't have a BKB yet, Winter. Fight breaking out now. Same BKB. He is getting his damage tapped here by Tino, so they're going to be forced back. There's going to be the Black Hole now as Tino, canceled. And the Earth Splitter doing a ton of damage, but 4-2-3 doing even more to Tino. Carlo and Tino out and of the fight, sidelined as Denzanity running around the trees, trying to avoid Bob. Denzanity trying to find a way into this fight, but he can't catch up to this wolf. He's just being kited around, Winter. He's got no mobility, he's got no life, and he's got no Riz. 4-2-3. He's killed 3 of his allies. Now they're going to try CML, who can't even get through Tsukimoto thanks to the time lapse, and it's a 2-for-4 trade. They get the Windrunner, Winter, but they lose just so much more.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive fight there by the Lycan. He just knew who he needed to go on. He found an angle on the side, just entered the fight, and just made it very difficult. I think if you lose the Razor, you can't fight. You know, like the timing is like getting kited. Like he can't do
Yeah.
damage in a team fight. He's just like, he has 18k net worth, but I just feel like he's not doing anything in a team fight. The Razor is doing a lot more.
Look how mobile this team is, right? As soon as your Razor is locked down, as soon as your Elder Titan isn't able to get off an Echo Stomp or something, what stops 4-2-3 from running around with the boys? What stops the Windrunner from windrunning around? What stops Tsukimoto? What
Little
stops Bob?
friends.
And then, not to mention, when you're trying to, collect all, it's like herding cats, you're trying to get them all into the pen and all the cats are running around and then all of a sudden one of the cats casts Black Hole on you because you got too distracted and you forgot Carlo's in the game. I think these fights are genuinely overwhelming. I mean, what tools do you have to deal with it? Echo Stomp, you have Avatos, which we have barely seen this game, to be quite frank, and you've got Lewis with his Gleipnir and Syrian Chains. That's it. He's got Chain Gang, pardon me, I suppose, but it's just, the fights are so hopeful and messy. And here we go again, Tino, he's got BKB at the ready. This could be a big catch. That's a nice Earth Stomp. Echo Stomp is bombed. Don't wake him up. He's rooted down and finished off there by the Earth Splitter. Seimei and Tsukimoto on the run now. Denzanity, Blink Dagger in 2 seconds. Needs to keep it off cooldown as he jumps in, avoids the shackle shot, and puts down Carlo. Seimei tried his best there to keep that off cooldown, stop it from happening as Tsukimoto is next. Already had to use the time lapse, but they still end up killing Tino there, Winter.
Yeah, that's a huge fight for Execration. Not worth for sure, you know. Like losing 3 for the Razor, whatever, you know, like Execration is happy. If they can actually just get a couple more items like the Aglims on the Ember, that would be huge because it's going to help them catch the heroes and dodge and kite around.
Well, he's got Ags. I think he just had his courier killed, so he just needs to run to the shop to buy the point booster. They could also maybe look for Roche, which has just respawned on this bottom side of the map. Second Roche, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so he's got his Aegis and, of course, the banner.
You know, I feel like the Axe is going to be a tight turner for ET. I think he just needs to have some time to farm and finish the Axe. Because Tiny is in front. He's soaking up all the attention, right? He's tanking, right? But someone else needs to do damage.
Oh, I see. It's like last game where 4-2-3 on the Ursa was kind of a tank. Same thing here for Denzanity. CML, look how tanky he is. Look how tanky he is versus Seimei. He's going to be just fine as Carlo. He finds at least the Tiny, but instantly canceled there by the Echo Stomp 4-2-3. Oh no, the roots. Denzanity going absolutely nowhere as Execration now trying to bail out of this fight, but Tsukimoto with the Shikuchi, he's been able to keep eyes on. Shanks trying to TP away now. They've got a Gleipnir, but they don't quite know where he's at, so he's able to escape. A 1-for-1 trade, but obviously Denzanity it's not good to lose your carry here.
Yeah, the mountain falls again. I don't know. I feel like the more I look at this, the more I feel like it's difficult to play Tiny without Shadow Blade. The dagger alone is like not enough.
I agree.
You need to be able to run around.
I like it better than no dagger. Sometimes you see this Echo Saber Shadow Blade build, and then it's even more difficult. At least able to get in the fights. That's a painful death, by the way. That's our hero that needs Ag Scepter. He's now still just 1 component away. As Prism, they'll do this Roche very quickly. Have you seen Little Friends yet? Please call it out to me if you do see Little Friends. I don't have any friends, so even Little Friends would do for CML now on his Ag Scepter.
You had Winter. You had Winter.
I do have my cat, that's true. Yes, my cat's name is Winter. I didn't name her after this Winter, of course.
What does he think about Enchantress item build?
Well, right now, she would probably support it because whenever she sees another cat, she gets very upset. So I think it would certainly work on her. I don't know. I mean, let me see if I can find stats for this Little Friend item. Because it's been in the game for a while. And didn't it used to be the shard and then they swapped it or something? And now Spoink is
it used to be a shard.
Do I see Ags here at all? I mean, it doesn't even show up on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, to be honest. Can I find an Ags? Nope.
No. Oh well, I mean, right now, the state of the game-wise, I think that they still have like a lot of damage in a team fight with the Tiny. And then EP. It's just about like executing, getting the right targets with your jumps.
It's about I see what you did. Executing for execration, right?
Like the other heroes need to do damage. Tiny is tanking, the other people need to kill the other heroes. If Tiny is tanking and nothing is happening, then you're not winning the fight.
Tiny's substantially tankier now with the completed ACs. He's got a little bit more damage, and eventually he will be able to go toe-to-toe versus Seimei. He's got this MKB queued up and has the Demon Edge, so that is chugging along. Tino now, he's bought out as he's attempting to get his own Refresher Orb online. He just needs literally just 1 creep, just a crumb, and he'll have double BKB, double Shivas, double Eye of the Storm, and Link. That will be online shortly. And then Ags for Shanks and just 550 gold.
It should be time to go. Even with the Aegis in 3 minutes, I think they're strong with the refresher on Razor. You can kind of kill the Enigma during the back row if you have your ultis up. So I think he doesn't
Yeah,
really care
this
about that.
Enigma black hole. I mean, other than the really, really excellent one that Carlo got, has not been. Seems like too big of a roadblock, I would have to say, for Execration.
Yeah, I mean your Force 5 Enigma. Your black holes
Yeah.
are not as important as a core Enigma.
Lycan's got a nullifier now on top of his BKB and harpoon. He's almost 6-slotted here, Winter. This is a rather scary Lycan. The big bad wolf. What my 423. What big sharp jaws you have. Not jaws, you know what I meant. He's not mewing. He's got big teeth. I said jaws, but I meant
You're
teeth.
supposed to call him Grandma.
Oh yes, my 423 grandma. Let's see what's.
Yeah.
It'd
even
be
know
funnier if.
Do you even know the story, bro?
Yeah, he was huffing and puffing, and then eventually, he kicked grandma out of the rent control department. That's how it goes. He was a landlord. I know how it goes, Winter.
Oh wait, they're smoking without the agonyms on Shanks? Bro! 100 gold!
They're 100 golds. I'd sell
Oh,
the wind
no.
lace for it. I'd tell the wind lace, but this could be good. Carlo's a good jump, but Same would be even better, but he gets the Hurricane Pike down to the low ground. Instead, the smoke breaks. They see Carlo, they kill Carlo. There's going to be that ET Astral Spirit doing work for the vision and for the debuff as well. Tino,
Okay.
he did use his first Eye of the Storm. He has BKB and Refresher ready for a second go here as 423 looking at the jump. Same he's killed CML before we can see Little Friends, but they're onto the Tiny. Denzanity, he needs help as there goes Tino now, activates the Refresher Orb. He's got a second charge of just about everything here. Double Eye of the Storm doing good damage now. 423 rooted in place. There's going to be the Little Friends on top. Oh, get him! Everything from the jungle coming to kill 423. Take that, Grandma. They beat him to a pulp as Bob is stuck behind enemy lines and finished off. That is Execration winning a fight, Winter.
And you can ask 423 how it felt being slapped on the briefcase by a 400 damage Elder Titan with natural order.
That was probably
Oh,
more important
and
than
then
Little
Shackle
Friends,
Shot.
but Little Friends. No way. He lives. No, he dies. Sebe, he picks off there. You thief. But it's Tsukimoto who gave him the vision anyway, and now feeds over the gem. That's much more significant than a kill onto CML, even if it is a dieback. Okay.
The magic, the Aghanim's Elder Titan, that's the magic they needed in the fights.
Here it is. It's online. It's ready to go. And I mean, let's be real. Tino doing so much work in that last fight as well. As we said before, Denzanity does his duty. He gets in there, he blinks, he stuns, he tanks. Now he's up to level 25. Winter with 2 toss targets. After he survives through that entire
Look at the
engagement.
buildings. Look at the buildings melt to the tiny.
AC, look at his base damage, well, 401 by the way, with bonus damage to in buildings, of course. You've got Eye of the Storm here. Let's see, maybe they can look to force a buyback. Black Hole's ready for Carlo, but obviously it's good luck casting that. Same doing what he can now. Also has this Orchid, but doesn't have buyback, so he can't afford to get caught here either. This is a carry Tiny, but he can still toss you out of position, so they will just have to watch their mid barracks go down. And despite getting both Aegis, Winter, it is going to be Prism Esports who end up getting their base scarred first as they lose the melee racks mid.
Oh, Tiny is kind of almost full slotted. Sells the boots. Gets a Satanic. I mean, this guy is, I think he is kind of going to be very difficult to bring down now in the team fights.
Mm-hmm.
They might have
You've got
to ignore him and just try to kill the... They need to kill all the backliners, especially the ET. They need to take ET out of the team fight.
Yeah, they've done well to focus down CML, but ET needs to die too. ET, who, by the way, Lewis, who has his own Ag Scepter, so he's incredibly mobile. 3,000
Yeah.
HP
ET,
with Mage Slayer.
Shanks, he just bought a Mask of Madness.
Ah, love to see it. This is the value item on this hero. Level 18 now, so he's got even more percentage-based damage on Earth Splitter. This could be huge, Winter. But again, I think still the hero to watch. We can hype up these items, and yes, Shanks is doing a lot of work in these fights, Winter, but I don't want to undermine how much damage that Tino is doing in these fights as well. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with him, as 423 learned. He did 5,000 damage. They get baited there by the illusion of Bob, Manta style there, kind of spooking Execration into breaking their smoke. Next Roche isn't for a minute, as we are 40 minutes into this game, 26-21, but it's Execration who are in the driver's seat of this game despite a net worth lead of 1K against them, which is nothing at this stage. Prism rotating around. 4-3 potentially looking for the backstab. Seaman would be a great jump now as Tsukimoto waiting in the trees, plants down the ward. They at least see Tino as they shoot forward now. The Swarm Beetles. Tsukimoto forced to use the time lapse here early on as Seimei nearly bursted through CML. Instead now, it's full initiation as Seimei uses the BKB. Tino now turning back as 4-2-3. He's getting absolutely
Shackle,
owned
2
right
men.
now by this Tiny. The Shackle onto 2. It's good, but 4-2-3, he's still just too tanky, refreshing that BKB. They cannot take him down. And look at Shanks. He's on the prowl looking for his targets, but it's really action on the back as Tsukimoto, just barely evades that Gleipnir, has another Shikuchi. He should be away. No heroes died, Winter. We didn't use Black Hole. We did use Shapeshift, however, and that's going to be running out here shortly.
Maybe I was
came out on top
surprised
in this
he
engagement?
didn't actually Black Hole there after the 2-man shackle. I felt like it was a good time for them to just try to commit and finish off the heroes. I mean, Razor was like at half health at that point. I think a little bit too conservative, not trying to commit for the kill there. They were just a little bit too afraid.
4-2-3, I think, realizing that he's in a bit of a weakened position. He's just going to send
are we
his
gonna
creeps
see
mid.
some Lycan stealing your base?
Wait, this is something, though. Careful, though. They're going to try and force the Ember to Remnant back. The smoke play now as Prism near their outpost looking for a fight. There's a ward here, though, by Execration right next to the outpost. It's almost scouted this Void Spirit, who's still covered by the smoke.
Oh,
As they see
4-2-3 pop.
Insanity
He's caught.
TPing away. All right, 4-2-3. They will be able to probably kill him here. Yeah, that double toss. There's no way he lives to do that. Does not have buyback either. And now Lewis, he's right back into this fight, but it's Seimei. Seimei trying to get these backliners put to sleep. He doesn't have BKB for 9 more seconds. And Tino, he's tearing him apart. Tino now sets his sights onto Bob, who does have more mobility at the very least. He's able to escape with that outer dissimulate ring. Meanwhile, off screen, you do have the Embers chasing down for Carlo, who is not going to be able to get off a Black Hole. He does have buyback. Seimei dies as well. Winter, this is problematic. That's 2 of your cores down just like that. And Denzanity, he's not even waiting for the Roshan. He wants to end the game. He's going to run right down mid. Blast through that Void Spirit's Dissemblate shield, that Resonant Pulse shield, just like that as Execration. Well, I mean, Roche isn't up yet. It's another long Roche timer, so they've got nothing better to do than to push your buildings.
Late game Tiny is gonna destroy your base. Like one fight, you lose one fight against this hero, late game, your base is gone. It's gonna happen now. They
Seems
might
to be, not to
be trying to force the buyback with the throne. Okay, never mind, they're already buying back.
There's one buyback. Execration up 1-0 in this lower bracket elimination series, Winter. There's room for them to make a mistake. But they won't make one here. They do get out just in time as Denzanity drops them the voice line. And Shanks as well with the Jenkins Classic. Now they're going to be looking for Roche, which still is not going to be up for another minute, Winter. It'll spawn just before 45 minutes, if my maths is correct. So they're going to have 15 seconds to kill it before Roche migrates to his winter home. That might be something.
Yeah, they have to go. They can't afford to give it away to Execration. I mean, if Tiny's banging on your base with Aegis, it's going to be too difficult.
Bob, he's activated this Amplify Damage rune. He is also 25, has the Astral Step crit talents taken. You also have Execration looking to push out. Will they just start ringing the doorbell? A high ground? They can. I think they will. Yeah, they're going to smoke into the base, start beating into these buildings. That will force back these enemy heroes now. And just like that, they've reset the positioning in this fight. Roshan spawns. Ember's going to see that. That's already taking the melee bears. That's a great 2-man shackle. Where's the Blink Black Hole, brother? Oh, no. We need some kind of initiation. We need a hero, but Shanks, he's been on the money here with the cancels. Now, this is going to be a problem for Shanks, as he does get at least a little bit of match community, but not enough. Bob takes him down, but it's Carlo who's going to be caught and killed. Tino and Denzanity waste no time to take him down. He does buy back instantly in this fight. It's a 5 versus 4 now. Seimei, he BKBs, turns and tries to take him down. As Tino, he's kind of taking 4-2-3 for a bit of a walk, but Tino, he's losing. He's on the losing end of this. Bob, he needs a little bit more regen. Bob, he's going down. He doesn't have the cooldowns there. He's taken down. Is there another 2-man shackles into the black hole? This time there's nothing to cancel it, but where's the damage? We need a little bit more damage. 4-2-3. He's still getting controlled as he is going to be muzzled and absolutely beaten to a pulp by Denzanity. Seimei doing what he can here, but the Amy on his feather. It's time for him to retreat. The 2-man shackles there by Lewis. He jumps in for full with the X after he's got so many remnants to play with now. Denzanity, he can't do it. They will do it. They finish them all off. Execration, the 2-0 victory for them. They go on into the next round.
Ooh, what an ending, you know. Some spells, some symphonies of spells being thrown like shackles from same angels. Really, really unfortunate that they couldn't really find the follow-up. Wonder what the Enigma was doing there, you know. Felt like it was again, you know, a right time to follow up with the two-man shackle, just drop your backhoe on top. Again, you know, really, really conservative, just waiting a bit too much, and like he got a pretty good backhoe in the end to 3 heroes, but his teammates are dead, you know, so no follow-up. And what's the point? And Excretion just with this moves forward, being again, you know, one step nearer towards the lower brackets finals, and hopefully they're gonna be able to get there.
Yeah, indeed. We are going to have to wait a little bit for Execration's opponent. That's going to be in our next match. Not too long, actually. It's a rolling schedule here. So Mike and John will be with us shortly for that Bleed versus TNC Predator series because Execration will be playing versus the winner of that one. Winter, let's go ahead and break down this game just a bit more, right? Just to kind of put it to rest. But seeing kind of some of the highlights here and the replays, I thought we were going to game 3. I was convinced here for a moment. But Execration, there comes a point where they hit their item timings, especially this refresher on Tino.
Refresher plus Aghanim on the earlier fights also kind of, I think, they executed the earlier fights poorly, Execration. They didn't go on the right heroes. Tiny was kind of like a bit, I think they were too hasty in deciding to fight. They needed to just farm a little bit more. Because they're lined up with the carry Tiny. If you go like full carry build, like no shadow bait, you're not going for pickoffs, it's gonna be slow. So everybody needs to just red pack there and just farm and just wait for that timing. I think the Little Friends kind of became useful at one of the fights, but I think overall I would have much preferred if the Enchantress went for more like damage build, because you need to do damage when the Tiny is getting focused or the Razor's getting, because the other heroes need to be able to do damage.
I see. Yeah. Was there something that Prism, could they look to have applied more pressure at some points? Do you think there needed to be a little bit?
They didn't have enough conviction. When they had their opportunities with the Shackles, they needed to just go, because you have a Lycan carry, right? Your hero is not going to get stronger the longer the game goes.
Yeah.
You're running into a Tiny. Tiny is going to just beat your ass up in the late game. So you just have to go when the opportunity presents itself. You can't just be afraid to die, you know, you just have to go, you know, especially on Carlo. I think this game he was just mainly way too scared to use his black or way too scared to die. Sometimes
I mean, this is the fight that turns things around here. Yeah, and then from here, Carlo, like you say, he blinks in here.
He blinked on the high ground to get the stun. Again, you know, he just needed to wait a little bit more, be patient, and get a black hole, and like sure. Here he gets like I think a 3-man black hole, but it was just a little too late, right? Your
late.
Your teammate already has BKB on cooldown, they can't commit, and you're going in, sure, you get a black hole, but it's not enough, you know?
Bob's dead. Bob's dead at this point. It's a good black hole. And here it is.
Actually on 2, not on 3. Right? Without Midnight Pulse, so yeah. I mean, I don't really want to blame him on one person, but he just clearly needed to be more crazy with his jumps, you know. Your teammate gives you an opening, you just need to be brave, you know, just take it, you know. I mean, you're already 1 game down. What more can you lose, you know? Just go, you know. Win together, lose together.
That's right. Well, it will be a loss here. You can see Lewis and the rest of Execration very excited, very hyped, as always, out of their seats after winning this game. Winter, they are only 2 series away now from getting into the International 2024. In fact, that Snuggie almost came off. My goodness, was Same so freaking or sorry,
next game we might see a big Rambulan match again. If TNC can get through their game against Bleed, we might see TNC against Excretion, you know.
Oh no, Winter, that's the only 2 Filipino stacks here at this point still in the game, but making a run for at least a top 3, potentially top 4, and 4 through 6, I think, is going to be 4th and 5th in this lower bracket. They can get it done. They certainly can. They can prove their stuff, but it's a tough opponent there. Standout player here, would you say it was Lewis? You understand? Would you respect that? I think he did well.
I think at different points of the game, you have a different standout player. In the early game, yes, I agree. Lewis, he kind of kept everything together. He was like doing a really good job pressuring the Void Spirit, controlling runes, and he was making rotations to help the Razor. I think he did a good job in the early game. But then when he came to the mid game, I think the Razor kind of shined in the team fights when he got his refresher. He wasn't like rich, he wasn't rich, but when he got his timing, he was strong. And that kind of gave
Exactly.
the tiny Danzanity a lot of room to farm, and eventually he was unkillable. He stood his ground, he killed everything, and game ended,
Yeah, game ends, and yeah, I mean, I guess that's the difference of the conviction between the two teams, right? We talked about how last game Danzanity at one point says, "I am strong." We go in and we fight. He buys the rapier at the end of the game, and compared to Team Prism, who just seemed to lack a little bit of it. And, well, ultimately, we have a repeat of the result of the Relog Esports series where we have the 2-1 victory there. Again, Execration advancing to the lower bracket round 4. They await their opponents now of our next match. That is Bleed Esports versus TNC Predator. Don't forget, folks, at the end of the day, we have Aurora versus Talon for our first qualification slot. But we are going to be going for a switch of talents and a quick break. It's going to be My Little Pony and John X Fire taking you through our last series of the day. We'll be back tomorrow, but make sure you stay tuned for the Rambulan between Bleed Esports, kind of a Rambulan, and TNC. Catch you later.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
You
Welcome back to the road to the international SEA qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. It is Tito Mike and of course Kuya John joining you here for our next series of the day between TNC Predator and the side of Bleed Esports. Jonathan, people in the chat making fun of me already, but I want to ask straight off the bat. TNC, this team obviously been performing fantastic here up against Bleed Esports. It should be a fantastic matchup. Would you not argue that, John?
It should be. Funnily enough, when those open qualifiers were happening, Kuku was talking about potentially what enemies they'd face in that first round. They were less worried about going up against... They were more worried about going up against something like Bleed, right? And Bleed have gone a little bit further here in the lower bracket, getting knocked down a little bit earlier than you'd expect, but still should be a tougher opponent for TNC, who have clean sweep every single opponent that they have faced up against first. So
allow me
should be a good time
to interrupt you for just a moment, Jonathan, because I have just noticed you are wearing a new t-shirt, or not a t-shirt, you're wearing a new shirt today, Jonathan, and I must add it does look fantastic. Yeah, very nice shirt, John. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. It's outside of the scheduled shirts because I reached into the other cabinet, so it's not easy to reach. We'll be back in schedule for tomorrow, Mikey. Don't you worry, as we are already in this draft as well, right on schedule with what we've got to open up with. Yes.
I love the fact that Bleed Esports banned Tinker. Go on, John. What is it?
Yeah, I love the respect for what Yo has done. Hawk's trying to get comfy now. Has a nice blanket covering his side. Very nice of him. No crunching actions this time. I do not know. There's something about Cox that
There's something about this band.
I don't know, just drags you into it. Okay, Yo is feeling himself a little bit more serious here on Bleed. I did notice as well, Emo is still constantly using 423 as his profile picture and his name.
Good.
So Zeal says they're best friends. So maybe Emo will channel some of that 423 energy.
What is he doing?
He's
What is he eating?
Bad.
That must be the
flossing, cleaning his teeth.
He's flossing on broadcast. Are you kidding me? I mean, who
Look like,
flosses
hey.
on broadcast? It's like, oh, yeah, let me just quickly clean my teeth, boys. It's been a couple days. Let me
Yeah.
just get the floss out. What? Who does that?
Hey, dental hygiene is important, Mike. This is a heads up from Emo. Be very well aware. Maintain your teeth, guys. They don't grow back. You know, there's no procedures to regrow
Actually-
enamel when it's damaged. So take care of them.
Actually, recently I did read up that apparently there is a drug now that does regrow teeth. So you are actually incorrect, Jonathan. Currently in trials.
I'm
I don't
pretty
know
sure. Yeah,
10
like
seconds
it's
remaining.
all of that's experimental, and chances are none of us are going to be able to afford a drug that regrows teeth. I don't know if it even regrows teeth. That sounds insane. Maybe animal growth, which
I'll
is
tell you
I
what,
don't
John.
know.
You keep up that attitude, you're going to need to regrow some teeth, right? You better watch your damn mouth when you're talking to me. I apologize. That was an
How do you
unnecessary.
regrow teeth?
That was an unnecessary.
Like
threat, John.
scientifically, it's an interesting concept. Like this draft is Dark Willow coming out here for TNC, Bleed going with the Dark Seer for themselves. A nice little specialty pick for Zeal in the offlane. We have seen this hero be really impactful, and it does provide a lot of team fight. Does provide a lot of presence. Some good scaling to have on hand. I'm wondering what lane partner Bleed will want for that now to tie in with Paulson. Or say they can kind of switch around on
10
4 and 5, as we've seen a
remaining.
couple of times here. The most natural combinations are
5
stuff like
seconds
Tusk.
remaining.
Maybe a Weaver can be decent as well if they want to go this route for Bleed. Open enough for them to kind of consider what to pick up. We have seen a lot of that Weaver in particular be highly effective, so I wouldn't mind it too much. They'll go with a Crystal Maiden pick up first. So really tying in some strong potential in their lanes. Say the safe lane now with a CM can be pretty overwhelming. A very winning hero here in Southeast Asia. 8 picks, 62% win rate. It has been having a great time. Again, you consider this with your Darkseer, Vac Wall into Freezing Field can be quite nice.
5 seconds
So the combinations are on hand to build on.
There's the Weaver coming out, of course. This is a support I think is just completely busting. You look at Jing, who is probably going to be playing that pos for Weaver, and I think Jing has been doing some fantastic work when it comes to this the support Weaver. To see the consistent Spirit Vessel rush, and after that, it's just a
10
bit of
seconds
utility.
remaining.
Yeah, you know, you can go Solar Crest, you can go the more farmy route into a Gleipnir.
5 seconds
Plenty of
remaining.
utility to be offered here by the Weaver, but Jing certainly has been doing some fantastic work when it comes to this hero.
That he has. And again, just the support duo already on hand for TNC looking pretty darn strong.
Radiant team
Not much really to say. The team fights are all tied in. They get the specialty Yoa Zeus out. Hasn't been a priority ban. Look at Yoa. He's feeling himself as well. He's in the groove. He's rocking out. Maybe not, he's not blasting the notes out like a bot would, but he's feeling himself.
I am confident that there's actually
10
no
seconds
music on,
remaining.
and Yo is just currently losing his mind. He is a tinker player, don't forget, Jonathan.
5
So
seconds
there's
remaining.
literally nothing in that head of his. He is just completely empty. Speaking of completely empty, the exact opposite. I don't know how they fit that bed into Emo's room, but my God, that is a close fit. I mean, props to whoever built that bed. Look at that, John. There's no wall space left.
Yeah, you know what Emo could use right now? He could use some galvanized steel, square steel with some eco-friendly wood veneers. Get some screws borrowed from his second aunt, and Emo's gonna be set. Maybe
thought
it's some of
that was
that
your
prize pool from
5
Copenhagen.
seconds
I thought that was your room for
I
a
have a
second.
little bit. My bed's not. There's like a meter space for my bed on like 2 sides. It's a little
Yeah.
bit roomier.
It is a
Still,
little bit.
we do have a lot of space coming out with a Spirit Breaker coming in here as well, so that should be your lane combination with the Darkseer. Double melee can be punished here by the side of TNC, but it has a lot of potential as you hit level 2, level 3. I'm keen to see which facet they do go for here. We have seen the knockback facet actually do a ton of work, so
Yeah.
it might not be the worst thing in the world.
10
It does feel like the
seconds
charge
remaining.
facet is fairly straightforward though, and they will go into the Ember pickup now as well.
5 seconds
For Emo to
remaining.
lane into the Zeus. Ember versus Zeus is It's relatively unchanged. Zeus can still mull through your Flame Shield just fine, but Ember isn't completely knocked away. They'll go for the Slardar now for Cox. So Slardar and Weaver Lane. Lots of minus armor to play with here on TNC's side. Good amount of burst, especially for the back line. Like you catch something like the CM out, it's just going to get deleted, no problem. You have some good initiation coming out now as well, in conjunction with your Dark Willow, Bedlam on a Slaughter Blink in. Gonna be nice and quick once those timings are online here for TNC. And does enable your safe lane now for Palos to go any direction. I'm surprised Bleed bans out the Pudge. I mean, it's a good solution for the illusion spam from the Darkseer, but considering what happened to Palos last time with the Pudge, I'm not sure if that's a consideration for TNC at all.
Oh, that's a fair point. Poor old Palos. He just can't catch a break, this poor guy. He's a great guy, by the way. In case anyone's wondering, Palos is a really, really nice guy. In fact, he's one of the only pro players from SCA that had the audacity to actually say hello to me and address me by name, Jonathan. I got to give him props for that. He is a very, very nice young man.
He is. He's also maybe shyer than you'd expect a carry player to be. To be fair, Jackie's also not the most outspoken fella in person as well. Just feels like our Southeast Asian carriers are fairly shy outside of like maybe 23. I think he's the exception to that. Do you see the rest of these core ban outs? Lifestealer being banned out. Tiny banned out earlier. What is left here for Palos? It does feel like all the big solutions are kind of taken away. There's a Luna, but Luna to Darkseer can kind of feel awkward as those illusions form up.
Final ban to come. They are still looking for a Jackie hero. Intriguing as well, they actually ban out the Lifestealer on Bleed's end. I actually thought Bleed might go for that Lifestealer themselves, considering they do have a Spirit Breaker, but probably against the Slaughter off lane, they don't want to really run the risk of having a hard lane there with the LS, so they just get rid of it instead. TNC Predator, final pickup to be made. Palos is the one lacking a hero right now. See what Palos does get provided here by the Master. Of course, Mr. Cuckoo having a bit of a think as to what he would like to see. By the way, John, a bit of a different topic, but Venomancer, I couldn't help but notice some pro was playing with the other facet where you put wards on yourself.
Yeah.
It actually felt kind of busted. It was a pub game,
But
he was running around the map, just farming neutral camps, and they were getting deleted within like half a second. Like instantly deleted. It was actually impressive as they Phoenix. So it's a +1 Weaver.
Yeah.
That's alright.
And just switch the Weaver onto Palos. The lane into the Darkseer is manageable. You stand far away enough. It's not gonna be as annoying as I don't know, like the only options Palos had left really was like a Nog or a Terrorblade. Neither of those really feel good in this matchup, especially in lane. Same options still stand here for Jackie if you wanted to lean into either one of those. There's a very cheeky Alchemist pick as well if they wanted to go this route. Nothing else really pops up here for Jackie. Going back to that off topic of Venomancer. So the bad thing about, the Plague Carrier is that it doesn't scale as well as Noxious Plague, of course.
Sure.
But it is hilarious being run down by a lot of damage, and you can't kill the wards. You have to kill the heroes. That's the terrible part, right? The wards are just there, so they'll go for the Ursa. It's so funny. You see what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah.
I don't think we'll ever see it in a pro game because it's just way too early game focused, but it is so funny. And, the way the wards sit in the hero's model just looks hilarious. All stuck in their head. It's just the funniest thing.
I'm going to go out on a whim, John. Finally, you and I actually switch places here. I think we might actually see it one day. Because if you play like +3, and I know Veno's trash, but if you play +3 Veno, like the farming rate at which you can, it's kind of ridiculous how fast you can farm. I've witnessed it now, Jonathan. My eyes have been opened. I think it could be a possibility at TI. We shall see. Remember these words, Jonathan, as we are going to get into game number 1. More importantly, both these sides are playing to remain in the lower bracket and proceed through to the lower bracket finals where they can fight, or rather lower bracket semifinals, where they can fight for qualification into TI13. One of these teams goes home today, Jonathan. The other one does proceed. Who do you think has the better draft for game 1?
I'd say it's a little bit of a draw. There is some ways to kite around Jackie this game. You don't have the best egg clear outside of Jackie himself. So Cuckoo can have a pretty good time here just trying to burn heroes down. It is also... It's a Yoa Zeus. It's hard to call it against that. I think you do have enough backline jump here with a threat of charge, Woody Ember, and his remnants. It's not the safest game for Yoa. He will have to rush that BKB once more, but he has been very on point with adjusting his item buildup, as we've seen when he does pick up the Zeus. I'd say it's rather even. I think when it comes down to the lanes, you might be looking at slightly more aggressive lanes for the side of Bleed. Like it's an Ursa CM. That should win out, especially as approach level 3, level 4. Darkseer and Spirit Breaker is a little bit more passive in the first 2-3 levels. You're going to want to pull back, but once you hit those leveled spikes, Bleed does have early play lined up their way. So if Bleed can maintain that momentum, and really, I think the focal point has to be like Yoa's Zeus. You have to shut down this Zeus, especially before he gets the BKB. He's going to be a sitting duck to the charge. He's going to be a sitting duck to Emo, jumping around with these remnants. And we've seen what happens when Yoa gets a strong start. It's a little bit overwhelming, so they have to set eyes on that Zeus here early on.
See how it all pans out, Jonathan. Game number 1 officially underway between Bleed Esports and TNC Predator. And again, getting off this game 1 lead is a fantastic way to start off your day if you are either side, because this is an elimination match. One of these teams does have to go home, or rather stay home. So you don't want to be that team. Game 1. You want to gain that 1-game advantages. We've already got question marks being provided by Palos. What's the problem? What's happening?
No, it was I believe it was TNC that paused. They say ready, and I guess Bleed's not ready off TNC's pause. Are you muted? Hey, Emo, don't mute. What a start!
Should I all chat?
Oh, what a start!
Should we all chat? I mean, I guess we'll leave it for the admin. Oh, they say go.
There we go.
Okay. I think they actually legitimately muted them. I think they legitimately muted them.
I would not be surprised. I would definitely not be surprised if you mute yourself up against these boys on TNC. You can't fault them sometimes, Still, it feels like it's been a while. We had that in one for our Western Europe match just a long time ago, maybe around 2018, if you remember that period, Mike. It was an OG match.
That was hilarious.
It's been how many years? 6 years? 4 years? 4 years? No, 6. Yeah, around 6 years since then, Mike.
Yeah, beautiful.
Ah, beautiful.
We got old, John. What can you do? We got old. Well, in fairness, we already were kind of old. We're just getting older.
Yeah.
It's not very nice.
Can't go backwards, Mike. Just grow older.
Oh, you can. I tend to quite often. Looks like we're going to go for a first blood attempt here between these two teams. TNC Predator, they're going to head down towards the southern bounty rune in that Radiant jungle, see if they can find themselves a quick pickup on the bounty. However, Bleed Esports, they are going to be waiting to see if Cox does remain around, as we have a pause coming out.
Again?
Okay, Jing now having problems. Interesting. I don't believe they see each other yet. I'm pretty sure Paulson is not spotted. Well, I mean, obviously they can see, they saw Cox, but Bleed Esports have not been scouted out.
Yeah, they have not yet been spotted under night vision. So they could still go for this play onto Cox.
Sticking around.
Cox.
Jackie going to reveal himself now. Cox still going for the bounty rune. Will be able to get away with it. In fact, 4 bounties. The way of TNC to get started, but Cox is still in huge trouble. He'll get a stun off. He'll try to run, but the Frostbite will be able to lock him down. And First Blood does go the way of Say. The Bleed Esports, they give up 4 bounty runes, but they do get First Blood.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent time. Unfortunate that the goal does go to Se, but yeah, you take what you can get considering you lost all bounties. It kind of compensates just a little bit. To see him with additional mana regen in lane is going to be annoying to deal with. So there is that to at least strengthen the lane out there for Jackie. Taking a look at that mid lane once more. Emo up against Yoa, Zeus versus Ember. This isn't completely unplayable for Ember, but certainly not an easy time. You at least still get your lingering Flame Guard to clear out the creep waves. But Yoa's not going to be held back here whatsoever, unless Emo decides to really play hyper-aggressive once Yoa's out of mana. This is sort of down to the bottle usage as well, sustaining true on harass for both sides. I'm keen to see how often. Again, both sides kind of contest like even into the 4-minute water rune. It does feel like you have a lot of potential here, more so on bleed. If Paulson gets some levels up and, you know, starts to get some space when Zeal can be comfy soloing, that mid lane can get a little bit explosive. Although Paulson, again, he's going to have to play a little bit more passive up top. It does take levels for the Darkseer Spirit Breaker to get active. At the same time, TNC for Cuckoo and Palos on a Weaver Phoenix, they don't really have kill potential here either, so you're just going to be sitting back. You're more than happy to farm, but you do have to prevent too much EXP here.
Say picking up his second kill of the game already on this Crystal Maiden as Jing does go down. Oh, this is the one lane I think for Bleed that can prove to be extremely potent. The classic CM versus CM Ursa lane, and we're seeing it again. Cox goes for a stun. He'll be okay for now, but the aggression certainly will not be slowing down anytime soon. I don't think here for Jackie, though. As I say that, he does get stunned up. Chase is on. Jackie might get punished, and he does. Jing with a bit of revenge here on the Dark Willow, though Cox still in trouble, but does get the stick charges and will be able to get away. But a very explosive lane already between these two teams.
And again, that's to be expected. You're running an Ursa CM. Seg gets first blood, so he gets the early Basilius. He has a lot more mana regen, opting for the Arcane Aura as well. So he can sustain off the spell spam, getting extra uses out of that Frostbite to isolate Cox. You will have to be careful about your spacing here, especially as Jackie approaches level 3, level 4. That kill threat grows even higher. And the area denial from Jing is really important in trying to keep this lane playable somewhat for Cox, but overall a very slow start for a Slardar in comparison. I don't think you mind that too much considering how much Yo is getting mid though. Like the way this Zeus is holding lane, like 16-5 up against the Embers 10-0. Again, it's to be expected, but they did pick the Ember into the Zeus, and I mean, you're seeing the results. Again, they're not able to contest for these water runes just yet. Paulson does have level 2, but ideally you'd want level 3, level 4, so maybe a play on to around 5 minutes into the first power rune instead. I don't think, again, like considering what you're gaining on the map, despite this aggressive bot lane, as long as this Zeus is building up, that does feel like where the tempo for TNC tends to come from anyway.
It's feel that way. I mean, obviously Emo later on should have his way with Yoe, but for now, Yoe having a very good time on this mid Zeus's top lane. The swarm thrown out, not really mounted to too much here. Palos just kind of taking warning shots at Paulson and Zeal. Palos has had a very good time on this safe lane Weaver. No real contest being applied his way. 21-3 in terms of the CS score. It doesn't really feel like it's going to get harder as time goes on either for Palos. It seems like he's going to be just fine to continue this pretty dominant style of game as mid lane. Emo now dropping quite low. He'll go for the water rune. It looks like he will be able to get away with it as Yoe will be charged up by Paulson, but they'll cancel the charge. Just happy that the Ember does survive.
But that does waste a little bit of a rotation potential. Hey, I suppose you don't mind giving Zeal all of the solo EXP. It does hurt the Spirit Breaker quite a fair bit, but I guess he does have his innate with a herd mentality. He should be able to soak up some free XP, eventually reaching parity with the rest of his team at some point. Still, 2-1 bleed having decent enough times, at least for Jackie's lane, but elsewhere it is looking a lot better for TNC, the mid lane again. And as you mentioned, Palos up top, just having fun. Like the kill potential again for bleed on Zeal and Paulson does take quite a few levels to come online. And you're up against a speedy Weaver, you're up against a range support as well in the Phoenix, but that can dive away if the threat is on, so isolating out the top lane doesn't feel as feasible as you'd want it to be, considering how aggressive a Darkseer can get in threatening a lane with level 2 Iron Shell. I suppose, again, with Jackie getting such a decent start, the Battle Fury timing shouldn't be held back too badly. Once you hit that, plus Blink BKB, find a pickoff into Roshan, or just sneak into Rosh. There's enough space. That can also boost the tempo up here for Bleed, and again, it doesn't feel like Cox can really do much to stop Jackie from just finding that farm here anyhow.
Another charge. Yoe, he's going to get chained up here by Emo. He needs the help ASAP. Paulson had the Iron Show applied to him as well for that added bit of damage onto Yoe. But he will be okay. Bit of a tango provided here by the boss. Yoe, he's still going to have that 6-minute power rune to try and fight over. Though I don't know how confident he's going to be to try for it against Emo and Paulson on the breaker. But Cuckoo is still going to stick around as bottom lane, a bit of a fight to break out. Looks like they'll be okay. Meanwhile, Emo, he does pick up the amp damage. So the Ember getting a nice little rune for himself. Probably could think about making some rotations, but it seems though he will just activate it for the sake of fun.
Yeah. Does hit level 6 now as well on Emo. With the chain gang, does make it easier, much easier to isolate out Yoel though.
Oh, Jackie, he's already down. Say in trouble. Say will go for a run, and it seems like Yo is not going to die. He runs out of mana on the Zeus, doesn't really care for the CM kill. As long as he sees Jackie die, he'll be more than happy.
And that's the kind of kill you're looking for here. Good movement out, going from the bounty. Then doesn't even need to really be there since he killed with a Thunder God's Rat, but more than happy to soak some extra there on the side. Again, this Zeus starting to get a little bit more than you'd want it to. Already melting through Emo, forcing this issue, but does have a Remnant out at the least, playing on edge. That will force him all the way back to base and maybe Remnant back in. Again, all of this movement focused down bot and on mid has been freeing up the top lane for Palos. Zeal is getting a decent amount of farm going here as well for Darkseer. Double bracers already up. Has the quick wit once more, so he's getting a lot of bonus bonus int from having so many bracers, so he's getting a lot more attack speed as well. Love that positive feedback loop for Zeal. But it is going to take some time until we feel the impact of this Darkseer. Still, they have been focusing on mid again.
They will try on Yoe. He's got the Heavenly Jump available. In fact, he'll turn around, cancel the charge first, but he will die. Emo does get him with that max slider fist damage. Emo looks like he should be fine. In fact, he'll turn onto Cuckoo now. Cuckoo will be able to back his way out just fine. But Emo being a real nuisance here on the mid-ember, just diving the Zeus and once again making life a little bit hard for Yoe. And that's going to be the first death for Yoe this game.
Again, that pressure is on the right spot. Focusing on that Zeus, finally finding some punishment. Got an opportunity for Cox here, but still have the protection of Jing. Still already a lot of damage being applied on that bot tier 1. It's not like the Slaughter is an amazing pusher in the first place. They are just pressuring hard onto Jackie, trying to slow down while they can. Love what Zeal's doing, just sneaking into the jungle, stealing away some camps. They've already blocked some camps as well, so preventing any sort of easy access points in the forward camps here for Palos to build up on. Again, just ramping up this timing for the Aura build-up that looks like Zeal might be trying to gun for. The aggression is starting to kick in. Again, Paulson, with Herd Mentality, is already level 5. So he has a lot of threat, especially as he approaches 6 with the bonus EXP he's getting. Can start to even consider making just constant movements onto mid. Doesn't feel like Yo is the most well-protected at the moment here.
Yo is actually being dived as we speak. Paulson, I mean, he had the Iron Shell again, but he does not want to dive into that tier 1 mid tower, so he'll leave him be. This is why Emo probably asked for the the Ember pick to begin with, is the Zeus eventually will start to have a few issues when it comes to this hero. Sure, the laning stage was a little bit dire for Emo, but he has certainly caught up quite nicely, keeping on even parity with Yoe. I doubt it's going to get too much harder here for the Ember. Like, Emo's now gotten through the hardest part of the game for himself, as now he'll jump Cuckoo in the mid lane. Cuckoo able to just Icarus dive away. The sleight of fist barely not enough. But they've got the charge vision. They'll keep going. Meanwhile, Emo in a bit of trouble as Yoe will try to burst him down. They'll take down Cuckoo, but they'll lose Emo. Emo is out of there just fine as Yoe now being nether struck by Paulson, but it's not enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Emo still having to recover from that deeper dive. And Phoenix not able to contribute in the chase for Yoe. We'll take the freebie kill down bot. Just a little bit of pressure onto Jackie.
He's going to be okay. He'll just pop the Enrage and survive through the bashes that were incoming from Cox. Meanwhile, mid lane, just Emo looking so confident behind that T1. In fact, the T1's already gone. Just farming so deep on the Ember, knowing they can't really lock him down. I think this is a very concerning sign now for TNC Predator, because you've got your mid-pick Emo, who's probably going to start popping up.
And he is. You don't have the best lockdown for the Ember outside of this blink timing that we're looking for from Cox. So Emo's going to be free to do what he wants for quite a fair bit of time. It's going to be hard to really put a dent in that. Lines drawn up top, looking to start to apply some pressure onto Palos. Palos himself is going for the full Desolator first. So he wants to play with a minus armor they are getting with Cox. Just try to look for some physical burst play here, slowing down his farming pace without something like the Maelstrom. or his early fight presence, of course, with something like a fast Urn on F1. But he is being allowed to farm this freely. His tower is under pressure. It doesn't quite look like TNC care to defend. They've already taken bot in exchange. I think they have this understanding on TNC that the side of Bleed is ready to go. Again, they've got the levels up. Dive on Cuckoo.
I think the big knockback as well, but Yoe's here. Emo's going to be a little bit cautious. He'll try to remnant away, but they've got the kill. Oh, Emo, he'll get tipped here. Cuckoo letting him know it was all a bait all along. There's plenty of time for TNC to try and respond because they were trying to search for the Phoenix for quite a while. This time TNC do successfully punish.
That's a big kill for Yoa to find. Just having this goal to finish up the full phylactery, a little bit more mana, a little bit more HP to play with. Curious what Yoa goes for next. Again, normally he goes for the Yashikaya. It does feel like he might want something defensive, either a Yules or a BKB after Akaya, just for some burst. Does get himself a nice haste rune here as well to play with. There's some opportunities that can open up for the side of TNC, but all things considered, they still have egg.
Can they get him? No, they can't. The Brambles didn't actually land. Jing did. He was ready for the Terrorize. He trusted that the Brambles would lock Emo down there for a split second, but it wasn't quite enough. As now Yoe still chasing Emo down. Emo, the Remnant, it's very, very slow, but the freezing field from the backside, Say trying to save him. Yoe, he's out of there for now. He'll find Emo. The Nether Strike, oh, it's not it. Paulison is down. Palos will take him out. Yoe somehow survives. And more tips are being given to Emo. Oh my goodness, TNC Predator. This is kind of the thing with this team. You know, they get the mental advantage over you. When the tips start flying out, you've got to start getting worried.
Yeah, and again, remember how their run in Riyadh Masters happened when they were playing up against Bleed. They were spamming that Bleed for Me voice line. That's why they had them all muted. You know, so you know the mutes are there, but it doesn't stop the tips. Hopefully, you know, Bleed hold out in that as they charge.
Palos, I mean, he's a great target if you can take him down, but Palos is perfectly fine. In fact, Polison's now the one in danger. Not sure what the idea was there from Polison. She almost gets taken down here by the right click of Palos, but he's going to be all right. He'll make his way out. Maybe just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance towards that Pos 1 Weaver. Speaking of now, Polison and Say, they'll head down towards the mid lane with the smoke up on 2. They'll just hang behind Emo by the looks of it. Try to use Emo as bait. Yoe might take that bait. In fact, Yoe, he'll show up. He'll reveal himself on that Zeus. I'm not really sure if you want to take this risk, though. We've seen this before. Yoe, he'll cop another strike. He's still he's on the low ground. This could be scary, but Polison might just fall. Yoe, he'll get to the high ground. They've got to try and take him out, surely. Freezing field, they've finally got him. It's Cuckoo. He'll drop the air. Cox trying to save Cox. No. Cuckoo is down. Emo might fall, though. They'll get him with the Dark Willow. Cox in trouble. Cox being chased here by Jackie. The Terrorize. It'll barely land by Jing. So Cox will survive. Emo will get tipped again by Cuckoo. And this is it. They know who to aim. They are focusing Emo. They are trying to break down the mentality of Emo.
That they are. Full focus on him. They trade fairly equally. In fact, a little bit better for Bleed considering the slight net worth advantage that you do have on TNC. But it doesn't matter to TNC. The fact that they trade equally does make that all the better. The higher knockback from Paulson does barely clip Yoe down, but still having the Heavenly Jump does make that a pretty tough call. And makes that fight a lot harder, giving some opportunities to play back here, although Cuckoo is sacrificed. Just a little bit too late on the crush here from Cox. But still, you are buying some space out. I mean, you have to drag Jackie back in for that fight, but he does have Battle Fury. So at the least now, farming going forward, clearing out camps, it's going to be a lot quicker. And again, the threat for Roshan starts to open up a little bit more for Bleed. Once they have this blink up, maybe the BKB, again, depends on the state of the map at that point, but the options for that snowball for Bleed is starting to kick back in. Still, Palos has his full Desolator up, so if they connect with Cox now and get a good swarm going as well, the minus armor can be overwhelming to deal with, although Cuckoo.
They've got a nice... Whoopsie daisies, wrong way with the Nether Strike, but it shouldn't matter. Cuckoo will still die. Nice pick up by Polison, but here comes Palos. Palos maybe looking to see if he can find himself a bit of a straggler kill, but it's like he does miss out for now as the rest of Bleed do head directly south. And it seems as though they're going to be just fine as TNC, they'll have to just allow Cuckoo to die for nothing. I wonder if TNC are concerned though, because Palos and Yoe are still top 2 net worth. Like, Jackie has gotten to the stage now where he is onto the Battle Fury into the Blink. So his farm is going a lot faster than it was just earlier on. But comparatively to the Weaver, like, Palos is having a great old time.
That he is. I don't think you're too concerned on TNC. The main concern is going to be Roshan, but they are maintaining tempo to keep hunting before that Roche happens. And again, they're connecting with Cox. They've got the minus armor strat lined up. You're getting this fast timing on Yoa. Has the shard flying in into the BKB. So again, changing up the itemization, just going for Kaya Phylactery into shard BKB, knowing that he needs some defense here from all the hold that Bleed has. It won't quite save you from, say, a Nether Strike if Paulson does manage to find an angle in. It does still provide more play opportunity here for Yoa. Smoke does not amount to much. Game state is still rather equal. I do appreciate the forward vision setup here from Bleed as well, just watching the top and watching the river. A good line across to give some ideas as to where TNC is running about right now, and are just completely avoiding. With this kind of setup on the map, it is a prime opportunity for Jackie to consider that Roche is getting just enough gold for the Blink off this camp. So they could look for it if they set up the wards for it, and they do. This could be their time for Roche while TNC's a little bit scattered around.
They might try for it here. I mean, Jackie just picked up the Blink to boot, so it's a pretty nice power spike for the Ursa with the Blink up. They'll go straight towards the Roshan pit, and I do not believe TNC Predator are very well aware of this happening. So even drop the freezing field, no wasting time. Just an immediate Roshan attempt here from Bleed Esports. And indeed, TNC Predator, they're going to be literally nowhere near the pit. So no contest to come. Bleed will take this first Roshan for free. And that'll be a pretty big win for them. Something they definitely need.
And a secondary life to Emo as well, who will be diving forward. Don't mind us too much. I think Jackie's still going to be able to stay true, especially as the BKB starts to come online here for the Ursa. I'd much rather have this great jump potential from Emo lined up for. Some pressure onto the mid from TNC, but Fortify will stall. They will try for his smoke out here on Bleed. Again, no defensive wards from the side of TNC, so very dark in that top vision here.
Palos does get the charge cancelled here with the Brambles Maze. Emo trying to find a chain target, will chase the Dark Willow, but the Terrorize is going to fly out, and Palos, thinking about going back in, does get out with the Sakuchi. They'll chain him up though. Palos may be in a little bit of danger, but Cox is going to move in, and the time-lapse away will be there. Ooh. Meanwhile, Emo, he lost a lot of HP for one right-click of Palos. It's the minus armor between Cox and Palos with the Desolator. It's pretty ridiculous how much minus armor they can provide.
It's a ton of damage. Even with a Swarm on as well. Just even one tick off the Swarm amps up that damage by a huge degree. Just not able to play off the back foot. Again, you've got 2 lives here on Emo, and Bleed are still looking to fight under these boards.
They've got Jin. Jin being charged, but the charge is actually cancelled as they'll go for Cuckoo instead. So Cuckoo will go down. TNC Predator, they'll group up, but it seems as though Bleed Esports pretty happy with that kill. They'll take what they get. They'll back their way out. No need to rush the game. And it's still a very even game between these two. I mean, just a very slight net worth lead the way of TNC Predator. But certainly with the Aegis up on Bleed Esports, they are the ones trying to apply the big pressure.
That they are. The one big concern I have for Bleed is if this game holds a little bit too long, like they're not able to press this advantage, which they are trying, to be fair, but eventually you're going to hit this point where you've got 2 supports with Ults on hand. You're going to have BKBs coming out for Fox and for Yoe, and suddenly this initiation you have with Charge Forward isn't going to be as effective with the Ult saves or the Ult interrupts options here for TNC. I already have the 1 Ults up. Cuckoo still lacking gold for his. Eventually will be there. Yoe, BKB is still a couple of parts away, same with Fox. But it is very difficult to play in. Again, the ideas here from Bleed are great. The wards are nice to help set up for this aggressive play up top, playing across the river. But TNC, they've got utility to kind of help with that. They've got Thunder God's Rat to just scout around, give a rough idea as to where Bleed are trying to play. And they're comfy with this farm game. They're comfy with just dodging this Aegis and stalling for time.
Why the hell not? It's the way to play it. Just wait for the Aegis to expire before you do get going. Maybe there comes a concerning point once Jackie does have the BKB into the Basher up on the Ursa. The Basher does tend to be the point at which the Weaver does start to get a little bit afraid as to the control the Ursa can provide himself. So Palos actually going to reveal himself down at this bottom lane to boot, but there'll be no charge to come out from Paulison. Palos not actually opting to go for anything like a Lincoln Sphere either on the Weaver quite yet as well, I might add, which is a pretty popular item to pick up against the Spirit Breaker, but I suppose Palos hasn't really felt the need for it yet.
I think they feel well protected with just the yields. Jing?
Should be dead here. Emo, be able to follow him down. The Yule Scepter will be out. The Curse Crown will lock Emo down there for a second, though they do lose Jing, but here comes the smoke. A 4-man smoke from TNC Predator. They'll make the jump in on Save first, so Say on the Crystal Maiden really can't survive this initiation, I do not believe, as Palos will take care of the kill. So 1-for-1 of the supports. In Bleed Esports, it does not seem like they're interested in a fight, even with the Aegis up.
No. And that's one big part of their hold right now on the side of Bleed, outside of the chains coming out from the Chain Gang still. Just charging back to the wave. Not really looking for anything bigger. Egg is still ready for TNC if they decide to force something big here.
Ooh, Emo's going. I mean, Cox, he's stuck around, though. Cox is a pretty tanky target. They'll drag him back up with the vacuum, but he's still alive. They'll knock him back now, but Cuckoo with the Sunray healing him up. Cox finally going down, but what's it going to cost? Palos on the backside. He's got Zeal down on the Darkseer. Jackie's going to go for the man fight against the Weaver, but Palos will chase him down. Jackie has to run. This is not the fight they wanted. Emo in the meantime. Emo in trouble. He'll remnant away, but he's still going to lose that first life. The Aegis is gone. Can they get him a second time? They cannot. Cuckoo will die to Emo, and Emo will successfully get his way out. A team fight very back and forth, but it actually is in the favor of TNC.
Works out their way. They take away the Aegis. They find 2 kills. They're getting some charges, more charges up for Palos, who's, and considering this Desolator, it has been pretty slow in getting that added damage. Now it's starting to ramp up a little bit more. And without the Aegis to protect Emo, it does get fairly awkward. Like, even this decision to give it to Emo made it awkward for Jack to fully commit with a jump forward, trying to look for a burst. Without that Basher, it just doesn't feel like you can really hold down Palos just yet and threaten. And that's TNC taking that fight without popping the egg on Cuckoo. Didn't find a big opportunity to use it, and it still works out for TNC very roughly there. Bleed are still able to get some wins out of that and keep the game rather even. But the Aegis being gone does provide some more time here for TNC. They can, again, play a little bit more defensively. They could start to consider a Roche fight as well. I think that's going to be the big aspect. If they can contest Roshan, like get a good crush, get a good egg usage out from Cuckoo in the middle of the Roche pit, that fight can go very wonkily for Bleed if the position isn't quite correct. So, and again, TNC's building into that point where they've got the tools to fight. They've got the fresh BKB up on Yoe. They've got the BKB still one part away for Cox. Could be a good target here if they fully commit.
They're going. Cox realizing something is a little bit wrong. He is going to be able to successfully back towards the tier 2 tower and will remain just fine. Blade Esports, I mean, they're still hanging around this top left side of the map. Maybe already thinking about the next Roshan attempt, but that's still going to be a while away.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, you really do get somewhat concerned about Bleed when it comes to Palos. Like this Weaver, you saw that last fight, Palos just had no fear. Rushing in, trying to find the back, and with the amount of damage he does provide, it's pretty ridiculous how quickly he can take these calls out. Like Zeal on the Darkseer, he got like 3 hit to death. It was pretty ridiculous.
And that's him with a full Guardian Reeves. That little bit extra armor and regen is just not quite enough to sustain true. He's going for a full plate mail, perhaps a Lotus or a Shiva's AC buildup. Either one kind of works. Any of them works here for saves on the side of Bleed. The plate mail alone should provide a little bit more durability for Zeal. Again, Bleed is hugging together very tightly. They're not able to work the map as effectively as TNC is. They're just scattered all over the place. Farming confidently on Palos, farming on Cox, farming on Yoe. Whereas Bleed is just kind of clumped around her wards. Like, they're trying to play it off this ward vision up top. It really hasn't paid off. TNC has not really hugged that area whatsoever. At least that specific jungle between the top and mid tier 2s. And every moment where you're not picking off, again, it just feels like you're allowing TNC to hit critical mass. You're going to have an additional yields on Cuckoo soon. You've got the full BKB up for Cox, so double BKBs are set to go. You've got a Chrysalis up on Palos, who freely takes a tier 2 now. Could go in straight into the Daedalus with his shard up. We've seen what the Weaver can do hitting this timing. It just melts heroes. Now you've got the Yashakaya as well for Yoe. Even more damage coming out here from our Zeus. Going straight into a Sight of Vice. Love this read from Yoe, just more control. Roshan, a minute away. You've got the ward set up around this area to cut off TNC, so
Yoe
might be able to take this fight into Roche.
This will be a big fight if they can catch Yoe first, but Palos is going to show up in Evo. He does get stunned up. He'll get the start of pissed off. He'll be able to remember away as now Cox does go down. Jackie will take down the offlane Slaughter. It's a great start for Bleed Esports. He did have to commit the BKB on the Ursa for that, but it'll be well and truly worth it. Roshan up in 30 seconds. It's Bleed now looking for a little bit more. Emo going to try and bait them forward. Does get the Glaive Nerve onto a couple, but the Bramble Mace making it harder. Now the Terrorize. Yoe, he'll jump in. They've got Emo down. The Ember is dead. Say will try to get out. Palos will leave him be. Meanwhile, Zil still being chased here by the other side. As they will take down Paulison. Meanwhile, Palos being chased by Jackie does get taken down. Jackie gets him. They're on a Yoe now. They want that mid-Zeus gone. Meanwhile, Zil, he does die in the dark sea. Jackie's still trying to go after the Zeus, has picked him up. Yoe goes, so does Jing. Jackie will salvage the team fight for Bleed Esports. I'll tell you what, it looked really bad after Emo died, but the Ursa does manage to make it happen.
And that's the one thing you can't risk. You have to be able to get some distance between Paulus and Jackie. You have to be able to try to kite around the Ursa as much as possible. Because once he's on top of the Basher, it just ends very badly. Paulus didn't quite have time-lapse off cooldown there as well. And off the back of that fight, Bleed have access into Roche. No egg to defend. Very, very prolonged fight, starting off with his pick-off onto Cox while they try to play aggressive on Crush onto Emo. But then Emo goes so damn far forward, not respecting it. They manage to cut off the charge from Paulson with a good Brambles out from Jing. And just get the one key target they have, leaving Paulus to just melt some of the softer targets. Still, very spread out once more. They managed to regroup. This is the big part. They regroup onto that jungle and they managed to get that jump on Palos. That just ruins the fight. With the back wall down,
Jackie.
You just can't hold that area.
Jackie, he's the one to jump. Cox was thinking about it, but he was underneath vision the whole time. They'll find Jing on the Dark Willow by the looks of it, though. Palos trying to help out, but Jackie just annihilates that Dark Willow so quickly. It's Cox, not out of the woods yet either. Jackie, though, not getting lucky with the bash. Cox will be able to walk his way out of there, but this Ursa is looking very, very scary at this stage.
That it is. Have a secondary life for Jackie, have the full Abyssal slowly being formed up here. The control is starting to get a little bit overwhelming for TNC, as they do just get bursted down in that window. Smoke out for Bleed, maintaining that pressure. One more pick-off can lead to even more objectives here. Cox and Palos showing down bot. Not quite in vision yet, but they've got the right ideas here in TNC. Still, gate usage for TNC should dodge this one out. Key things now for TNC, it does feel like someone needs to pick up a halberd. Cox is still going for an Ags instead, and they do have good forward vision that spots out Cox. Paulson just going to be annoying here. Not going to full commit. Doesn't risk it, but they have really good vision now. Like, they've had vision, good ideas behind the vision here, but...
I think he was just getting the vision for his team. I think he's thinking about carrying on up at this top lane. Paulson just waiting for Cox to show himself, and Cox will. Jackie waiting, they'll go for the charge out, they'll find the Slaughter, and eventually Jackie will be able to make the jump in. So Cox, well, he'll at least get a stun off, but the chains from Emo from a mile away is going to ensure that there's no escape here for Cox. You are now getting to that stage where Jackie will start to farm towards the Abyssal Blade, and again, that's only going to make matters a lot worse for TNC Predator.
And they at least managed to snag a Tormentor away, getting some free gold for themselves here on TNC, and will get their own as well. So 560 gold for each hero now. Pretty big boost for the side of TNC, considering the shortcomings they are up against, or they have on hand. And it does feel like someone needs to pick up a halberd here. Perhaps after this Ags comes in from Cox, the Yule's Ags. You just need a way to just constantly kite the Ursa. You've also got the side of Vice timing for Yoa, but it's still a ways off. Right now, it's really Bleed's game to play. Find the tier 1 tower bot. Might be able to find some pickoffs if they overextend here.
They may. They will not. You can see they do retreat. Clean Esports are looking toward the tier 2 bottom tower. They should have no problems picking this one up. It does not seem like anybody is really too interested in fighting on the low ground from TNC's end of things. Charge out though, looks like they have found themselves Yoe. That's a big pickup if they can get it, and Yoe, he will get caught by the charge of Paulson. Try to make a heavenly jump away, but it's going to be very hard to get away from Paulson. He's going to need some help right now. Paulson will tie Yoe. He'll BKB TP out, he's alright. Oh, Yoe's not stuck with Paulson. Paulson was stuck with him.
Oh, you have got to still respect the live wire. With the short, it's still a ton of right-click damage. Go Scepter to try to save from the right clicks, but that just leads to easier bursts with the Arc Lightning and Lightning Bolt. Does cost the BKB charge of Yoe down to 7 seconds. But you are just trying to dodge out here on the side of TNC. You can see how much magical pumped out there by Yoe. It can be a hard target isolated like that. Just a little bit too far for the rest of Bleed. Quick thinking from Yoe to just BKB TP out from the chains. Do have the Yules up now on Cox. So again, mass Yules here from the side of TNC to try to get some self-dispels on, or to just try to cut off the attack angles of Bleed so far. It is still looking easier for Bleed to play. Like, they've got the Lotus Orb up on Zeal to protect. They've got the threat of Vac Wall. They have insane reach with Pulse and Emo, and they've got all the damage in the world, and control with Jackie as well. With that Abyssal Blade up. TNC, they've got to play their cards right. It has to be a really good egg usage out, a big crush, good spacing for Palos. And all of that's easier said than done. Bleed has been on top. Their initiation angles are just so much easier.
They're still being very patient, not trying to force any kind of high ground attempt yet. Looking for a big pickoff first. And Palos will venture out through the top lane, so you could think about going for... Oh, he does have a Lincoln's anyway, so it's going to be hard to charge up the Weaver that quickly. Jing being a bit of a nuisance as well, pushing out the top wave, not allowing the push to come in from Bleed Esports. And this is that stage of the game, but we always talk about it, but you're waiting for the next Roshan. You're probably not going to go high ground without a pickoff being made first. And so Bleed, I'm very sure, are going to play a slow game for at least the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Just give it a wait. They've got all the lanes shoved mostly in their favor except for bot. No forward vision being set up by TNC around the pits. Very defensive ward usage right now for TNC. Just trying to prevent any losses closer to their high ground here. I'm not seeing the big item timings that you'd want for TNC. Again, they went very defensive with multiple Yules. They've got the Aether Lens up on Cuckoo, so with a hotspot, that is a lot more damage and healing coming out at max range if Cuckoo can position himself right. But it still feels overwhelming from Bleed. Again, just one more move into Roshan, high ground completely opens up. And for TNC, they have to play it right. They have to play it so perfect to find this angle in these engagements. Bleed, it just gets worse and worse, right? Like, you're going for the BKB on Emo next, so he's not going to be held back when he jumps forward. No real threat on him. Once that is up, Jackie going for the Octarine. Just to have Enrage constantly up and running, just have all the overpowers in the world, will instantly buy out. TNC go? Looking for a smoke play. Again, no forward vision, all very defensive wards from TNC, so the map is a little bit dark.
That it is. TNC Predator, they'll make their move up. Bleed Esports, they'll get some good vision down. E-wards are available if they do want it, but Cox will jump in. He wants Say on that C end of the Ghost Scepter. It'll buy Say a little bit of time. He will still survive for now, but the Sunray will eventually take him out. That's one. No buyback for Say. It's Bleed Esports trying to retreat, but Cox is on the chase. He has the blink up. He'll get locked down by the Glaive Beam. The Nether Strike is out. Now the back wall. Zeal catching two of them, but the X Sunray, it's going to make it too hard for Bleed. They've got to get out of there. Jackie is gone. Oh, Jackie is gone. Bleed Esports have only got Emo left. A rough team fight as Emo trying to TP. Cox will get it though. The Yule Scepter. Cox has found the final piece of the puzzle. Emo's trying to run, but Emo's down. Oh no. Suddenly Bleed Esports. You know, a bit of blood in the water, Jonathan, and TNC, they strike immediately.
It just goes southbound for Bleed. They can't get the BKB off from Jackie. The egg was in the perfect spot from Cuckoo to maximize the hotspot with the Aether Lens there as well. It looked a little bit dicey. Getting that Nether Strike off into a huge vac, catching Cox on the side. But the follow-through just wasn't there. Again, with the egg in such a good spot from Cuckoo, they couldn't focus it down with Jackie. So even if he popped that BKB, he would have still been stun-locked by the egg and melted away. That's the execution we need to see from TNC, and they get it done. They split that fight up. They lose Cuckoo. The nice pick-off from Paulson, but that's not enough to stop this.
Sadly, Yoed didn't have vision to cancel the TP. Missed the lightning bolt, but won't matter too much anyway. Suddenly, TNC 9k ahead in the net worth department, and well, the win probability just dipping right down. Bleed had about an 80% win probability just before that team fight. And now it's kind of gone the opposite way. TNC Predator, the ones in the lead of this game number one. Roshan is up in 15 seconds. There is not enough time for Bleed to really think about this. They've got to get to the pit. They'll four-man smoke up. They'll rush right towards the top left corner of the map where Roshan should respawn. Question is, do TNC want to force the fight? They've got 20 seconds without Cuckoo. He can buy back. I think they do want to fight this. Like, there's no way you give Roshan away for free.
They should understand that that's the big objective. They're not in position, though. Good boards from Bleed being sneaky around that camp on mid. Should be able to spot out that Cox isn't quite in position. Aurora will give this one away, but it will fall way too quick for the side of TNC to respond with the damage coming out here from Jackie.
They might respond, but they're coming. TNC, I think they've made it in time. Jackie should still have the Roshan, though, and does pick up the Aegis. Cheese his way as well. Terrorize not actually going to be fully committed by Jing. He'll hold off. The Cox looking for a target. Does see safe for a moment. They'll get the vision with the Thunder God's Wrath, and now Zeal will try to TP away. And in fact, Say, I love what Say just did. He just bounces forward to ensure he dies instead of his offlane Darkseid. You love to see. He just says straight up, I'm killing myself for you.
Yep. That's some necessary space. This Roche had to work for Bleed. Big bonuses coming out with the free Ags Blessing on hand. With Jackie having the Octarine, this is everything he could possibly ask for here on the Roshan. Although they will pass it over to Emo instead.
Paulson might regret taking that creep wave, or maybe not, because apparently they could not get vision over the man. So the Shadow Blade more than enough to allow him to walk out. So Paulson is okay. TNC Predator unable to really capitalize off this rotation down towards the bottom side of the map. And I'll tell you, I mean, suddenly this game is back to almost even, I'd argue, John. But with the Aegis cheese up on Bleed Esports, even with the net worth advantage TNC found, it really is back to anyone's game.
And it is. You do have some big tools here for TNC. They fully commit with Yoeb buying out the side of Vice. They've got that Horde control on hand, but again, you get the Ags Blessing on Emo. He's got fresh BKB on hand. Can be much more confident initiating for his team. For TNC, this has to go back to, again, perfect egg positioning, good target prioritization, and space for Paulus to just try to burst people in the backline. He has so much damage with that Daedalus fully up and the Nullifier to take off saves. They just need to work their positioning in these fights, still Bleed. There's some pressure on them to make use of this Aegis onto the high ground.
Jackie?
If they sit back and farm.
Hold on a minute here. Jackie's going to be a little bit wary. I mean, he's got the Aegis up, maybe even thinking about just baiting for his team. But the four-man smoke is there. TNC Predator, they want the fight. If they see Bleed, they'll happily initiate where they can. Palos has a full nullifier up, don't forget as well. Like, he is hitting like a truck, and he's got plenty of utility available on this Weaver. So he will move in. Then it goes back to give the vision. Jackie, he'll get scythed up straight off the bat. Still has the Aegis up. He'll just back his way out of there as Palos going right at the backside has found Zeal on the dark sea, so they've already lost their off lane. Moving in again though, Jackie trying to find Cuckoo, but the egg, it will fly out. They couldn't get it in time. Jackie, he's still going to try and fight for it, but he is going to lose his first life. He could not take down the egg, and now Jackie completely surrounded. He needs some help, but he's down.
Just melts.
He just absolutely melted to the damage of TNC. With the side device of Yoe, it is very hard for the Ursa to get away. Paulson going down to boot. Emo getting tipped once again, as they will continue the Bleed For Me voice lines here against Bleed Esports. And now the pause out. Old bug, apparently, is what I'm hearing from Cox.
Yeah, it's the rangefinder bug, but still, TNC again playing it perfectly. It comes down to what we were talking about way earlier there, Mike. This triple Yules build on TNC, a Yules on Cox, a Yules on Cuckoo, a Yules on Jing. When these BKBs fade, not only do you have to worry about the side device, but just these Yules interrupting any play you have from Bleed. It just enables this constant isolation of Jackie, and he's just stuck in the middle. Emo with a BKB trying to get work done, but that was just way too far forward for Jackie. Trying to go out to clear out that mid-creep camp, that mid-creep wave gets cut off. Good target prioritization again from Palos to look for the backline. Cleans up Zeal, removes the threat of the back wall as their big team fight. And it just simplifies the process from there for TNC. 20 to 24, they've cleared out the Aegis. They don't have much to worry about. They can start digging a little bit further if they want to here.
Yeah, absolutely. Palos, props to him. You already pointed it out, but just taking down Zeal every fight is making it very hard for Bleed to get those big counter initiations they've been looking for with the Darkseer. There goes your mid-racks. Jing starting with the voice lines once again. Bleed Esports have definitely muted TNC Predator at this stage. You know what? Get a high five with an NPC, apparently. The good guys. Tower number 4.
Yeah,
to
the
be
good
exact.
guys. I love that. That's the internal name for the model. Good guys and bad guys, I'm assuming now, for Dire side.
Yurasu. It's not easy being from the Dire, Jonathan. Everyone hates you. Don't know why.
That is true. Just like that. Just like that as well. 2 racks taken basically by Palos. They'll drop the fact just to deal with him. The illusions are strong.
It hits like a truck, but Palos doesn't really seem to care that much. He'll just time-lapse away. Though they do back him back, they do get another strike, but the Lincoln Spear is going to block the Nether Strike, so Emo's going to try to run in, get the chains off, nullifier out, Palos in trouble, surely set to go down, but Emo's the one to drop! Emo's the one to go down! Palos does not fall. Palos will make it out. Oh boy, maybe the mental warfare's finally getting to him here, John.
You can't fault Emo for that. He tries to run up, he tries to set up a play. He gets clipped by the Shikuchi of Palos. Again, with the shard and with his talents plus Geminate attacks, he just melts. Palos gets 1 auto attack out while stuck, and it just deletes. With the damage from Jing to clean up. It's getting rougher and rougher here for the side of Bleed. Again, very fragmented set of events. Dropping the wall early, trying to get a Weaver illusion to dissuade Palos from clearing out the entire base. Does save their bot set of racks in tier 3. But they have nothing to wait for on TNT any longer. They've got the egg back up for Cuckoo. They've got an amp damage for Palos off the back of that. This is not going to take long.
Yeah, he's hitting for about 700 damage right now, this Weaver, as Jackie's going to jump in, but the Hex is out! Oh, Jackie's down!
Oh my lord.
Oh, he'll buy it back, but the tips are there onto Jackie. Mega Creeps are just about on the way. TNC looking to take this game 1. They're on to save. The Crystal Maiden is gone. Buyback available here for safe. Bleed Esports, they're not calling. Of course, this is for the road to TI. You want to play all the way in every single game that you can. Paulson will charge forward. The Yules are there to lock it down. Jackie in trouble again. Jackie might just be dead, and he is gone. Jackie is down. No buyback. GG is called. They cannot defend without him. Bleed Esports. Game 1. They will go down. TNC Predator continue to surprise us here in the road to the international qualifiers. They're 1 game away, John, from those lower bracket semi-finals.
Yeah, and they're looking good. Again, I love everything that TNC did here, right? Like their itemization, going for this triple Yules. Sure, it slowed down like this BKB timing for Cox, but you saw the impact in these later fights. Jackie would blink forward, get Hex, get Yules, can't pop the BKB, doesn't preemptively pop BKB before engaging. And it's just a nightmare scenario for Ursa. Can't even try to look for those burst kills. Again, the way TNC's playing as a team has been very impressive. It reminds me of almost like Aurora with their coordination, right? Like they understand what each hero has to do. They understand what they have to achieve together, what targets they have to find, who to kite around, how to play around all of these facts. It was a little bit messier early on. Bleed was finding some good openings there, especially in mid. You know, that charge out to Yoa does pay off. They do manage to find some good punish, although Emo was also having a rough time in all these exchanges. It just felt like, yes, killing off the Zeus is big, slowing down Yoa is big, but Emo was in the firing line constantly.
Yeah, it certainly felt like that's who TNC decided needed to be shut down this game. And I mean, props to them for doing so, because Emo was just dying left, right, and center. Yoa just itemizing to ensure that this Ember could not do anything. You just see in this kind of fight, just the lockdown and the damage output that the Zeus can provide is just ultimately too much for Bleed Esports to try and deal with. And I mean, TNC, they were pretty far behind at one stage in the game. I think this was actually the tail end of a fight that really started to turn in the Bleed Esports. As everyone just started to die slowly to Jackie. And the win probability did shift to about 80% for Bleed Esports. But then one bad team fight after that, and suddenly it was back the other way. And TNC, they were relentless. They had no hesitation to go high ground. They didn't wait 10 minutes. They didn't farm. They just went right in, found the good team fights. And I'll tell you what, if you Bleed, you've really got to go back to the drawing board here for this game too, because it did feel like this game should have been theirs.
It did certainly feel that way. They had really good Roche control. They had fights leading into the Roshan all lined up their way as well. But TNC, again, the way they coordinate as a team and the way they prioritize these targets was just... It's a team that looks so stitched together, right? It's like the culmination of what Cuckoo's been trying to build up post-Blacklist for himself, right? Like, I think the mindset for him is a team that he can work with, a team that gels together, and we're certainly seeing that from TNC. Hard to say who to give the MVP to, Mike. I feel like everyone did their job well. Maybe leaning towards Palos just a bit. I think his target prioritization was very, very important for them to find a lot of those big wins in team fights. Like finding the CM, sure, it might look a little bit awkward, but the Freezing Field was doing a lot of work. The Frostbite was annoying. Finding Zeal, taking away their one big team fight control with Vac Wall, it just ruined them.
Yeah, props to Palace. I mean, the man's been copying crap from everybody left, right, and center, but he certainly did do a fantastic job on the Position 1 Weaver here today. And at least for Game 1, he does receive the MVP. Though then again, John, I mean, Game 2 should be coming up rather soon. I do wonder what Bleed intend to change. I mean, maybe it's about time to just go back for comfort. I still think Bleed Esports should be the favorites in this matchup against TNC Predator, but what can I say? TNC, Cuckoo wants TI, man. He misses TI, Jonathan. He wants back in. And it looks like he's about to achieve that. They're very close to getting it, as we are going to head off to a short break. And right after that break, Game 2 between Bleed Esports and TNC Predator will be on the way. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Just a wee baby.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft between TNC Predator and Bleed Esports, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game number 1 was a pretty close affair, I want to say, between these two teams, but TNC Predator proving to be the better team during Game 1. What would you like to see Bleed Esports change up here in Game 2 to give us a game number 3?
I would say probably ban out the Yoa Zeus. Yoa Zeus is just way too much. I think it's not just the laning, and the laning was pretty rough for Emo, to be fair. They had to focus a lot of resources to slow down Yoa, but it's just what this hero does. It's too much. It gives you vision to break up any sort of aggressive movement there from Bleed. It's a lot of burst, even without the Manta build-up. Yoa just goes for BKB anyway. He's still comfy. You go Yashikaya. It's still great. You still get lightning hands anyway, with your own right clicks being quite nice. I think the Zeus did a lot of work, and as well as Palos and Weaver. I don't know if you really want to ban out Weaver, but it is a top-tier flex pick, so you might want to take care of that as well. Those were two big factors there for Bleed that made that game nearly impossible to play. So I would say take care of that. Maybe, it's hard to say. It didn't feel like we could really feel the full impact of Zeal on this Darkseer in comparison to stuff like, say, his Magnus from before. So maybe something more active for Zeal as well, something that can play make a lot better than the Darkseer could, as it did feel more of like an aura carrier with occasionally some big back walls. It was just not quite enough with how TNC decided to go ahead. So we'll see if that correction comes out for Bleed. Again, going into this one, it's so weird because theoretically you would think that TNC is the underdog, but again, historically, they 2-0'd Bleed in the Riyadh qualifiers. They used their voice line chat, their voice line tech then, and it led to them all being muted that the go-ahead was not seen. So, I mean, I don't know. Bleed, it's been a rough time for this org. It feels like they have gotten better with Zeal, Paulson, and Emo getting locked in, even Se and Paulson working that 4-5 switch up quite nicely. It's just up against a team like TNC, who, again, Cuckoo's been building up even a long time ago with Darling in the qualifiers, open qualifiers, regional qualifiers. It's hard because I feel like the one factor for TNC, and I think you and I were talking about this behind, before the show runs, is the hunger of players. I think out of all the teams, out of all those old Filipino vets, Cuckoo's probably the hungriest because he's working with younger players. He's working, with people who had histories. Like, a lot of people love to blame Palos before. A lot of people love to blame Jing for choking on Geek Fam, right? And Cuckoo's still building him up. He's hungry. He sees that hunger. And it's hard to fight when the beast is hungry, Mickey.
It certainly is, Jonathan. We do have game number 2's draft now underway because I'm hungry to see what these drafts are going to look like between these two teams. Horrible segue, I know, Jonathan, but I had to throw it in there as we are going to have the initial banouts coming out. We'll see the Storm being removed here by TNC Predator, Tiny removed here by Bleed Esports. I wonder how much emphasis they'll continue to put onto Yoa. Like, because last game around, we saw the Tinker ban out being made. I do agree with you. I think the Zeus is a huge problem for Bleed to try and deal with. Yoa has proven to just be way too consistently good when it comes to that mid-Zeus. But the thing is, you ban the Zeus, you give him Tinker. And from what I saw yesterday on that mid-Tinker, I think Tinker's absolutely revolting right now. I think pro players haven't figured it out yet. But I think in the right hands, you can basically never let the game in. Which is, for some people, apparently amazing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I'm surprised Bleed leaves both options on hand. They take care of the Jing Dark Willow instead. Still take care of the Tiny, the DK, Witch Doctor, nothing too surprising there. But I'm surprised they're allowing a lot of room for Yoa. Like, at least the Zeus ban. if not the Tinker. And again, both options available here for TNC. Mind you, a first pick, Zeus Tinker doesn't sound amazing. Maybe the Zeus is a little bit safer. Overall, the Tinker can be counteracted. Granted, Tinker's natural counters in stuff like, say, Nyx isn't amazing at the moment, so maybe not as threatened if they want to open that way. TNC will take their time in the banouts. Have taken care of the big busted heroes. The one hero really remaining is like Clockwork, maybe an argument for the Phoenix as well. So I'm expecting Boss Cuckoo to ban out one or the other to pick up the next. They'll take up the Pangolier instead, taking away comfort from Zeal again, and they take the Clockwork. Left in the pool, picked up here, should be either a Cuckoo or Jing hero on hand already, and we know the impact this Clockwork can have. I still really want to see this, Mike. I don't know if this is ever going to be valuable at all, but hear me out.
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker with the knockback facet, Nether Strike, and then you get them stuck in the cogs.
Yeah.
Don't they get ding 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 ding?
I see what you're doing here, John. I do like this technology you're speaking of, but I highly doubt we'll see. Well, you never know. Blade Esports, they are going to prioritize the Weaver pickup for themselves, which I imagine should just be a support Weaver, but you do have the flex.
Yeah, it's very flex. We see what it can do in Pos 1. What Palos did in the last game. I would say a core Weaver or even a support Weaver is not going to have the best of times down the line when you have to deal with these cogs. Surprisingly, Weaver hasn't had the highest win rate either, which is a little bit surprising considering how much that hero can do. But my concern is you pick Weaver into Clockwork, and already that makes at least Shikuchi in laning phase a little bit more awkward than you'd want it to be. It makes teamfights maybe a little bit more awkward as well. It's almost like playing into the Dark Willow, where you have to be very careful with how you zip around here as the Weaver. So I think you have some management already on hand here for the side of TNC. Do you see the rest of the bans? We do get the Enchantress and CK being banned out by TNC. Bleed Esports, for their part, taking care of the Cocked Slardar. They're showing some respect for that offlane coming out here from the side of TNC. I'm wondering what you tie in, because now you kind of have to start showing where this Weaver potentially goes. They'll go with the Crystal Maiden pickup once more, which, again, it does a lot in lane. The Frostbite is fairly annoying. The slow effects are great if you have a nice aggressive laner to play with it. See what they want to kind of do here, what they want to tie it in. If it is a safe lane Weaver, a Weaver CM lane's not too bad, all things considered. So you can run with that, but a Weaver and CM support duo is also not too shabby considering some aggression. Just need some more hold elsewhere.
We shall see where TNC go with this second pickup. Well, the CM last game by Say, like it started off really nice, but obviously, what is it now? What are you looking at this time?
Look at Palos' camera. He didn't even get head slapped in the last game. I think he did fine. Yet now his camera's knocked all the way up again. We don't see Palos at all. They just keep knocking his camera, knocking his head, for whatever reason.
Maybe trying to hint to us that he might be non-existent in this game too, John. We'll have to wait and see. Careful, Palos. There you go.
Of course.
I mean, why not? Like, because the thing is for Yoe, he's probably sitting there thinking to himself, there's no counter, right? Like, mid-Ember was meant to be the problem for this mid-Zeus. Sure, the laning stage doesn't go that well for Ember, but once you hit level 6, you start diving just like they did last game. The thing is, Yoe doesn't care. He just won anyway. Because I think Zeus is still just completely broken. So why not just go back for it?
Yeah. And it's kind of insane. You saw those pick and ban rates. I'm pretty sure all of those picks were TNC. All picks by TNC, all wins by TNC on Zeus. No one else is picking this up, which is surprising to me. I mean, I get it. Yoe is a very prolific Zeus player, but it just feels like some of the mids haven't adjusted to this itemization that we're seeing from Yoe, to how effective it can be. And they get to pick up the Phoenix once more for Cuckoo, so it should be a Jing Clockwork on hand. Your supports don't really clear out the egg. At least Crystal Maiden can't. The support Weaver can't really as well. The core Weaver maybe, but Fire Spirits can still make that annoying. I'm liking this opening from TNC. It doesn't change too much outside of the Clockwork coming in, but it still has pretty much all the same tools as last time. They're just going to have to change up what we see for Palos and for Cox. Bleed, kind of time to show their hand, right? Where they're putting this Weaver. Maybe show the Zeal hero or just the mid matchup for Emo. Can make that choice now. up against Zeus. What is good against Zeus? See, post nerfs, like again, the nerfs were on Illusion Lightning Hands. It doesn't feel like laning-wise there's still any good answer for Zeus. Maybe SF. Even then, I don't think that's like completely a clear-cut lane for an SF. We'll go with the Void Spirit first with the Magnus coming out for Zeal. So you do get that Zeal specialty coming out once more. Some more strong team fight. The Void Spirit, it's an interesting pick. I believe we saw Bob play it in the last series. I will say the innate of Void Spirit is kind of nutty. 25% bonus stats for secondary stats, and he's universal, so all stats just get a 25% bonus. So it can feel kind of wild once he stat pads a fair bit. But laning-wise, I don't think this is too scary for the Zeus at all.
No,
There
I
is
think
that jump potential. The Ag's timing is big.
the lane potential is obviously still in Zeus's favor, but the whole point is you're going to have the jump for the Zeus later on. And this is an Emo special, don't forget as well. Like, we have seen Emo play this Void Spirit many, many times. And he does tend to enjoy the hero quite a bit. But is it going to pay off? Is the big question on everyone's mind, I do believe. I don't know yet, Jonathan. I think it's a nice enough pick. Is it going to matter? I don't know. I hope so.
Yeah, I like the counteraction there from TNC as well. They get to pick up the Centaur now for Cox. Sure, the lane might be a little bit awkward. Like, Centaur Clockwork doesn't sound particularly threatening. You might be better off running a Centaur Phoenix with some early Sunray if you can afford that. If you want to chase down, easy setup for Fire Spirits as well. But you've got the Stampede to bail out your Zeus now. So if that jump committal is there, if the Remnant doesn't connect, Zeus still gets to bail out quite nicely. And again, we know what Yoa likes to build. It's an Arcane Boots, Phylactery, Yasha BKB, Kaya BKB, and then going back for the Yasha Kaya. So once that BKB is met, I think he's still pretty safe. Like, you will have more options post BKB with like a Blink RP. So I think that's the one thing to tie it in here for Bleed. There's some pressure on Zeal and Emo to really get some good timings here and really punish Yoa. Like, they had the right ideas last time with the constant charges, constant commitment to mid. It just didn't slow Yoa down enough with the dead period they had right after, like, first Roshan, I think, was a little bit too slow for Bleed. And TNC was very comfy with just farming and avoiding those engagements. Do you see the last core bands here? Faceless Void being taken care of by Bleed. TNC taking care of the Troll. So Jackie and Palos still looking for what they'd like to play here.
The final bands incoming. All pause ones to be removed, I do believe. Kind of more intrigued to see what Bleed want to pick up in their position 1 role. I don't think Jackie was doing that bad. Up until the Sight Device came out on Yoa was when we started to see the big problems. But they'll actually ban out the Meepo here for the side of Bleed. So not wanting to see Palos bring out the Meepo. Fair enough. TNC Predator final ban for themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
I still
Looks
think a
like you're gonna
Lifestealer
have to
ban
take
might be
care
worth
of-
it.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Lifestealer Ursa. I think this is a really good Ursa game as well. You still have the kiting issues on hand,
Team pick.
but Ursa into a center lane doesn't feel great. They'll ban out the Monkey instead, and they'll pick up the Ursa on TNC side. Not a bad pickup at all. I mean, there's still some kite potential here for sure. There's Frostbite, there's some skewer plays that can be annoying for the Ursa. But he has Stampede to allow him to go in and out of these fights. So it's not too
10
bad.
seconds
Keen to see
remaining.
how Palos itemizes, if it's just the standard Battle Fury, or if he has
5
different
seconds
ideas to play,
remaining.
maybe a little bit more up-tempo here. For Bleed's part, Lifestealer, as you mentioned, still there. You have Empower for the Lifestealer, you have an Infest vehicle in pretty much 3 heroes if you want. There's a Weaver Shikuchi play, there's the Void Spirit with the jump in, there's the Magnus Blink Skewer. A lot of options for them. We'll go to Muerta Core instead, which,
Okay.
again, it makes sense to kite around the Ursa, right? Like, in Rage, it's not going to counteract the calling slow. You're going to have to pop your BKB if you're caught out there. They will stick to the Jackie Weaver 1, so they are getting this Muerta for that utility. I mean, it makes enough sense with the calling, again, just to slow down Palos, kite him around. does play nicely with like RP into the calling, can kind of be good control, and the Muerta can scale up. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I'm not fully convinced for whatever reason. Like, I look at TNC's draft, I look at how tanky they can be with a Centaur. I look at this potential build for Cox into a Crimson Guard. I'm not sure if you have enough damage to eat through all of them with Sunray at the back. Once that Crimson Guard's up, like, we've seen the effect of that being based on the HP of the caster. It's at 4k HP, it's around 190 damage block.
Yeah,
it's a ridiculous amount.
It is a lot of block, that is for sure. And I do kind of agree with your sentiment. I don't really have the most faith in this draft from Bleed Esports either. I'd love to... I think Emo really needs to pop off here. And so does Zil, quite frankly, on the Magnus. Because last game around, Zil just did not have a game. So this game around, you do expect to see a lot from this mag. More importantly, I think Emo needs to really pop off as well. Because in the event that Yoe is just allowed to do what he wants every single team fight, like we saw in game 1, I think you're going to get a very similar result. And the Weaver, like, yeah, it's a pretty busted hero right now, even in the carry role. But if you leave the Zeus to just pump out all the damage, I think Weaver gets blown up pretty quick.
That it does. Again, I feel like your counteraction in Centaur might just be enough. It depends on this itemization that Cox will go for, whether or not he actually does go for the Aura build-up, the Crimson Guard into just strength stacking, which I think is the way to go. It doesn't... I mean, a Blade Mail can still be in there first. I think it should be necessary. I'm just concerned about how you execute these fights. It's just so much pressure, like you said, all right, like so much pressure on Emo and Zeal. Like, you're relying on some big RPs, you're relying on some good tempo from Emo. And again, the solution in Void Spirit's nice, but in lane, the Zeus is still gonna have a good time. And this time you don't have that strong rotational support than like the Spirit Breaker you had in the first game. So I don't think early rotations are gonna be as feasible here for Bleed at all.
That's a good point. The thing is, like, Yoe is going to have an even easier time in the sense that you aren't worried about a Spirit Breaker charging you every 2 seconds. We'll see how they make it work. I mean, I'd love to see a game 3 between these two teams, Jonathan. You know, we'll see if Bleed can make this game number 2 go their way, or whether TNC Predator will be able to secure a 2-0 victory and proceed through to the lower bracket semi-final for the road to the international SCA qualifiers. But at the very least, you know, different drafts makes me happy. You know, at the very least for Bleed, they don't have to run the same style of crap. You know, the Zil's probably very happy not having to play that Dark Seer again, I'm sure. Just, you know, actually having a Master T hero for himself. Gonna feel very nice. Or Grandmaster, whatever they call it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm so curious if we'll ever see, in a pro match, reverse polarity at some point. Because I mean, it's a meme. No, but the AoE is actually so insane. If you can somehow use that stun, like you have other AoE elsewhere that can catch in a wide area, it's actually insane. Again, that's tier crafting. Good deny from Paulson. So that should leave just one for the side. One for the side of TNC as they give the tips out. You know, Jing kind of messing up, you know?
Yeah, it happens.
Jing's fault. Oh, no, why tip Jing? It's Cuckoo's fault. We all know
it
this.
Is Cuckoo's. That's right. It is Cuckoo's fault. That is true. Pauses out. Bit of lag. Probably also Cuckoo's fault. Let's not lie. Cuckoo probably playing with the internet lines right now. You know, probably downloading things he's not meant to be downloading. You know how it is. It happens.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting as well. I know this is really not a factor at all, but I saw Good Luck Have Fun's only coming out from TNC. I feel like they've been muted again. 100%.
They're definitely muted.
No one's replying about lag.
There's no way they're not muted. So imagine you're playing the whole game and all you hear is bleed for me. That's a yes, bleed for me. Yes, I mean, it's just infuriating. It's infuriating. Just mute them.
It is.
Like, I don't even like that voice line. It's just an annoying voice line. I hear it all the time in my pub games, and it just pisses me off as well.
There's no G. There you go. Jackie says the G for the team. All right. This is okay. Okay, looking at mid lane first. Again, this lane we've already talked about quite a fair bit, but this should just be pretty much a runaway lane for Yoe. There's not much Emo can do. You can just try to clear out the creeps with the Resonant Pulse. And Yoa should just have the advantage spamming out the Arc Lightning, a couple of cheeky right clicks as well with Livewire. Not going to feel great for Emo. Rune control, a big part here. Even though you don't have the charge, you can still contest runes. And that is what we want to see here from Bleed. Like a movement out from the Muerta with a good dead shot can kind of open up an angle to steal away a rune, and preventing Yoa from topping up at 4 minutes, especially at 6 minutes, is going to be big in trying to give Emo that start he needs here.
See if it does pay off here for Emo. We'll have a look at the side lanes as well. Of course, bottom lane, you're going to have an Ursa being played by Palos with Cuckoo on the Phoenix against Seal and Polison on the Mag and the Muerta as top lane. Jing take a fair bit of damage, but looks like he's going to be just fine. Side lanes wise, though, Jonathan, do you see any exciting action happen?
I think the top lane's a little bit weaker for TNC than they'd like it to be, right? Like Clockwork, Centaur, double melee up against a Weaver. You can use the cogs to block the Shukuchi of Jackie, but it's hard to gap close onto Se. At the least, he doesn't have First Blood, so no early Basilius, no extra mangoes coming in just yet. So the spell spam is quite there for the CM. But you should be fairly secure up top for Jackie to farm, unless he overextends Chukuchi into the cogs, which shouldn't be happening. Down bot is a little bit more interesting. I think the ability to reposition here is really strong on Bleed, like a good dead shot into Skewer could set up for Zeal. That is something Palos will have to sort of respect, even Cuckoo as well, if he does try to go really aggressive with some dives forward. But beyond that, it should lead to relatively stable laning for both sides. I don't think you're looking for massive kill opportunities unless someone severely misplays, which right now we're seeing very defensive posturing from Palos. Same thing goes for Jackie, so they understand that both sides can have some ways of punishing each other and just kind of focus in on early farm.
All right, now no kills to come out yet. It's 0-0. Both side lanes pretty even. Of course, that mid lane has already started to be dominated by Yoet. 3 CS ahead on the mid Zeus. Emo, not really struggling at the very least, still having a decent enough time, but obviously can't do much about the Zeus up until that level 6 mark. I wonder if we see any rotations as well from Bleed. Like, once Emo does hit the level 6, do you rotate Polison over like, to land a dead shot maybe, or do you just kind of accept the fact that Yo is probably not going to die in the laning stage?
He's...
Oh, Yoe, I mean, speaking of the devil, Yoe is just doing so much damage to poor old Emo, who has to get away. Has the bottle now, so we'll be able to reset, but it is starting to look like a pretty challenging lane once again.
Tell me someone saw that.
That it is. I mean, he really has to land these remnants, but up against Zeus standing so far back, it's not the easiest thing to get done for sure. So you're just kind of stuck in a pretty tough scenario. Once you hit 6, I think it's a good idea to bring Paulson out. At that point, Zeal should be fairly stable on his lane anyway. So you should try to maximize that. We'll see if that's something that pans out later on. 4-minute rune, just going to be securing it here on Jing. Emo should be able to find his as well. Although Yo is trying to force the issue, he'll actually find it. And they should be able to deny off the other one now as well. That's a big win. Emo.
A bit of danger. Jing trying to catch him, but not quite. Still Emo just being denied so much already, as Yo is going to be able to find another water rune for himself on the Zeus. So Emo left with an empty bottle for himself. Probably hoping one of his supports die now so he can get a bottle refill on this Void Spirit, but sadly for him, Say and Polison are both having a pretty okay time. They are not in danger at all, as Yoe now is really going to start to press the advantage. And so he can. In fact, he might actually go for the kill if Emo is not too careful.
It's that live wire. You just run up to someone, right click away, HP disappears. That didn't change at all. And again, considering how stable the side lanes are, considering how defensive both sides are trying to play, that actually plays in favor of TNC. Just, I think, solely off the bottle refill fact, it makes it just hellish for Emo. And once Yoa hits 6, that's when you can start getting aggressive on these side lanes without the rotation. Yoa is very on point with watching these lanes, looking for the Thunder God's rat opportunities. And that 6 is slowly but surely approaching here for Yoa. So we'll have to watch your spacing and watch how much you trade here for Bleed as that timing comes online.
At the very least, Jackie's having a pretty good time on this Weaver. A lot of free farm here for Jackie. No real contest whatsoever as bottom lane. Polison will get jumped. Drops the calling. Palos, though, still going to be able to break the gap, but a nice skewer here from Zil to try and make a bit of space. Problem is, they still end up losing one. They do get Cuckoo as a trade, but now Zay needs to back his way out because Jing is doing a bit too much damage, and Palos, looking to heal up and come back into the fight, has salved up. Zil's going to be careful. He's going to skewer in 5 seconds. They'll take down Yoa at the very least in the mid lane, and they've even found Jing now on the clockwork. Jing will drop. Palos will survive, and he jumps back in onto Zil, takes down the Magnus, a complete mess in the bottom lane. And while all this is happening, they do end up killing off Yoe in the mid lane, so Paulison, in fact, I think it was just Emo on his own that got it.
Finally hit 6, finally managed to land a Remnant. That's more than enough to clean up the Zeus, but again, it's that timing at 6 for TNC. They instantly group up, they drag Jing down bot, they get this flank, they look for the kills with the Thunder God's Wrath. Do appreciate Bleed slowing down Yoe, and that is very important for Emo to get a grip in this game. Does get himself the Arcane Rune as well, so he has an opportunity to play elsewhere. Cox does not have Stampede, is a sitting duck if he does get pinned here.
It's there, Cox in danger, gets a hoof stomp, but they've got plenty of damage coming in, and this time the Centaur will not be able to survive as Emo, with a very nice rotation, will be able to set up. It seems like already Emo's having a much better game.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's
attack.
making all the right moves. The kill's down bot, leading to the bot refill on mid, getting the Arcane Rune on top of that. The events are starting to pan out a little bit more for Bleed. We've got the strong start for Emo, who is just constantly hunting. These sidelines have gone weaker for TNC, being so defensive here.
Jing now in trouble. Emo just really trying to press the advantage. Does take him down though. Cox does land a stun, but it will amount to nothing. And you know what, John? Maybe it was all the tips. Like, Emo may have just said, give me Void Spirit. I want to have some fun in this game too. Screw these guys.
And he is. Again, he's identifying the weak points of TNC's draft. The top lane just doesn't have much play. Don't have the XP on your clocker to be a threat. Yoe.
He can jump now. Emo with no fear, lands the Aether Remnant. Say right behind him. Jing will be around to help out as well, though Yoe is dropping low, but does get a kill onto the CM as now the double damage rune is going to be picked up. Yoe is still okay. Emo maybe going a bit too far. Oh boy, sometimes the momentum works against you, and Yoe immediately will let him know about it.
And that was just some rough timing. They get the Stampede levels as well for Cox, so he can pop it. They get a little bit more running over Emo. Have a way of just increasing that gap for Yoe. Just the timing's a little bit rough. Off the back of a gank for Emo. Did expend a lot, again, in just working that top lane. So they get a nice timing lining up now for TNC's end. Game is still rather even, slight advantage for Bleed. Emo, again, number 2 net worth, and is still looking to play aggressive. Has a lot of output with Empower up on him. Just pressuring down the spot tier 1 with even Jackie showing up. But Palos gets a good read. Already hanging far back. Is just going for the Battle Fury now on our Ursa. So there's going to be a lot of downtime here for the Ursa until the Battle Fury's up into the Blink. In comparison, Jackie's already set to get active. He is going for the Gleipnir build-up on our Weaver, so wants to be giving more control. Looking for early pickoffs. Cuckoo.
Trouble. Emo gonna be able to pick him up. No problems here for the Void Spirit. Emo just getting right back to work. Top lane, however, Yoe has rotated, looking for Say on the CM, and looks like he should have a pretty easy pickoff. They'll keep Vision up with the Rocket Flare, and of course Yoe eventually. I say eventually should have the kill. Yoe now running out of mana. Say running into the Roshan pit, could have a deny and does. Roshan will take the life of Say, and Yoe will get nothing.
Just not quite enough mana for Yoe to keep that chase. Lightning Bolt not connecting either. A little bit unfortunate, but they will find the objective they were looking for anyhow. So they even out map control, tier 1 for tier 1, top and bot. Should provide some room for Palos to farm, and the rest of them to still try to build up, maybe sneak into that jungle just a little bit more. As, well, no, they actually don't find it. My bad. Because, I know. It was just a sound spot. Okay. So they don't even up map control.
Don't see now, John.
It's looking good for Bleed. It's early. I should get a doctor's appointment if I can remember that. They do have the levels up now on TNC. They've got the egg ready to go. Still lacking the hook shot on Jing, but should be able to soak from mid. There's some play opportunities. Again, the early spikes lining up for Bleed is rather strong. Emo, even knowing that the game could drag on, will go for a quick Hand of Midas, scale up in the EXP and farm department. And Zeal as well. Very close to the blink, around 400 gold away. So you can start to see some of this team fight kick in, start to see some of that pressure. Again, for TNC in comparison, Paulus is not going to be showing up early on, not until his Blink Battle Fury is done. Blade Mail for Cox still a ways off after a very slow laning start for him into that Blink. And that just means Yoa doesn't really have anyone to fully connect to. And it's just hard to kind of isolate out the cores this time around from Bleed for punishment. Again, in a more passive game, this can benefit Bleed up until the point they get their items. Although, Jing...
Spot of danger. Say. Gonna go down, but Jing now gonna find himself in a bit of trouble as Jackie can't really cancel, and the dead shot not gonna land either. A little bit unfortunate here for Paulison. Another kill though to go the way of TNC Predator. Now, I wonder if Bleed feel like they're doing enough. Like, they're 1k ahead now in this game too. Things seem to be going pretty damn well. But is it enough? You know, like, have you shut down Yoe's Zeus enough? Do you feel like Palos is struggling? Like, it still feels like TNC Predator are well and truly on their way to having a pretty good game too.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think the key thing for Bleed is, again, they're not in a bad spot. They're hitting these initial items. They've got the Blink and Zeal. Like, with these items up, they should try to be a little bit more aggressive. Slow down Palos more, punish Yoe a little bit more before the BKB comes in. And again, just kind of work that pressure on, because if there's no pressure, you know, and this Ursa hits Battle Fury Blink, and they have access to Roshan, things flow into TNC's side very quick. Yoe just allowed to farm into his usual Kaya BKB. He hit that timing. Suddenly, this Void Spirit answer might not be enough as well. He'll go for the smoke off the back of this at the very least. So again, trying to use this Blink on Zeal. If they catch Palos, that's the big one they could be looking for.
They're gone. Palos, though, he has already kind of left the building. Just hanging around that Radiant jungle. Though Say might find him. In fact, I think Say spotted him. Still has the Blink up. RP committed immediately. No hesitation. Just 3 different ultimates being committed to ensure this Ursa dies immediately, and he certainly does. No problems for Bleed.
Yeah, nice and clean kill. They clear out some of these stacks as well. But they're trying to hand over to Palos to rush this Battle Fury. Not quite up yet on the Ursa. That's the kind of rotation we need to see from Bleed. Again, with this timing up, this is when they should start to get a little bit more aggressive. Maelstrom for Jackie not too far off as well. So even the Weaver can get ready to show up here. I think if you do manage to keep avoiding this way though on TNC, again, you hit this Blink timing on Cox. You eventually maybe work your way towards the Aura build for Cox as well. That's the direction they want to go. And you hit that Battle Fury Blink with access still to Roche with your tier 1s. Or at least a tier 1 top, giving you some access to a nighttime Roche. You're still fairly happy.
Bleed.
No?
Trying to be a little bit cheekier against Cuckoo. Chris dive out to give a bit more vision, but it seems like Yoe was not interested in the chase. Now looking towards that mid-tier 1 tower, but it is a bit of a slower process here, of course, with the mid-Zeus. Top, Jackie, could be in a spot of danger. Palos is around, and Cox is looking to run after him, but does not have the Blink up yet. And the Centaur just about 200 gold away from having the Blink available. So Jackie's going to be just fine to Sakuchi his way out. Still working on towards that Maelstrom timing for the Weaver. That is going to coincide just a bit with Palos' Battle Fury, so it still does feel as though the Ursa is able to keep up, in fact, even to stay ahead of the Weaver most of this game.
And timings are still there for TNC. It's just a little bit slower. There's that Blink we've been looking for on Cox. Again, some opportunities to play now on hand here for TNC. Net worth lead of Bleed isn't that big. Might be able to punch Jing.
Jing. Go for a bit of a run. Has hook shot, but it will not matter. The dead shot fear will kick in. Jackie will take a nice pickup for himself on the Weaver, and that's actually his first kill of the game for himself. Will certainly help him escalate, as now he is second in net worth only to Yoe. There's that Battle Fury we talked about on Palos. He's fallen a little bit behind as that last minute or so has gone on. But now with the Battle Fury should start to catch up quite nicely.
should be able to just keep up and farm, no problems here. Work his way to that blink, and again start thinking about Roshan. Cuckoo does dodge out a gank down bot, which managed to bail out in the nick of time. I think the big timing now you're waiting for on TNC is basically just the blink on Palos and Yoe getting his full BKB with shards. And once you have that,
Bork,
should be able to hunt as they jump on one.
it's going to be safe. Not really the biggest deal in the world. They just commit for a nice, easy pick-off onto the Crystal Maiden. They want that tier 1 mid tower, more importantly. Jackie has actually rotated to ensure they can't just take it. So they are still sticking around. Cox going to jump in again, now finding Paulson. Paulson, he'll pop the Pierce the Veil, trying to survive, but he'll get locked in the Cox, and Yoe will take care of him. It's even the egg drop from Cuckoo to ensure they can't think about going for more. The TNC Predator, they will get away with that mid tier 1 tower as now the smoke is out, and it seems as though they're going to go for a chase onto Emo. Emo trying to run towards the eastern side of the map, but he is underneath the vision of TNC. They have full idea as to where he is, and the Cox stun is going to land right onto Emo. He'll try to step away. Can he make it, though? It seems like he just made, but the Stampede was there, but no. It's not enough. Emo is all right.
Quite enough output there. Yoe not quite in position to spam his spells out. He managed to bail, but again, this is a lot of space for Palos. You mentioned it. Even the Weaver showing up here for the side of Bleed. Even Jackie having to try to apply some damage into these engagements, whereas Palos is just free farming. Blink now only about 600 gold away. And once that's up, things can get a little bit dicey. And he's still going to need the protection of BKB in wider fights, but just sneaking away to Roshan, again, becomes a very big objective for TNC to look for with relative ease. Just doesn't feel like Bleed's done enough to pressure on the map. Like tier 1 mid, tier 1 top still holds. They've lost their mid now on the side of Bleed. They've only found the tier 1 bot to take away from TNC. They'll go for the smoke play out once more on Bleed. You have RP ready. You just need to land out on a big kill, either Yoe or Palos, honestly.
Emo making
find
jump
either of
first, but
those.
they're ready for it. Emo, he'll cop the stun with the RP and the skill back. Seal, a perfect setup. That's a perfect setup. Emo baiting them in. Both Cox and, of course, Yoe are gone, and now Cuckoo will follow. 3 down for TNC Predator. Oh, they were waiting so patiently for that one. And you saw them just using Emo as bait. Zeal was just waiting right by him. And that's the setup you've been looking for Bleed.
And it is. Cox gets really aggressive with a blink forward. Did break the smoke of Zeal, but Zeal still gets that opportunity while they're all streaming up, trying to take care of Emo. Great punishment out from Bleed, and that's exactly what we need to see them do every single time. Whenever they have the opportunity, go for that smoke play, look for the hunt, kill off Yoe. The Zeus, again, with BKB protection still going to feel good, but the RP is there to take care of it.
Oh, Paulson.
Still,
Yes, the Veil will be used. The Jinx going to be around, but actually the Cox doesn't land, so instead he'll move on to Say, but realizes Say has plenty of help around him. Palos jumped forward, he kills off Paulson, but now Emo's here. He'll try onto the Ursa. They'll lock him down with the Gleipnir, but the Sunray from Cuckoo trying to keep Palos alive, but he's gone too far. He will go down. Now the rest of TNC trying to desperately get away, but the chase is on from Bleed. They want more. They want Yoe, and I think they've got him. Yoe trying to survive. The Sunray out again here from Cuckoo with the Ectomy drop. Yoe still alive and finally goes down, but they got Jackie. They've taken down the Weaver. Cox now being caught by the Frostbite. Cox will be dragged back here by Zil. He's a big boy though. Emo's still trying. Another Astral Step charge in 1. Say in the meantime being left behind, the Crystal Maiden will go down. And ultimately, it's not the worst turnaround here for TNC. Like, it was a great fight for Bleed to start, but losing Jackie on the Weaver, it kind of makes it almost look better for TNC Predator.
it almost does. It's still a little bit better for Bleed overall. You kill off Palos, kill off Yoe. These are the 2 targets you want. Emo gets out perfectly fine. So you find the 2 core kills you really need here on the side of Bleed. You're getting such great usage out from Emo with his fresh ags, while the BKB is still not quite there for Yoe, and still a long ways off. Still lacking the gold for the next 2 parts here. That's going to be the shortcoming of TNC for the next few minutes. They're not going to be able to safely seek out Roshan. They're not going to be able to try to play a lot more aggressive. They need these BKBs to be up on Yoe, at the least, before that security can present itself. And that's something Bleed should look to push every single time. Like, again, RP's back up for Zeal. He has his BKB. Emo, with the Ags, can just rip faces, get the silences he needs for that control. They've got all the answers on Bleed at the moment. They just have to keep pushing this advantage while they can, because if TNC are allowed to sit back and rest again, they hit this BKB timing, they hit this big timing for the Ursa, who is going for a little bit of a different build. We are seeing Palos go for the ults, just to have some self-dispel on hand. Once he gets that, plus the Ags, can get pretty dangerous if they can dance around all these silences. So Bleed off again with another smoke. Need to make this work.
Gonna try something. I mean, maybe just Roshan is the idea here for Bleed Esports. Try to take it away from the Ursa. We know with these Ursa pickups, like, you really don't like giving Roshan away. Rocket Flare is going to give vision of the Roshan pit. Bleed, are they going to hit? No, they will wait. Rocket Flare will wear off, and now Roshan will be theirs. That's a pretty big deal here for Bleed Esports, being able to take that away from TNC Predator. TNC, I'm pretty sure, going to be very annoyed about that, as well, now another Rocket Flare will have the vision. But it's all too late, I think. Bleed? They're backing out? Hold on a minute. Are they really not going to commit? No, they will. It seems like they just assumed TNC was on their way.
Play it a little bit safe. Still eventually find the objective. TNC happy enough to hand it over. Again, it's a massive risky fight without this BKB up on Yoe. Even Cox now looking for his own BKB after the Shivas as well. And just have to accept that Bleed is stronger. Give away these objectives. Bleed, for their part, again, still have the RP ready. They have a lot of damage coming out in control from Emo, going full into the Manta. They've got even more control as well with Jackie and the Gleipnir. Going for a Dragonlance into the Shard BKB.
Mid lane.
And this tempo is coming online.
Emo's looking to jump in. Jing does get caught first. Emo with the axe up can silence him up. Jing unable to do too much here. Might just have to die and will. A nice setup once again from Emo. Ping's coming out towards the bottom lane where they could find Yoe. Yoe will pop the Thunder God's Wrath. He'll get the vision of Bleed Esports and make it a little bit harder for them to close the gap. The Bleed are coming. They're still coming in. Yoe does TP away in the nick of time.
Doesn't overstay his welcome. A little bit of pressure onto the tier 2. Creep wave will be cleared out, but another one is coming in here for Bleed. Could hunt mid again.
Gonna try. The thing is, like, if they can take the opportunity to pick off Yoe, they take it every single time. Counter smoke out now from TNC Predator. Through the mid lane they'll go. Big wrap around onto the dire side of that mid lane. Pulse on the high ground. Hook shot though, not going to land though. They'll make the jump in anyway, and they do find Paulison. RP committed Zeal. He only got Cox with that. It's not a great start for Bleed. They've got to get out of there. If you're TNC Predator, you know RP is down. You might want to jump in, but Emo's the one jumping in first. He wants to start another fight. He'll lock down Cox here on the Centaur. Meanwhile, the jump in from Zeal, but he misses the skewer, landing on nothing. And Cox is still very healthy, so he'll move back in onto the Weaver. Jackie! Oh, he barely survives. The time lapse was there in time, but the chase is on. TNC, they desperately want a bit more. No hook shot available on Jing. He'll be all right. Say will go down. That's going to be about it, though. Bleed will get everyone else out of there. That could have been a very ugly team fight had Jackie died in that Weaver, but he barely makes it.
Just barely scrapes away. I think a big part for Bleed in having that chance to retreat is the fact that Cuckoo pops egg really early. And again, but for Bleed as well, the RP was only onto one. Unfortunate that they couldn't catch more as they were clumped around Cox, but did manage to move out before the RP came in. If they caught more than one, that would have been a very different story here for Bleed. Still TNC, find 2 for free. Get the fresh BKB out now for Yoe. So Zeus is starting to feel more secure in these fights. No RP for a little bit longer. Aegis is still up for less than 2 minutes. And the objectives are holding steady. Outside of bot tier 2, which did fall, TNC are still hanging in there. again, the mass yields are here. Yields up for Cuckoo. Yields up for Palos. You've got the full Shivas ready to amplify the damage output of Yoe. Quite nicely here for Cox. It's just down to the angles. We need to see Zeal catch more than one ERP. It can't just be the one. And it can't be the tankiest target in the team in the Centaur. Just not what you want to go for to commit with RP there.
Yeah, just so much pressure on this Magnus to get these team fights going. Like, you see Emo constantly kind of poking and prodding, trying to find some openings for his mag, but you see everyone on guard at all times to ensure they do not get caught by that RP. Suddenly, though, a 1k advantage now for TNC Predator. Wouldn't probably back up to about 53% for the Radiant side, so another very even game between these two teams. Jackie trying to bait top lane. His team right behind him, but nobody will take that bait as Jackie, he's going to go for a T1 tower on his own now. I say on his own, Zeal does eventually show up with Polison. They'll get away with the T1. TNC, it doesn't really seem like they're too interested in a fight unless Blades stick around for this T2 top tower, which they are currently doing. We'll see how much Jack can get away with, and it seems as though he's accepted the fact that that might be it. No, he hasn't. He's back in again. But eventually he's going to leave. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they found Yoe. Yoe is down. A massive pickup. Smoke from TNC. They want to rush top lane to see if they can find themselves a trade. Jackie is around. He makes the jump in on Jing, but Cox is there. Polison was the only one to get caught out there for a moment. They'll miss out on the Weaver. Polison, he'll be left behind. It's still a successful trade for Bleed Esports, though. They've got Yoe down, and they still want the fight. They'll go for more. Palos, who gets silenced up. The Skewer back with the 8th Remnant. Palos will survive, but now the Sunray. It'll heal him up on the Ursa. But do they have any more follow-up damage to throw out on the Ursa? They might just. Emo will jump in again, but Cuckoo, he'll get the egg off in time. Now the hook shot. Jing trying to hold down Emo, but there's no follow-up damage. Emo's all right. Cox still moving in. The skewer, though, from Zeal dragging both of them back. It seems that Cox should die, but Palos will jump in and try and help out. Cox will make it up, and now as Jackie's the one that needs to run. Jackie dropping too long as Palos. Jackie, oh, he's come back in. The time lapse. He's in huge trouble.
Oh, Jackie.
What happened? What happened? I heard a time lapse.
He time-lapsed back into dust right in the middle of the fight, wanted to get away. Was low in HP, was under threat, but it cost him. Now it's already a pretty awkward fight for TNC, but they make it work. They find a big kill on Jackie. They don't even manage to clean up the Ursa the one time. Really good escape for Palos, covered by his team. It does cost them their lives, but this is the hero you want to bail out every single time. And it works out somehow. Like the healing from Cuckoo right in the right spot. Sure, Cuckoo does die in the egg, but again, the supports and Cox allowing Palos to back off, reset, wait for some respawns, jump back in, clean up some bigger targets, and just a bit of a mistake from Jackie suddenly gives TNC the lead. 15 to 17, 2k up now for TNC. And that was off the back of Yoe just dying bot, popping his BKB and just dying. It still works out in the end for TNC considering that trade. Not the position you want to be in for Bleed. They still have good scaling, right? There's still this BKB for Jackie that will come in. Should allow him to frontline a lot stronger, going back for the Daedalus afterwards with a Hurricane Pike. So can still dish the damage the team needs. Emo still has room as well for something like a BKB if need be here, for a Void Spirit. But you can't afford to give these kinds of openings to TNC. Again, you do have superior team fight with the RP, with a follow-through from the double silence and the resonant pulse. But you have to execute properly here.
Cox, he won't land the stun. They'll lock Cox down with the Gleipnirs now. They have found Palos on the Ursa. They'll even find an amp damager in here for Emo. Emo, he'll take that away and just bottle it up for himself. A very ugly start to the fight for TNC Predator. And Bleed, they seem more than happy to just retreat. Just get the reset going. Yeah, they did find a nice amp damage that Emo managed to bottle up and take away from Palos. So you do have that to play with a little bit later on. And Palos has gotten to the stage where he is pretty damn scary. He is nothing to scoff at.
certainly isn't. Went for the Ag Shard. I'm going for the Octarine, just to have way more uptime on the Enrage. Very hard to burst him down up front. Smoke out from Bleed. Again, this control needs to be on a nice target. Yo is probably your best bet. Palos, if you can chain stun him, is big as well, although the Ags does make that maybe a little more difficult. See where Emo finds himself here.
Here we go. Getting in trouble. Jump in. It's there from Emo, though he missed the Aether Remnant, but it may not matter as... Oh, it might Cox! Oh, Emo! Oh, Emo. You know, sometimes you get that amp damage and you just think you're invincible, you know? Just, how can they kill me with all this damage? Because I believe the mentality that Emo may have had. And sadly, turns out they could kill him.
That is a massive whiff for Bleed. Again, a freebie coming out for TNC. Doesn't cost them really anything outside of Thunder God's Wrath, which is really not necessary anyhow for these fights. Fortunately for Bleed, Roshan is still a minute and a half away. So it's not an instant Roche take for TNC off this advantage. But again, you can't afford to make mistakes like this for Bleed. So much on the line, they need to force this out for game 3. Palos up front here.
He's got no fear though, like he's got the axe up, he's got a Yule Scepter, he's pretty confident in his ability to survive the initiations that are coming in from Bleed Esports. But TNC Predator, I mean, just 4K advantage now, looking for perhaps the next Roshan, which is up in about a minute. And Jing's literally just going to sit in the pit and wait for the right moment. There's no hesitation. We'll just wait around that area. It's Bleed Esports now, they'll smoke up as 4. Jackie will be right behind his team. So they want to try and sneak this Roshan away. It's still 40 seconds to respawn, however.
Tell me someone saw that.
So you've even got the damn Octarine core now up on Palos, so he's even more impossible to kill. Like Shards, Ags, Yule's Octarine core. It's like, when does he knock him? When is he not enraged at this stage?
Smoke on smoke's gonna be so scary. The smoke's gonna fade on Bleed, and they're under vision if that happens.
They come and they've got vision around this area. Bleed Esports, they should have that little bit of an advantage with this vision. They'll see Yoe. That's a big one, but the heavenly jump.
The jump.
He jumps away, and now Cox jumps in. Oh, he tried to go up to the Magnus. He's going to be fine for now. Cox is the one in trouble. Cox, he'll force stuff away. He'll be all right. The egg drop. Palos, he'll back off for now, but the Frostbite will lock him down. Azil will get a nice RP onto the Zeus. He'll just hold him down, drag him back. They've taken out Palos. They've got Yoer as well, but Cox is cleaning up. Jackie is gone. Jackie and Palos are both down. In fact, Zil even drops the boot. Emo, he'll find a triple kill on the Void Spirit. It's Cuckoo versus the world now. Cuckoo's got no spells left. He'll try to TP out, but the Aether Remnant to lock him down. And Emo, this time around, he'll say thank you very much for the tips. Oh boy, what a turnaround from Bleed Esports.
Again, this time it's a lot more awkward for TNC. They couldn't force the fight under their own cliff ward. Bleed hugs their vision instead. Play into that spot. Works exactly the way Bleed would want it to go. The egg forced out really early, allowing Bleed to just back off, wanting to use the egg just for the Sun Ray to heal up Cox there. And just get that healing onto Palos as well, who was just isolated up front. Really good position for Se. Get the freezing field and Tretan onto that Ursa. And again, the flanks found by Zeal. The fact that he survives the initial onslaught, gets that isolation on Yoa, the drag back delivery service for Emo, wins them that fight for Bleed. Mind you, they don't manage to find Roche off the back of it, but they will find a tier 3 from the solo push that Emo manages to pump out. A big win for Bleed in reeling this advantage back their way. And Emo finally getting some friendly tips from his team, of course, boosting that morale. Always some good news there.
Absolutely. Emo's been heavily targeted by the side of TNT this game, so it's nice to see the friendly tips coming in for once. Here we go. For that Roshan. They'll wait for Roshan to come into that top left corner of the map. Of course, TNT Predator, they are not interested in allowing Roshan to go the side of Bleed for free. They'll make their move over. The Rocket Flare will continue to give vision over the Roshan pit. Say and Jackie both going to retreat. Cox will take the Watcher, but that was, of course, spotted, so they'll know the smoke was there. Roshan is officially now begun by Palos, but the side of Bleed, of course, are not going to allow this to happen for free. Emo, he'll take down the bot racks while all this is happening. Objective-based gaming from Emo. Meanwhile, on the top side, they've given up their racks, but they're still going for Roshan. Still trying to find an entrance in, but there's no chance. Roshan is gone. TNC will take it. And it's not at a cheap cost, though. Azil now, cogsed up by Jing. Emo's joined his team. It's a 5v5 if they want to force it. Jackie's having a look around. Jing with the TP away, Jing's going to be fine.
Oof.
Nobody gets caught from TNC's end of things, nor Bleed's end. And so you sacrifice the bottom racks, but you'll take the Aegis your way.
I think that's a fine move. Would have been an awkward follow-up fight for Bleed anyhow without Emo. I think that's what made that decision clean for TNC. They're like, there's no Void Spirit, even if the RP comes in, they don't have the follow-up silence, although Zeal now has the double RP, double BKB ready to go. Now, we talked about it in the draft. This Magnus had to deliver the goods, and Zeal is certainly providing that for Bleed. These RPs, these skewer backs, just making it very difficult for TNC to find a good angle here. But it's secondary life. Can maybe look to force a fight out. It's just difficult. They always have to check down bot, always have to repair it up against these super creeps. All of your damage now really tied in just to Palos so far. You are getting the Blood Torrent ready on Yoe. Nothing like the Sight of Vice this time, though, for some instantaneous control. And that is what feels lacking here for TNC. Their hard hold, all counteracted by just Mantis ults and the few BKBs they do have. More than enough for Bleed to keep taking these engagements.
Mercy shard now on Zeal. That to God's Wrath. Almost killing off Say. Emo's hitting like a truck now with the Parasma up as well on the Void Spirit. This is starting to become a very, very scary Void Spirit. It's not even at the level 25 mark yet, where you are going to have the ridiculous talents coming out for him. My goodness, I mean, what a game 2 we've got on our hands. Still less than 1k net worth lead. Bleed currently with a win probability of 58% for themselves in the Dire, but it still just feels like an even 50-50 at this stage.
I think it just boils down to execution again. For Bleed, it's a little bit more straightforward. You have RP, you have double RP, you have really good jump forward from Emo with the AoE silence. You can just ruin the side of TNC. You have this Ursa, sure, it's a little bit of a threat, but they've been kiting Palos around really nicely here, although he does have a Wind Waker on hand to bail. But for TNC, it's just hard to see them angling into these fights. Like, they need to be able to find a pickoff. If not, try to isolate Zeal with your supports and pick off the cores without the threat of RP somehow, which is very difficult to see considering how Bleed have been positioning themselves on this map and how they've been taking these fights. I'm wondering which way you go now for Palos as well. You can go for like an Ag's Blessing into a Basher Abyssal. It just feels like you need hard hold. Since again, you don't have that in Yoa this time. I mean, he's bypassing the Blood Torrent for the Sight of Vice. That's a good read. I feel like this Orchid just never got as much use as you'd want. Holding down Emo with Manta doesn't feel feasible. The Sight should allow more play for TNC, but that's going to take some time here. They have Aegis, but it's hard to see TNC in a position to threaten tier 2s. With one rack, with one lane they have to constantly watch. See if the smoke amounts to much here.
Try for something. Up through the Radiant Triangle. Looks like they'll go through the top lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cuckoo having a look around for some wards. Not going to find one yet. It's like Say's going to be in a position to break the smoke again on the Crystal Maiden, so Palos might just make the jump in, but Zil is right behind, ready to go whenever. In fact, Cox maybe going a little bit too far to try and find the initiation. Nobody jumping him yet, but eventually Zil does get the skewer back onto the Centaur, and he's cleft him. He's put him on the cliff. Cox, he's trapped. The Sunray will heal him up to force stuff down to the low ground. Meanwhile, Palos will chase down Emo, but Emo is fine to get away. Nobody's been caught, apart from, say, on the Crystal Maiden. And Emo, he's still jumping in. Emo, he's giga-chatting it up. He wanted more, but it might cost him. Silenced up Emo, he's on the run. The Astral Step is available in 1 second. Once the silence is over, and he'll commit it immediately. Another one available now in just a second. Gets it off, but Palos still chasing him down in the hook shot.
Hook!
Jang Jen catches him. Emo goes down. He is down for 90 seconds without buyback as now Jackie.
Is under attack.
Jackie will be okay. They'll try to start forcing in the bottom lane. But you've got 80 seconds without Emo being alive.
Oh, that looked so awkward to start again for TNC, only finding the CM. They didn't give any big angles for Zeal, and that's one big part there as well, but the Aegis has expired off the back of that fight. Emo just getting a little bit too keen. Pops a Manta before the Orchid usage out from Yoe, and now he has that full side of Vice. The control is there. They can spot out this Void Spirit, or even the Weaver. Got opportunities to look for that kill. Do shift up the item build as well on Cox, going for a heart now instead. Would love to... I honestly wouldn't mind seeing like a late Crimson Guard pickup after the heart. I think that damage block could change the way this game is played for the side of TNC with so much defense. Still, we'll find some tier 2s. Bot is being shoved in. Cuckoo has to keep an eye on it, so they're not at full power to threaten here on the side of TNC. But Bleed, just getting a little bit too keen. Gets punished. They do have time to set up for next Roshan. All of their axes are still healthy. Tier 3s are still healthy. They can't afford to dig outside of the high ground with much more confidence than it is for TNC to kind of do the same. We'll see if they can clear up Roshan for themselves this time around. Because if TNC finds it, you get into a lot of trouble at that point with next Rosh. But the bonuses you have, either the Refresh Shard or the Ag's Blessing, that can cause a lot of issues here for Bleed. They have to be on point. And the pressure's there on Zeal, pressure's on Emo. They've been very consistent so far. Just getting a little bit too keen for Emo, but it's rectifying that with a a BKB pickup next.
Now you've even got the hard up on Cox, so he's sitting at 5.2k HP, the Centaur. It's absolutely massive, looking for the overwhelming blink up next. I mean, Emo's going to be so careful not to die in these kind of solo engagements that he's been going for. It's too important to the team to be dropping like that. Does hit the level 25 mark now. See what talent he does go for. He will go for the 140% Astral Step, which I think is fair enough. Just feel like he wants the damage to jump in and just wipe people out. Big smoke up from TNC. They'll wrap around through the mid-river. They'll get into that dire jungle. They'll find some wards here thanks to Yoe, so Cuckoo will get the D-wards off. Meanwhile, the rest of Bleed, they're very well aware the smoke is incoming, so they will look to retreat. Rocket Flare Vision is on Emo, but they are not within range to hook. So he's alright. And it seems like for Bleed, it's back to the drawing board and back to just pushing out the bottom waves.
And they still have that one lane under complete control for themselves. Roshan, a longer spawn timer here as well. So it's not something TNC or Bleed could try to easily sneak out. Does give that time for the build-up. And you've got a very tanky front line now in Cox. Huge with all the HP he has. 5.2k with that heart, going for the overwhelming blink, of course, as you mentioned here. Smoke out, Bleed. Their turn to hunt. Double RP, double BKB for Zeal. Fresh BKB for Emo.
Cuckoo, Rapier is out. They'll lock down the Phoenix. He had the Aeon Disc into the Yules, but they'll skewer him back, just making it impossible for Cuckoo to survive. That is one down, but TNT, they are still waiting. Cox will jump in. He found Emo. They've got the Void, but the Force Stuff will save Emo.
No,
He does not make it.
What?
Emo does not make it. No buyback available for the Void Spirit. They'll lose Sada Bird. Polison trapped up in the cogs. Emo getting tipped from the graveyard as Cuckoo will just laugh. Oh boy, Emo down with that buyback again. What did he...
The BKB?
What is that?
You got the BKB.
Alright, fair enough. It is what it is. 70 seconds.
I think the bigger aspect is that Zeal could not come in. Couldn't get the Blink RP, double BKB. This Magnus has to be the one to set it up. Now he has no allies outside of Weaver. Doesn't feel like it's enough. They need that Void Spirit.
TNT spread itself one moment away almost from just taking the lead out of this qualifier. of being able to proceed through the lower bracket semi-final. They'll take the top lane of Barracks. Backdoor protection is going to kick in though, so Palos may have to be a little bit more careful, but he does take care of it. So now the map's evened out. 1 Rax for 1 Rax. Opposite lanes. Roshan up in about 50 seconds here. And TNC Predator looks like they're going to have first dibs, but for Bleed Esports, obviously, you're in a position once again where you really cannot afford to let Roshan go the way of TNC freely.
No. It has to be off the back of Zeal. You have to get this Blink RP in a big way. It does have the ninja gear at the least, so again, he can sneak around. TNC are already camping the area. No wards to set up, just the bodies to throw out. Bleed. They're rushing down here. Cuckoo has even more utility. Sight of Vice now, 2 sights up for TNC. Bleed. The angle has to be perfect here.
Absolutely does. But TNC, they're just waiting. They know they're coming. Zeal, he'll break his smoke. Palos not jumping in yet. Does think about it. Zeal, no, he misses the RP. He misses the opening RP. He'll throw another one out. He'll catch 2 with it, but the enrage was going. The Ursa took no damage. Zeal in trouble.
It's not the target.
Zeal is down. They got the wrong targets. Emo's still trying. He'll take down Yoe on the Zeus, but what does it matter if you're going to die anyway? Emo will run. He'll astral step out, but the chase is on. Palos desperately trying to find this Void Spirit. So is Jing.
Ooh.
Cox just barely off the mark. Emo's still running south, not spotted.
They're TPing back.
They're still trying to chase him down,
Cox
though.
knows.
They know he's somewhere with the Shivers Guard. They will scout him out, but he'll keep stepping away. Cox, can he find him?
Cox.
Not quite. So close yet so far. I mean, a couple buybacks being committed by Bleed. It doesn't really amount to anything, but it gives them a position where they can still fight for this Roshan. And with Yoe down, maybe they can be the ones to start Roshan.
TNC gave up in that position. They back off. They have to correct this bot shoving in. So the buyback from Zeal, maybe it's worthwhile. The Flares will keep it scouted out though. We see them on the side flanks. Zeal with this buyback, it's super awkward for him. Doesn't have refresh, doesn't have RP, and the buyback only has the BKB use. So TNC retake that position. Roche now underway. The flare vision should give them. Maybe they can try for a steal. No egg though.
Well, they're going to jump in on the Cuckoo. Emo making it very, very hard for Cuckoo to run his shenanigans now as TNC Predator. Still hanging around the Roshan pit, trying to buy Yoe a bit of time for this Roshan to not go down. Roshan about half HP down now. There's still plenty of time to go for Yoe to return back into this team fight. Though I say that now 1/3 of the way down. Looks like Palos will try to jump Sane. Meanwhile, the hook shot. Jackie, he got the Aegis up, but the Axe Blessing and the cheese picked up here by Cox. Cox will get away with it. Meanwhile, Jackie still trying to fight. Will move back on to Palos. Palos will Wind Waker away. Back towards the Weaver, but Jackie will run. Palos still chasing though. He'll find one. It's going to be the CM. Meanwhile, Yoe's gone, but they've taken out Jackie. They've got the Aegis gone. But Jackie, going for the secondary life as Zil is going to get the RP up. He's found 2 of them. Palos in trouble. He'll Wind Waker again. Meanwhile, Cox is still healthy, but Palos is not. Palos should be dropping, but somehow he's still alive. How can this Ursa still be going? He'll cop a dead shot, but he finally dies. He's got buyback. Cox will keep going. He'll eat the cheese. Still has the Axe Blessing in the backpack. Nobody wants to deal with the Centaur. They will leave Cox be. And the game, it will continue. So even with Palos dying, I don't think Bleed are too confident.
No, they lost Aegis. They didn't get cheese. They didn't get Ags Blessing. TNC, I'd count that as a win. Instantly canceling out the Ags, forcing Zeal. Try out the RP once more. Does have the refresh at least. Just needs to wait for the first RP cooldown to go off here on our mag. A topsy-turvy set of events. Good attempt from Jing. If they took away the Aegis instead on their side, TNC could have maybe looked for that fight and won it out. But the hook shot right on point. You get the clearance there from Cox to get another cheese. Again, this Ag's Blessing to pass out. Everything you could possibly ask for considering those dire circumstances. And they only managed to, again, take the first life. Yoa being so far forward without that protection of BKB is a sitting duck. But Zeal forced to RP only onto tanky targets, and it was a little bit awkward. Paulus accidentally clicked the gate. Like right here is trying to get some hits. He goes for the gate instead.
Yikes.
It's just such an awkward position for TNC. And if they pass the cheese on to Palos, again, it could have been a different story there for TNC, but just a lot of things going on with not enough time to respond in that way here for the side of TNC. They do hand... I'm curious where they hand this Ag's Blessing to. They didn't pass it off onto Yoe. Did they just... Yeah, they just gave it to Palos to sell out, so he gets the Diffusal Blade up for himself. The Disperser is going to be big in saving out this Ursa and helping keep that chase. So I like this, actually, for the Ursa overall. This does leave him without buyback, just a little bit more gold necessary for that. What a close match. 13k advantage for TNC. You did manage to take Roshan Bleed, but you don't really use your Aegis. Map state slightly better for TNC with a tier 2 still standing to protect. All things considered here. Still, I think one thing for Bleed as well that can start to kick in at this point in the game, scaling on the supports here. Paulson starting to become a little bit of a core now with some of his itemization. Has a Shadow Blade, has some attack speed to play with. Has a full BKB now on the Muerta. Can get work done. They will smoke here on TNC.
5-man smoke. Zill's got his own ninja gear, so he'll smoke up by the mid lane. Trying to set up for the RP, and it's almost like they know the smoke's coming. Redren Rune going to be spotted here by TNC Predator. They could use that as bait. Emo might go for it. Oh, Emo, don't do it. The Hex out. They'll just jump him immediately. They've got him. Emo is down, but he's got buyback. He'll commit immediately. Back into the fight he'll go. Meanwhile, an RP was committed. They found a couple targets. They'll try to jump Cox, but Palos is fine. Palos trying to get to the low ground. In trouble. Emo doing so much damage. Palos enraging up, but he couldn't get to the low ground. Still, they'll save him with the Sun Ray. Say trying to run. So is Paulson. Meanwhile, an RP. They found 3 targets. They'll drag them back into the tier 2 tower, but they're still fine. There's not enough follow-up. Emo's gone. Emo will die back. Jackie in trouble. Jackie trying to run. The hook shot. Jink's gonna get him! Oh boy, it might be over. It may just be over. Well, without Emo to defend, like, can you actually do this?
Doesn't feel like you can. The RPs, again, from Zeal, first time catches the 2 tanky targets. They can't burst them down. Second time they catch Yoel Long, but he still has the BKB afterwards. So he's fine. He runs down Emo. He gets that live wire going so close to the Void Spirit. The chain control. This double sight of Vice out from TNC. The sight being on Cuckoo on that dive, giving them that chance. They'll just rip into the high ground. Still going for the racks, but they should understand. There's no play. They're going to go straight to tier 4s after.
Oh boy, rough times here for Bleed Esports. They're 1 game away from being knocked out of the road to the international qualifiers. Only 1 hope left, and this is this team fight. They're going to be fighting without their Void Spirit for the next minute. They've got to try and buy Emo as much time as humanly possible, but how do you do it? The voice line spam still being used up here by Jing. No hesitation as Palos jumping in, trying to find a target, but finds nothing. Both T4 towers now completely gone. The Ancient is exposed. They're going to try and jump in now. Zeal trying to find a skewer target back towards the fountain. Unable to do so quite yet, but no, he found one. It's Palos, but it's not towards the fountain. Palos is still fine. He'll just Wind Waker away. Meanwhile, the Ancient under attack once again. Who do you go for? There's just so much happening. They'll just focus down the Ancient. In fact, they want the fight. They're not going for the Ancient yet. They'll take down Save first. Jing onto the Ancient. So is Cuckoo. They'll finish off the game. TNC. They'll make it through to the quarterfinals or the semifinals of the lower bracket. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, what a run so far for TNC. This match, Bleed found some openings to get some specialties out. The Void Spirit for Emo, the Magnus for Zeal. It's just not enough. This quirky itemization, you know, Paolo's going for the ults into the Wind Waker, allowing him a lot more play there. The double sight of Vices coming in. Yoa did go for the Orchid first, but managing to get the side of Vice later. Cuckoo as well getting that. It did so much work. The execution again from TNC on point, but you have to hand it to Bleed. They were finding some openings. They were finding some punishment. That mid-fight where they used Emo as bait and Zeal just gets that RP surprise. Almost felt like the momentum was swinging away from TNC at that point. And this fight as well, in the sidelines. They get this jump forward. They don't manage to burst down Zeal. Zeal manages to come back in. Egg forced out in the side. And Zeal finds his angle for a great RP onto Yoe with a skewer back onto Palos. And again, there was some big plays here from Bleed. But the coordination from TNC, just that one moment where Emo was hanging on triangle. And that just ruined it. And them losing the Aegis as well in that last Aegis fight. Losing the Aegis ASAP on Jackie. Having to buy back on Zeal earlier. Losing Aegis and losing the Cheese and Ags as well to Cox. And those were mistakes that eventually just add up. They didn't have the safety nets. They didn't have the added utility here to play with on the side of Bleed.
Yeah. It was a very hard series here for Bleed Esports. I mean, they try their absolute best, but TNC credits. I mean, they've just got something to prove here, TNC, don't they, John? My goodness, I mean, really just playing their absolute hearts out, taking another 2-0 victory here in the lower bracket. They are still yet to drop a game. That is 6-0, the scoreline for TNC Predator. And people were saying yesterday that that they just didn't have real opponents. Blacklist wasn't a real opponent, YG wasn't a real opponent, and now Bleed Esports, I'm sure they're going to tell me, aren't a real opponent. But I dare say they certainly were, Jonathan. And my goodness, TNC once again now in the semi-final have their matchup set for Execration tomorrow. Insanity.
Isn't the beautiful storyline, right? And Blacklist gets 0 forward by TNC and Execration. And Execration and TNC get to move on. And now you get TNC Execration going in for the last day. What a storyline for TNC. But I mean, you have to give props to them. Like, they're playing so well as a team. It's so hard for me to actually call this MVP. Because I feel like everyone did their job well. Maybe Jing or Cuckoo. Cuckoo solely off that Hex on Emo. Jing for all of these great hooks. I don't know. Who would you give it to? I can't tell.
Oh yes, give it to the master. We'll give it to Cuckoo. Yeah, we'll give it to Cuckoo. He's 0-7 and 23 on the Phoenix. So he's been doing some fantastic work here, and I'll be being able to proceed all the way through here with all these new players, John. Obviously the mastermind behind all of it is the boss, and Cuckoo has been doing some fantastic work. So props to him for being able to secure the Standout Player Award of this game number 2. And you know what that means, Jonathan? And I don't mean to kind of rush ahead, but we do have our next series on stream very, very soon. And that's going to be Aurora up against the side of Talon Esports to decide the first team from SEA that qualifies through to the road to the international. My goodness, Jonathan, I mean, we're about to find out which is better, the old Talon or the new Talon. I mean, who's better, Jonathan? It's a hard question.
I think up front, Talon has faltered in this moment across so many qualifiers. They go to upper bracket finals, they fail. They go to lower bracket finals, they fail. Coming in, the favorite should be Aurora. There's no two ways about it. But Talon can surprise us. Maybe they surprise us. Maybe they overcome that mental barrier that they face in these final scenarios. Who knows, Mike? It's an exciting one.
Well, Aurora versus Talon coming right up after a short break. We'll see you all again very, very soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the road to the international, of course, for the SEA qualifiers, and it is MLP Data and John X5. Jonathan, we're on to our final series of the night. It is Aurora up against Talon Esports to decide the first qualifying team to the international 2024. Jonathan, how excited are you for this?
I am very amped up to see this one. We've seen this multiple times before. Aurora comes in, Talon maybe takes a game off, but Aurora eventually wins. But that was with Chuen. Now with Mikoto, who knows what happens here for this matchup for Aurora versus Talon. Maybe Mikoto has an axe to grind with his former teammates, of course. And again, we saw that bracket. We see the journey ahead of us for tomorrow as well. We've got Execration versus TNC on the lower bracket, and then waiting for whoever drops here. Like, who would have expected Execration and TNC to get that far? The Filipinos. 2 full Filipino sacks. That's 10 Pinoys potentially still able to go into TI along with Akashi, of course. So 11. It looks like the resurgence, Mike. Maybe if things work out, you know, we still have to see with this upper bracket, and we still have to see, of course, with the lower bracket finals tomorrow. Again, this one historically has been going Aurora's way. Talon in their old iteration with Chuen just looked like they'd falter. Looked like the drafting would go into comfort. That didn't work out. Felt like it was always something Aurora was much well prepared for. So I'm keen to see if that changes here today, whether or not Talon can actually take a win in the big one, or if Aurora keeps that domination over Southeast Asia as they have in the past 3 qualifiers at the very least. We shall see. First pick up for Talon, dire side for Aurora, which is interesting. It feels like almost always you take Radiant. Radiant's been, I believe the win rate's been almost like 58% Radiant, and first pick Radiant has been on like almost, around 58, if I recall right, maybe 61. Something very skewed towards Radiant first pick. So I'm keen to see what ideas Aurora has here to work the map, and if there's any specific bans that come in. We see the Witch Doctor, SF being banned out by Aurora. Talon taking care of some of the Aurora specialties that they've been running. Gyrocopter gone, Enchantress taken out as well. So some comfort of Ollie being removed. I'm wondering if they'll allow the IO true here, as that does feel like something very specific that Aurora has enjoyed picking up. It doesn't feel like you have the best answers early on for that. You know, Kunkka's kind of dead, so you can't play with EX. So I'm keen to see if Aurora will be able to get away with like an IO Marcy here once more.
Yeah, I think you've got to be very careful to give that IO away. I mean, Ollie has been doing some great work on the IO, and it does open up the draft very well for the side of Aurora as well, right? Like, because we've been seeing a lot of POS 1 Marcy from this Aurora squad, and that POS 1 Marcy has looked pretty devastating as long as it does get its IO. And speaking of the devil, there it is. The Marcy ban has been made. So Talon Esports basically say, take IO, but you're not going to get Marcy with it.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
like it's still viable. It's, well, not as viable without the IO gyro as well. I think IO might just be off the table completely. I'm a bit surprised Aurora do ban out and Marcy. Talon do get to start off with Clockwork coming out here. So you have a strong support already for Jokam or Ponyo, depending on which way you want to go with it. It doesn't reveal too much in your draft, of course. We have seen high impact from these Clockworks, especially Jing, and just in the game we watched. So we'll see if Talon can sort of replicate that here. Aurora, I mean, you could first pick IO. I'm just wondering, IO CK perhaps is a combination? You know, very old school, could still work. CK has been strong, so you could start with the IO here if you really wished on Aurora. Can't fault them if they wanted that.
They could. See if they do it, though. Bit of a think about it. Aurora really trying to ensure they know exactly what they want for that first pick.
Talon Esports turn to
They'll go for the Phoenix, which has been very popular. As of late, it's just seeing the Phoenix coming out once again. Q doesn't seem overly fond of it. What can you do, Q? Sometimes you got to play the Phoenix. I mean, but chances are Ollie's going to have to play it anyway, so who cares?
Yeah,
10 seconds
should be on to Ollie. I'm curious to see now if something like the Tiny's banned out. It does feel like that's something both Jokam and Q really enjoy. Both of them have had huge moments on something like the Tiny. So I'm wondering if that's a priority for either side to take away here. They will take care of some of the offlane first on Talon's end, taking care of the Beastmaster out. Not giving that option out for Jabs. There's been stuff like Enigma slowly popping back in. Darkseer was already banned by Aurora
10
themselves.
seconds remaining.
We'll have to see what they will
5
allow
seconds
through. They
remaining.
don't have too many bans left, just one. Chances are, again, either the IO comes through. To be fair, though, IO plus Phoenix doesn't sound like the best. It's really good sustain, but yeah, you'd end up with like Q Phoenix, which it just doesn't feel like it fits into Q's playstyle, right? Like he loves Tusk, he loves his tiny, he can do inch, a little bit
Dire team
flashier
back.
than just the Phoenix overall. They'll take care of the brew. So
Yeah,
really
I
just targeting jabs at this point.
I do believe that at this point they just won't take IO. You know, so just give Ollie the Phoenix, choose something else. No need for the IO this game around. One more ban to go before we can continue. Of course,
10
you just
seconds
mentioned Jabs
remaining.
is being targeted a lot here by Talon with these final
5
banouts.
seconds remaining.
Give a quick shout out to Lorinov as well, John. I do like this addition to Aurora. I feel like Lorinov has been consistently very, very good for his team. They do go for a Timber Saw pickup here for Aurora, which could be the mid Timber, could be the offlane Timber. You never know.
Yeah, it's open enough. It has proven itself to be really strong. The Twisted Chakram, just so much damage early on once you have the Kaya up.
10
And
seconds
you
remaining.
can see already 100% win rate from 2 games it has been picked up in.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
should be set for a good time for either Jabs or Lorinov, depending. It is still flexible enough. You've got some good sustain coming out for the Timbersaw up front as well, just with the Phoenix, with a hotspot. It's going to be a bit of a chore for Talon to try to burst that down.
Esports, time to pick
We'll go into the Weaver pickup, which I do like. Akashi did make this Weaver look amazing last time we saw him play it. And we just saw, again, really great results out from the Weaver. Last time, it's still flexible enough to be a support here for Talon if need be. I don't think you go for the support here, though.
10
Like,
seconds
lane into
remaining.
Timbersaw is pretty alright for Weaver. As long as you don't get Whirling
5
Death
seconds
when you
remaining.
Shikuchi in. Should be fairly manageable until reactive levels are up. So you can play some Harass there. And again, you scale up so strongly on the Weaver. Will they double down and go for like an early, I don't know, WS Slardar? I feel it's a little bit too early. I don't know if you really want to go in all in on the minus armor strat, but we have seen the effect of that in the last series again.
Well, we certainly did. That was a lot of damage being dealt with all that minus armor between the Weaver and the Slaughter. See if Talon do want to prioritize the Slaughter pickup here. I mean, it certainly feels pretty damn good in most cases, that offlane Slaughter pickup. WS's hero does seem ultra important as well. Like I think you and I go back and forth on this quite a lot, but
Dire
WS
team pick.
always feels like I want to say the consistently best player on Talon. You know, I feel like WS has really popped off quite a lot in every match we've seen.
And he has. They go for the Disruptor now, so solidifying their support pickups here on Talon's
10
end.
seconds
It should
remaining.
be the Jokam. Actually, we've seen Jokam play some Disruptor as well, so it's open enough whether you want the 4 or 5 Disruptor Clockwork, depending on what lane matchup you want. I feel like Clockwork 5 is the ideal, quite frankly, but again, you could still kind of flex it. It's just so weird to see Jokam on Disruptor. But again, he has done that in a few of the qualifier games before. For Aurora, I mean, it's still an open draft. You're probably just looking maybe for a Q hero to lock it in. The Disruptor does make it fairly annoying for Lorinov to consider. You know, when Static Storm is up, the more maneuverable heroes are going to be having a rough time in the static field. So
Dire team pick.
there's a lot to kind of get done there. They'll go with the TA. Surprisingly, TA was left alone. And that's a bit of a shocker. This hero almost never makes it out of the first ban phase. Talon lets it through and Aurora picks it up. 100% win rate, 29 bans. I mean, it's the facet. You know, as the shield goes down, her damage just skyrockets and she can just melt heroes.
5 seconds
Love this
remaining.
solution out from Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, I think the TA pickup is certainly something you don't want to give away so freely like this. But Talon may be confident just giving the TA away to Aurora, as now the Rubik also coming out. Rubik generally very, very potent when you are up against a Weaver, because Sakuchi is a pretty busted spell to steal as Rubik. But as well as that, you've got all the Clockwork spells, you've got all the Disruptor spells.
10 seconds
It's a very
remaining.
strong style of game here for the Rubik, and Q does tend to play a
5
pretty strong
seconds
Rubik as
remaining.
well. So pretty happy to see this hero coming out for Aurora. Talon, I wonder if they start to get a little bit worried, because Since that TA pick came out, John, I've been pretty worried for.
It just feels very hard to answer the TA. You'd want some DOTs. Disruptor somewhat gives you that, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Puts a lot of pressure on your Disruptor here as well to catch like the Timber Saw and the TA in a Static Storm. Again, with the spell steal options here for Q. And this also kind of goes back to the Rubik facet, right? Added AoE as you spam your spells out. So if you do steal Static Storm, the wideness of that is going to be fairly annoying as well. For Talon to contend with. Goes straight into the Razor pickup. So that is an old traditional TA answer that we haven't seen as much of. I am very curious, though, if they're just going to give that to WS. It does feel like that should end up being the WS hero on the off lane. My concern is you lack playmaking now in Talon. You do have some individual answers. Again, TA, Razor into TA is pretty good, but you don't have that playmaking in WS on Razor if he does go that route. There's a very offhand chance of this going to Mikado. I don't think I minded too much mid if you do end up with a TA mid as well. That could be a very interesting circumstance. But Talon doesn't have last pick overall, so they're going to have to show their hand here first.
So far, like with these drafts, again, I do feel like Aurora has come out on top, at least for now. I mean, the Razor pick was quite nice against the TA. It is somewhat of a pretty good counter, but we shall have to wait and see as Aurora looking for their final ban out. Still thinking about it, as apparently all the neighborhood dogs have decided to start barking around me, Jonathan, for whatever reason.
10 seconds remaining.
The dogs are all in your head, Mike. They're howling in your head.
5 seconds remaining.
Trust me, they're not in my head. John.
You need to check your medication. No. Check your medication, Mikey. We're getting up there.
I hate my neighbors so much. I hate my neighbors so much. You have no idea, John. The Ember Spirit will be banned out by Aurora. Talon Esports still looking for another position 1 ban, I'm sure, here against Aurora. Looking for a Savage here to ban out.
10
What options do you have? Again, CK is still there. If you really felt the need for hard scaling here on Aurora, kind of ties in with a minus armor nicely with TA. Nice and beefy up front as well. No easy answers from Talon to clear that out. CK feels like the most straightforward. There's a couple of stuff like, say, Ursa, although Ursa into Razor doesn't feel great, but the Razor already has to kind of focus on the TA anyhow. And ban out the Morph instead. It'll go for the Primal Beast closer here, so they could still flex this. Mikado could take that Primal Beast mid. You could run the Razor mid, depending. That does give you a little bit more teamfight presence here as well. I would honestly prefer something like the WS Primal Beast and just run Mikado Razor. Just to have that play on the offlane, just to allow WS his playmaking style. Aurora with her last pick have to reveal what they want to do with this TA. Are you going to end up running it mid? Are you going to run it safe lane? Last pick a Lornoff hero. Are you going to run TA safe? Timbersaw mid and something else for jabs? That feels like something Aurora can get done here as well.
Certainly could be. Aurora, though, think about this final pickup here. Still looking for the position 1 for Savage. And plenty of flexibility with these picks here from Aurora. Just up to them where they want to go with this final pickup. Savage is having a chat with Lorinov. So perhaps they could switch up the whole TA pick. A lot on the line here, of course. Game 1 of a best of 3 to decide who does qualify straight to TI13. 15 seconds reserve time left. Aurora was known for taking their time. Never ever rushing to make these picks. They take this. Okay, so it is going to be a Savage TA we're looking at.
Yeah. And I'm wondering what the adjustment here for Talon is. Are you going to keep WS or Mikado on the Primal Beast? It feels like Primal Beast versus Zeus might be a better lane overall. Let's see which way they flex it. You want to end up with a Razor TA, I think, overall in the end here. We will have the Ponyo Disruptor, and you will end up with the Jokam Clockwork. I like that Zeus to close out. Again, it's more damage coming in. Your jump on Talon isn't amazing. Like, you have this charge forward for Mikado, and the lane for Zeus versus Primal Beast should be still Zeus favored, but Primal Beast does have kill threat on the Zeus at very least. My concern is the lack of team fight, or the lack of playmaking from Talon. You are just reliant on running down and hoping for a good static storm out from Ponyo. Whereas for Aurora, you have some good spells to steal. Q, he can steal Pulverize and have himself a grand old time here. You have the damage coming in from Lorinov in 23 and jabs. You have this coverage from Ali with a Sunray. It looks very stitched together from Aurora. For Talon, it looks like they kind of have to run it down. If that rundown fails, then I think Aurora has this game in handy. This draft just looks much more well-balanced for Aurora to scale up and hit their timings with.
I can't wait to see how this game one does go between these two teams. They're hoping for an action-packed game here. Jonathan couldn't care less who ends up pulling off this victory. Just hopefully we get an entertaining game one, to say the least. Again, best of 3 series to decide who does make it through to TI 2024. And of course, the loser, they still get a secondary chance in the lower bracket tomorrow, but you'd rather not have to wake up and hope to win tomorrow. You'd rather just win right the hell now. See who does manage to pull that one off. I mean, Makoto as well. I mean, a bit to play for, John. Bit to prove here, I think, for Makoto.
Oh, yeah.
Always is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this mid matchup's going to be interesting. Again, Zeus still naturally favored, but we have seen Makoto Primal Beast pop off before when he was on Old Talon, aka Aurora, minus Makoto, of course, right now. So, I don't know. This matchup has a lot of history. There's a lot on the line. I'm just concerned for Talon because every time they're here, this is when things can go. This is when things go southbound for Talon. These qualifier runs, we'll have to see again if they stitch things up. You have tips already coming out being swapped with Mikado and Tree. New Vic Mikado says. Primal player.
It's good to see they're good friends. At the very least, no hard feelings.
Nah. Again, that split up was probably just about timing. Mikado wanted a break, so Aurora wanted a team. Then Mikado would just look for an org that would have him on break.
Why can't you just make it juicy, John? Why can't you just say Savage? Just leg swept. Makoto.
Look.
Makoto's
there are no
upset.
Filipinos involved, so there's no spice. There's no Filipinos involved, so there's no spice.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
No?
I'll give you that. That's a
There's
good
peace,
excuse,
as Cuckoo says. The peacemaker. He's made peace. There's peace on Earth, Mike.
And by peace, he meant 2 peace. Chicken Joy. After he wins the TI qualifiers.
I won't see it. I'd love a free one as well.
What?
Someone please send us some Chicken Joy.
Who told you that you were going to get Chicken Joy for free, John?
I just want
said
some.
that?
Come on. Let's just let the guy have a 2-piece chicken. Leg and thigh part, please. Thank you. As we do get into the game, even bounty ring trade, no excitement there. Taking a look, a gander at our mid, Mikado on the Primal Beast, up against Lorinov on that Zeus. We've seen a lot of Zeus today, Mikey. Most of that on Yoe. But we know the effects the Zeus can have. I'm curious what Lorinov's itemization will be. Will he go the same route as Yoe? Kaya, Phylactery Kaya, BKB into Yasha Kaya, Sight of Vice afterwards. That feels like probably the best build, as it's been so effective with a shard somewhere in there. Again, this matchup for Mikado is not going to be easy. Live wire does make this pretty painful for him. Every time he wants to charge in, even just the right-click trades feel pretty good here for Lorinov. But he will have to get as much as he can before the Zeus gets too out of hand. Rune control going to be a big part here as well. We do have decent enough rotations from both sides. That can potentially come in here by the 4-minute rune into the 6-minute rune to just stop the refills. And see how much more they can work out. Of course, just again, by virtue of this lane, Lorinov shouldn't be in a bad spot. Mikado's going to have to work double time to look for a trample onslaught angle if he wants to pressure here.
Mikado's doing some decent work already of just kind of annoying Lorinov with this onslaught spam. Not bothering to go for the trample usage quite yet. Of course, you do also have those side lanes. Top lane, 23 Savage and Ollie against WS and Joe Camp. This can be a little bit of an annoying lane for 23 Savage because, of course, WS, once he has the static link up, can be a real nuisance towards Savage. And if you can manage to land the cogs from Joe Cam onto the TA, chances are you probably could secure a nice, easy kill. See how 23 Savage does try to deal with it.
Yeah, laning-wise, the first few levels here for Savage shouldn't be feeling great. No, does have the melt to try to harass out, but will want to get some of that refraction in. Maybe by level 3, he starts to feel a little bit more comfy in this lane. Still other lanes down bot. Do have Akashi on the Weaver once more, along with Ponyo on the Disruptor up against Jabs and Q on the Turnbusaw Rubik. Already doing a lot to keep Ponyo, to keep Q all the way back. They have managed to apply some pressure onto the Rubik. This lane isn't as straightforward for Jabs either. He is forced to go for reactive, just to sustain through from the physical output that Akashi can pump out. And he isn't really able to maximize whirling that as much. This is a pretty comfy lane for the Weaver overall. So at the very least, you have the stable lane for Akashi, although in terms of CS, it's not the fastest at the moment, but he is able to keep up for the most part in comparison to Tree once his creep wave is done and dusted.
Yeah, it should be alright. Not too much action happening across the map quite yet, though we do have a nice little glimpse onto Jabs, so they are going to give it a crack, and Jabs will try to TP out and will be okay to get back towards his tier 1 tower, but certainly not feeling the safest down this bottom lane. As you saw, once he does get glimpsed back without the chains being leveled up, he is a pretty big sitting duck. Gotta be careful for that not to happen again, because he doesn't have TP for quite a while.
Again, just the early minus armored threat from the Swarm. Don't have the best way of clearing it out. Attack speeds aren't the fastest for this duo here down bot, so Akashi can try to leverage that. Just has to manage that HP well. Does have the stick at the very least to get some flash regen on. Mid lane, again, as you mentioned, Mikado is doing a fine job of keeping within striking range of Lorinov in terms of farm. So he's not lagging too far behind the Zeus. Still a 4 creep advantage for Lorinov with a creep wave coming right under his tier 1, so that's set to escalate. Still trying to bully out Jabs a little bit here.
They're doing a good job of it. Jabs starting to fight back. We'll move on to Ponyo. Ponyo with the pushback. Akashi's still looking to get a bit more damage off. But Jabs going to be just fine to survive. Does have a salve available as well in the Timbersaw, so not going to be forced to run back towards the base by any stretch. Still no kills happening across the map either. Nobody's died here. Everyone's still perfectly alive. In fairness, there have been no rotations from the mid lane quite yet, because naturally both mid laners are sitting at level 5. Top lane, Savage. He could be the first one to die here as he does get caught out by the static link into the cogs and the battery assault, and they do indeed get him. WS with the level 2 static link able to secure that kill, and it even finds a double on that offlane Razor. And that's what we were just talking about with the TA. You know, once you got the link up, cogs battery assault, there's not really much TA can do to survive, especially with just the support things.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to see here from WS. Get that strong start early on while this TA is weak. Level 3 111 doesn't have the most refraction charges to play off of, doesn't have the greatest striking range for the Sideblade, so always within range for Jokam to look for a play to make on. And now, you start to find yourself with a little bit of room in lanes. Ponyo and a little bit of threat.
Does go down. The Thunder God's Wrath will fly in from Lorinov to ensure they do secure the kill. And Makoto hasn't really opted to move yet out of that middle lane. Still just choosing to continue getting that XP towards the level 6 mark. Lorinov doesn't really need to move. Like, as long as he's got his Thunder God's Wrath off, he's more than happy to just stay and continue the farm game. So 2-1 is the scoreline. Aurora with a very slight net worth lead. And 23 Savage, with that death happening on the TA, doesn't really seem to care so much. His CS is still 38-4. Still second in CS, only to his own Zeus. So all things being said and done, it does feel like all the lanes are being pretty much won by Aurora. As I say that, Jab's in a bit of trouble down at bottom lane, but they can't really chase for the kill. And in the meantime, Jokam does. Lorinov just able to secure a nice easy one on the Zeus. Second kill for him already on that mid Zeus, and again, I do believe all lanes have been won by Aurora.
Yeah, and they've worked out the lanes much better. The aggression from Talon is there, but they're not able to really get the same efficiency out for that aggression. So you're happy with this initial CS start for Aurora's part. He hit level 5 now on 23, so he's got 4 charges of the refraction up, a lot of damage once that shield melts, and a lot of sustain through for you to play in that spot. I think the key thing for Talon, they did manage to secure the amp damage rune for Mikado. He is getting some stacks off in his camp, so there's some flash farm to be had here. You do have some forward vision again, watching the triangle stacks here from Ollie. They can start to contest down the line as well. They are getting their own safe build-up here for their Zeus right by the mid lane. It does feel like we are just waiting for some initial times to kick in. Right, you are going for the phylactery for Lornoff. Nothing too different there for our Zeus. You're getting a lot of room out for Savage without pressure up top. You can just play in the jungle now. Go for the fast Dragonlance Desolator, it does look like here, in that order. Blink afterwards. And the big thing once you hit these timings in 23 especially is you can start to think about the Roshan. I think a very realistic possibility is bot.
Bit of a chase. Jabs may be going a little bit too far. Ponyo will glimpse him back. Oh, the chains. Nice attempt from Jabs to try and escape that glimpse, but not quite enough, sadly. That's a pretty big pick-off now for Talon Esports. They even started playing pressure up at that top lane.
Okay.
The Savage and Ollie are still around, but seems like they might just have to let this tier 1 tower slowly be chipped away at.
Not the quickest process for WS. Just get some good chip damage off. Jurkham was on the hunt, but doesn't find anyone. Thankfully, I think, considering how much damage 23 does have on hand. They do manage to send Jabs to the Walk of Shame as he TP's in lane in vision of the Disruptor. There is that. You are seeing Lornoff's an insane output onto Mikado whenever he's up close. Mikado is rushing the Blade Mail to mitigate that a little bit, but it does feel like he'll need an Eternal Shroud on top just to be able to survive and get his job done up front. So a rather even game. Again, in terms of CS, in terms of farm, you're very happy here on Aurora. Talon finding a couple of punishment kills so far. I think the only real hero hurting right now is Jabs on the Timber. So this timing for the Timbersaw into the Kaya is going to be a lot slower than you'd really want it to be. But I'm sure eventually he'll still find it. Jabs has had many starts like this. Nothing too different for Aurora from what we've seen before. It doesn't feel like Talon's fully punishing yet. There's always still some room to farm as there are stacks. He'll just clear it out with the Chakram up. So yeah, he's going to be able to even it out. I'm not sure who the pressure is on to play faster. It almost feels like Talon, at the same time, you can't really expect a Razor Weaver to play that quickly this early on. They do need items up, so it's just going to be a slower game. And I think overall, in a slower-paced game, it does favor Aurora. In your initial timing into Dragonlance Desolator on 23, this Phylactery Conda timing for Lornoff to work into, it is massive. You can open up Roshan off the bat for pickoff if you're not careful.
I think with these kind of drafts, it does feel like Aurora certainly could take off a lot quicker. It's kind of the thing we see a lot with this Aurora side, like these TA pickups they tend to get does allow them to get a pretty big mid-game timing. We have seen multiple times, and it's just a matter with the Talon Esports can kind of weather the storm that will come in about 10 to 15 minutes. We shall see. And right now, net worth still favoring Aurora, but just barely. I think the important aspect is Lorinov, who has again secured top net worth board on that mid Zeus. You do have WS right behind him on the Razor, and right after that, you've got 23 Savage's TA. But this much net worth on a Zeus is pretty problematic. We've seen Zeus do some crazy work if he's allowed this kind of space.
And we have, and it's just that Kaya BKB timing into the Yasha Kaya. It's an overwhelming amount considering the way that Talon would want to play. They will spot 23.
Jump is there. They do find a TA. 23 Savage. We'll get Gibbs back into a static storm, and this will be a pretty massive kickoff for Talon Esports to find. Savage, he's got no help incoming. He is gone. Props to Talon, they find a very important pickoff here onto the carry of Aurora.
And they played very patiently too. They hand that over to Akashi to take with the Shikuchi. Very important kill for the Weaver to actually pick up for himself going into this early Maelstrom he's trying to work up. And I like this timing. We've seen a lot of Weavers join in once they have Javelin. Akashi again showing up for his team to help shove in top, giving a lot of room for Aurora to just casually shove in bot as well. And with the Termsaw, this doesn't take too long. And with the Siege Reap, you can just tank through. So they will trade 1-for-1 on the objectives. And the big thing for Aurora is that they've got still strong triangle control in comparison. Talon, they haven't found this ward yet, but Aurora hasn't been able to play off of it. They will smoke. Akashi stuck by himself down here.
He's still a weaver though. Looks like he's going to be okay. T1 bottom tower will end up eventually going down, but of course Akashi cannot do too much about that. Won't really matter anyway because they got the opposing T1 top lane. Aurora really just playing catch up here down at this bottom lane to secure this T1. I think Talon seem more than happy just playing the farm game for now. WS in particular again is already having a fantastic game on this offlane Razor and wants to start working right on towards that BKB for himself. In fairness, once the BKB is up on the Razor, there's not really too much for him to be worried about. Like, the TA is the main kind of target he wants anyway, and if he static links the TA, then he doesn't have to worry about the physical damage either. You know, once the BKB on WS is up, it's almost like you've got a carry that's just ready to go.
If you do, you've also got the Blade Mail ready now in Mikado, so you can cop those hits up front from Lorinov, no problem. Reflecting that damage back. You have good forward vision here from Talon at the moment, watching the top jungle right by the mines, and watching right around the tier 2 camps as well on mid. They can look to punish down the line. Q does have the Shikuchi to be annoying, so I'm not going to give Mikado any openings. I think the big thing is, again, you are finding farm on Talon. You are hitting these spikes. Maelstrom up on Akashi going into the Gleipnir. But Savage is inching towards that Desolator. Already has enough for the one Mithril Hammer, just lacking the other. Talon will try to smoke. Again, forward vision is there. Makes it very easy to find some juicy targets here.
We're not finding too much right now. It's like Akashi's going to see if he can steal that Wisdom Rune away at the 14-minute mark, though Q is going to run into him very soon on the Ruby. Not sure if this is really worth Akashi's time. Like, he's just going to go for a run now, as Q does reveal he was just around the corner. You get that very nice Sakuchi here for the Rubik, though, exactly what Q wants. Mid-tier 1 tower, also under siege by Talon. Aurora, surprisingly enough, not interested in trying to retaliate. It seems though they understand that their draft is not really made to fight this early. So they'll let the tier 1 mid-tower go down for free. Just continue to buy Savage the space he needs to get online, and he's getting rather close now to a full Desolator on that TA. But as it stands at the moment, like, you're starting to get a little bit concerned about Aurora because Talon, that they have hit a bit of a stride where it feels like they are controlling majority of the map. Aurora, or Kashi rather, being chased by Jabs, but Jabs probably not going to be able to kill. I mean, it is a weave. Meanwhile, topside. Smoke out from Aurora. Smoke broken on Jokam. Jokam looking to hook in. Does decide better of it. Looks to back his way out. It cannot kill him off. Jokam fine for now, but 23 Savage and the gang chasing them down. Ponyo, a big static storm. He caught Savage in that, but he does die, though they do find Jabs. Akashi kills off Jabs on his own. Meanwhile, Q getting caught by a hook shot is down to boot. Savage going to try and salvage, but Makoto right onto the TA with the trample. The refraction charges have already been expended. Savage trying to fight back. The force to drop the egg, but now the pulverize from Makoto right onto Savage. They'll take down the TA. They'll take down Ollie on the egg. The only survivor is Lorinov.
That was just crazy coordination from Talon. Ponyo getting killed off by the neutral actually means you find nothing for Aurora.
Oh.
Akashi somehow getting the solo kill. He committed time-lapse way earlier when Jabs was chasing him down. I'm surprised that even happened at all. Maybe just a couple of back-to-back Mjolnir Maelstrom procs, more than enough, along with Shikuchi slows. Magical damage. He only has the level 1 reactors. It's not the tankiest Timbersaw yet. They might be able to punish, although haste rune for Lorinov is tough.
Yeah, Hook was on cooldown as well for 5 seconds when they did run right into Lorinov, so they couldn't really initiate. And Lorinov is really the saving grace right now for Aurora. The one guy you'd really hate to see die because he is top of the net worth, though. He does get glimpsed back for Kodo. Not going to commit with the onslaught. Of course, he is right by the tier 2 tower. Don't want to risk the TP rotations to come in from Aurora. But now a 1k advantage Talon Esports way, and again, WS is really just taken off on this offlane Razor. Full BKB on the way for this Razor to boot. So now WS is just completely uncontested. Like BKB plus a Mage Slayer in these team fights, who's gonna kill him? Like who's dealing with this offlane Razor the next time they fight?
It has to be 23 if someone else gets static linked. But that puts Tree at a very awkward position, right? In the firing line. It did go for the Desolator. No Blink, no BKB, no Shard even. To try to help give some control here. Smoke out Talon. On the hunt. They're playing away from the wards up top, trying to hunt in the triangle.
Jabs. Oh, jabs. Okay for now. Chains away. Joe Cam still goes for the hook. Underneath the T2 tower. This is a very risky play. Joe Cam alive for now, but not for long. Still, they'll try for jabs with WS. They've got jabs down. WS wanting more now onto the Egg. A very aggressive play. But it's paying off for Talon. This 23 Savage cannot really fight back, though he does at least pop the refraction. He'll make it out. Makoto the one to go down. Now they've got Ponyo to boot. They do punish. But holy, I mean, had Savage died there, it would have just been an absolute disastrous situation from Aurora, because I don't think there would have been a turnaround.
No. Timely saves coming out from Aurora. Very forced movement from Talon. Still does pay off for the most part, but it is costly. Losing Makoto at the end, I think, kind of makes it a little bit better for Aurora overall. And Savage, he does get some free Desolator charges for himself off that fresh pickup, so Aurora are finding a lot over that overextension on Talon. Talon looking like they're under a little bit of pressure to get these plays out. I think that deep dive would have worked a lot better if Makoto managed to finish up the full Eternal Shroud first, as it was Lorinov coming in late with his damage that eventually melts that Primal Beast. Still, you can see that Talon do understand his timing. They want to play fast, they want to prevent Aurora from just taking over the map, from being too comfy in farming. I think that's what we saw last time when Talon and Aurora faced up against each other on an upper bracket final. Talon just played too slow and Aurora managed to farm their way to victory. Not as comfy for them to sit back and farm in this game. Talon just poking and prodding on the tier 2s. Again, some key items almost finished up. Once Makoto has that Eternal Shroud, it becomes a lot more different than trying to stop that Primal Beast and getting control. And their coordination to focus the Egg. It always feels like they allow it to almost pop and then just clean it up after. Doing some damage on sides, focusing on softer targets first, and then taking care of the Egg after the fact. Just the coordination does seem to be there for Talon to an extent.
Looking for more. I mean, Lorinov right around the corner here to WS, but he'll be all right. Aurora. Not looking to back off quite yet, but I would be rather careful because now the full Eternal Shroud has been completed on Makoto. So he's going to be feeling a lot more confident to be able to force these fights against Lorinov Zeus. Aurora, they're still patiently waiting. They've got the trap vision, that they do pop the trap. Power Rune is going to spawn up top, and it's an amp damage to make matters worse for Aurora. So Makoto will happily bottle that up for himself. And Aurora obviously will not want to fight into that. But for Talon Esports, they'll go up top lane. Now T2 Tower is still just standing there on its own. Lorinov was heading to try and defend, but obviously knows not to get too close. And so the T2 top tower does go the way of Talon by the looks of it.
Nice little free take for them. Does make it maybe easier to just keep this invasion up top, playing with his forward ward he planted earlier, although it's still a relatively fresh 4.5 minutes of control in the top area to hunt down. And Q does show up to try to slow it, but there's a Gleipnir here to be annoying.
Q, let's have the Sakuchi, so is alright. The Makoto looking for a chase with the onslaught, almost gets there, needs the pulverize. Q still trying to set up a fight, but not quite. Just lift up and Sakuchi out. Hookshot will not land by Joe Camp. But they get the T2 top tower. Happy days here for Talon Esports. Aurora did take that time to try and catch up in the farm department, so they do actually escalate into a 2k net worth advantage now. But really nothing to write home about so far, and it does really feel like there's plenty of farms still to be had on 23 Savage. He's even decided to go for a BKB before the Blink Dagger, which kind of indicates how badly this game has gone for Aurora. Certainly not according to plan. Top lane, Q. Nice onslaught cancellation here with the lift up on Makoto, and Q actually hands the tip over. and he'll be out of it. No problem.
Stop. Q doesn't want the love taps anymore.
Nah. Jabs. He may though. Arcane Root. Gonna be picked up here by Makoto. Meanwhile though, Akashi gets taken down. Lorna will take him out. 23 Savage dealing all the damage, and now Makoto to follow. Oh, a massively bad fight for Talon, but a huge fight for Aurora. Akashi, he just kept getting hit over and over again. Could not escape the silence of the trap from 23 Savage. It was just too much.
And they don't have the vision set up here from Talon as well. They have to respect these traps with a shard. Really good positioning out from Ollie on the egg. Very well protected on the cliff. No opportunity for them to kill that off on Talon. They play right into Aurora's trap. 5k lead now for Aurora off the back of that. Still, Jocam trying to get Q.
Q's still okay though. Jab's going to be able to be there to back him up to boot, though they will glimpse back the Rubik, not allowing him to completely get away. Though Q continuing to lift himself out, will be fine for now. Plasma Field will land. Q still running. The Glimmer Cape not going to save him. Jabs at least should be able to trade here with Jocam, and will be able to do so. So 1 for 1. Akashi going to show up. Throws the swarm out onto Jabs. Glimpse back.
Oh.
They're going to find Ollie. Ollie will use up, but no egg is available, so he is dead. So Talon, not to be outdone, they start to fight back.
There they are. Starting to work their way onto these BKBs now as well, which just feels so damn important up against these TA traps. The 23 has set up nicely across the map. Working on to one for Mikado, for Akashi. WS Bipad already has his, of course, going for the Manta style next. It does feel like the big threat from Talon. I mean, Akashi is doing a lot of damage, but he's not at that scary point yet, you know, with something like his shard into Daedalus. Still ways off from that timing, so a lot of this game does feel like it's really on WS. The Razor up front just hasn't felt like it had a lot of good answers for it yet. Number 1 net worth still, which is impressive when you're keeping up farm with a TA. And the TA hasn't had room to threaten onto Roche just yet, though you do have that fresh BKB for Savage, so they could look for a fight into the Roshan if they wish. Talon, for their part, just going back for the Tormentor. Looking for a nice free one here with a minus armor that Eye of the Storm does provide. We'll find it for Ponyo. So a little bit more utility out with a Thunderstrike on the ground. They are setting up for that Roche now, though, on Aurora's end. The Flare will watch, but they're pretty far out to contest right now.
They are. Roshan should definitely be going Aurora's way. I mean, they're going to try and TP down towards the bottom lane to escalate their way into that Roshan pit, but I think they're going to be fighting against an Aegis. Roshan still up, but not for long. Jocam got a bit of vision with the rocket flame, but the hook shot is blocked here by Jab, so no Aegis still to come. Looks like you might just lose Jocam straight away, and you do. A 3-man Gleipnir and a glimpse back onto Jabs, ensuring the follow-up is not out from Aurora. But they've got the Aegis up, and that's really all they wanted. They don't really mind after that. They can always force a fight another day. And for Talon, I mean, it doesn't really feel like they've fallen that far behind, but for the next 4.5 minutes or so, they're going to have to play a little bit slower, I think, unless you can take the Aegis off Savage. But Savage has finally hit a bit of a power spike for himself on this TA, so chances are now Talon probably looking to play a bit of a slower game.
They've got to just avoid as much as possible, work their way onto these BKBs on their other 2 cores, on Mikado, on Akashi. Maybe try to get some more damage out on Akashi as well to relieve some pressure on WS, as he has been, again, the main focal point, the main outputter in the middle of these fights. Would want the Weaver to provide a little bit more as well once the BKB's up. Still, Aurora with the Aegis can start forcing objectives. They've got a lot of output with 23. They won't completely pressure on the tier 2s just yet. Side of Talon just shoving creep waves, making sure that someone always has to check top. They're doing a fine job of just trying to play with the 1 lane advantage they have, keeping it constantly shoved, so Jabs has to hang back. And that does make it a little bit more awkward to fully commit for some tier 2s as well. The vision game from Talon, again, pretty aggressive. Ward already on the high ground, Ward right in front of the tier 3 on mid. It's not areas that it feels like Talon can necessarily play at the moment. Whereas for Aurora, they're just hogging this tier 2, waiting for someone to walk into the traps. They've got a good forward ward here as well. Mikado probably not the easy target you'd want, but they are ensuring if someone comes back and starts to farm this area, they can punish nicely. Big item spike still lined up here for 23. Into that Daedalus, into the Swift Blink. This TA can start to get out of control. And, you know, we were talking about WS being the answer. He hasn't really been able to static link Savage all too often in these fights. It feels like now, when this fight does break out, you have to pin Savage. If you don't, he will just destroy the entirety of Talon.
Onslaught. Makoto trying to get away mid lane. Yes, being caught by Anai, slipped up by Q. The Beast's going to save him for now. In fact, that's a Solar Crest on Makoto. Is WS going to zone them out with a Plasma Field, but the Thunder God's Wrath going to give vision over everybody on Talon. Ponyo trying for a TP play actually barely makes it. So he's alright. And somehow nobody dies. Everybody makes it out from Talon Esports. And well, for Aurora, again, they are desperate for the fight considering they still do have the Aegis on Savage. Now only for 2 minutes, but it is still there. But of course, Talon Esports doing a very good job of avoiding that fight.
And they're stalling out as best as they can. They've pretty much got the BKB on Akashi going for the shard next, so his damage is going to start to get a little bit crazy. But Mikado still needs his own safety net.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Again, no
fight to
moves
break
made
out.
onto these tier 2 units.
Akashi, he sees Oli, but he thinks better of it. He's not interested in trying to force a fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
They're out of there once again. As soon as they see Aurora, they're just like, no, this is not the place to be. Get the hell out of here. At least Savage does manage to find a tier 2 bottom tower for himself, so, you know, an objective has been taken here for Aurora. But that's going to probably be about it.
They hang on to a 3k advantage. They even out map control. In just a little bit, there's a tier 1 still standing for Talon top,
Radiant's
which
bottom
can make or
tower
break perhaps a nighttime Roshan next fight, if that is to break out here. Again, both teams have a really good idea as to what they want to do. They're working the map well. They're being very efficient on both sides. A little bit more efficient coming out on Aurora. It does look like Q's been allowed to farm up way more than you'd want a Rubik to see. I have the Vizier plus Aether Lens up for Q. Easy steals, easy saves with a shard as well. And the telekinesis. We need to find a way to dig into the backline here for Talon. Would want to start to make some plays with these BKBs though on Talon's part. Oh. 23.
They're trying to jump in on 23 Savage. He's still got Aegis for another 25 seconds, so he'll take down Jokam. Still Makoto does find Oli. A 1-for-1. They've got the Phoenix down. Akashi's been dropping low, but he gets a time-lapse away. He'll be fine for now. They'll jump on jabs. The Timber's gone. That's already 2 down for the side of Aurora. And now Savage, he gets caught on the TA. He had the Aegis for another 10 seconds, but he's completely surrounded. Akashi, meanwhile, will take down Lorinov. Oh, Aurora, this is not the fight they wanted. This is a horrible fight for Aurora, but a massive fight for Talon. An ultra kill for Akashi. Wanting the rampage, can he find himself a target? He's got the Gleipnir up, he just needs to see them. He'll lock him down.
Going crazy.
He's gonna be careful. Lift is up, Fade Bolt is down. Oh, the pulverize! Oh, the time lapse!
What?
It's not enough. Q can't finish the job. I think it's too late for a rampage, and it is.
He got it.
Akashi gets a mega. A double kill. Makoto with the tips out.
Never find you.
What has
Oh,
happened, Jonathan? Talon.
Akashi gets a little bit of ham. Oh my god. Wanted that rampage. Dude's a maniac. He charged and he barely had mana, Mike. Barely had time off the pulverize to time lapse away. Goodness gracious, what the hell is this?
What was his
Talon.
HP pool? I wonder how low his HP
I want to
actually
see.
got.
Oh,
That
my
pulverized.
goodness. That was
It
such a
looked-
great start, though. Like,
I mean, it
this
looked like he
jump
was
from
straight up dead.
Jokam. He should have died. If they had any more coming out there from Ollie, that would have been. But Jokam would hook shot in. It looked a little bit awkward, allowing the Aegis to actually last long enough for Savage, but they still make it work. The full retreats there on Aurora. They get the dieback on this Phoenix. Akashi cleaning up the backline. And WS, they're just so tanky with these 2 cores of the Primal Beast and the Razor with their itemization. Tree can't do anything even with the BKB. And again, Akashi, I want to see if we have that on clip. Just how low can you go here, Akashi? Good God.
Well, he's going now. Thankfully, no action happening across the map as well, which is great. We can watch this very long replays. Here we go, Kashi. How low does he get?
Oh, 30.
Makoto.
6 or so.
Makoto saved him from the last tick of damage. He didn't get
yeah.
the last smash shot. That onslaught connecting saves his life.
The tips out for him. He's
Wow.
ensuring Talon cannot throw. This is
Wow.
no. This is classic Mikado, is it not? Isn't this what Talon used to do? They would try
Yeah.
to throw, and Mikado would say no. That was old Talon as well.
Yeah. There he's back. Oh,
Things
Lorinov?
never change.
Lorinov? Oh, top lane. BKB popped. Oh, no. You can't just do that, sir. Not against the Clockwork Primal Beast. Lorinov maybe still gets his way out, but no. Glimpse is there. He is down. Suddenly, Aurora are falling apart here in game one. Talon completely outplaying them, and with this style of draft from Aurora, John, it has gotten to a stage now, I think, where you start to worry that perhaps their timing is a little bit off. Like, we're 33 minutes into the game. At some stage now, this Razor Weaver, I think, is going to start to overtake this TA.
We're starting to approach that point. Kashi, he does have his Chrysalis up. He has the Nemesis Curse. So he Shikuichi's out. He does a ton of damage to you. He's going for the Satanic next. You already have your full Satanic for WS into the refresh. It's that double static link, double Eye of the Storm,
Kashi.
double BKB Satanic. That's scary.
Kashi, time lapse is out. Q, quick on the lift. Savage, how long do you want to go for this, sir? I think you need to get the hell out. Glimpse back. It's going to be on Q. They miss out on the TA, but they don't really, because Makoto, he's got the Pulverize. They've got the link out. Savage, he's just going to TP away, but the Hawk!
Oh, the hook! Jokam!
Jokam! Oh, he made it in time! I can't believe it!
Oh my god! That. Oh god!
I literally just jumped out of my seat. The damn hook. I mean, how many seconds on the TP did he have?
Bottom tower has fallen.
Very little. That's such a close call. And Talon, they're doing such big gambits, you know, having Akashi run up, being confident that he has the BKB, playing on knife's edge, that his team will back him up here. And they do. Onto the high ground they go. 7k lead for Talon. Lorinov.
They missed the hook, they missed the cogs this time. Jabs will take down Jokam. And that should be actually enough to defend. They aren't going to stick around too much longer. Even with Savage down for 40 seconds, they don't want to run the risk, because they don't know he's short on gold for buyback. So they will be able to successfully hold on to this high ground. And here we go again. We get to see a bit of a replay as this game continues to provide for us here. Trying to take down the Weaver, but even the minus armor is just doing nothing to Akashi. And Makoto has been just so good. Like, he is just finding Savage every single time. And the hook,
Let's see.
we don't get to see the TP timer.
Oh,
we
it's
do.
so close. It was so close.
It was close. I think I saw 0.2 seconds on that TP.
Yeah, right around. Just about. They get the ages off the back for those sets of plays here for the side of Talon. We got the secondary life up for Akashi. Has the full Daedalus going for the Satanic. Everything's kind of coming online now for Talon, and for Aurora. It's hard to say they scale off. I don't think they necessarily do so. It does become harder for them to play their game. Like, now you have to consider Lincoln's pickups. You have to consider ways to save Savage from Lynx. Ways to make this Razor useless in the middle of these fights. I like the idea of, I believe I saw a Sight of Vice being queued up by Ollie. I don't think that's something he's finishing up at this point. But he was considering it. Like, you need some hard control on Aurora. You need a smooth way to start these fights. That's the issue. Their initiation isn't amazing on Aurora. You have what? Basically a left back, maybe the shard traps with a silence to set up. Whereas for Talon, you run forward with your Weaver, you get the Gleipnir off, that's one set of control. You have the hook shot, kinetic field, static storm. You have the pulverize that you can rely on for Mikado. Like, the hold is a lot more stable for Talon. Aurora, it almost feels like they need to hope for Talon to scatter away to give them some pick-off potential here. Refresh up for WS. This is the key timing now for the Razor. He is fully online, double Satanic, double BKB, double Link, double Eye of the Storm. And this Razor is just a scary beast to go into. There's at least one side device, Jabs. He can set up. They've got to make that initiation work somehow on a key target. If you manage to pin down, say, Akashi in that window of the Hex, that can change these fights.
It certainly can. Aurora, it does start to feel like they need these big initiations, these big kind of utilities being provided by Jabs. 81% win probability right now for Talon Esports. Aurora well and truly behind in this game one. Not out of it quite yet, but they are within dire straits at the moment. Roshan banner has been dropped. They'll protect the creep wave. Smoke out from Aurora. They've got to try and find a way to fight this one out. Makoto just frontlining already, just not actually able to just die. This is so tanky on this Primal Beast right now. T3 tower will go down. They're onto the racks. WS and Akashi will make pretty short work of it. But they are waiting for this next creep wave, but it is incoming. Aurora, they jump in. Hex is out. They got WS with the static storm, gonna make it hard for Jabs to finish off the killers out. The hook shot, Joe Camp jumping in. The egg is gone. Ollie, he cannot come back. In fact, he can come back into the fight, but he won't give it the buyback yet. He'll hold out. Meanwhile, WS still dropping, but not for long. He's out of there. Nobody dies from Talon. Everyone will survive, as they will get the top lane of barracks.
You thought you had me, didn't you?
And that'll be enough for Talon. They're happy.
I like that play from Aurora. Again, very smart, very cautious, just holding back, looking for this opportunity on the side of Vice. They have to get that burst play, but the Razor is just too tanky. Mage Slayer to defend from the magical damage, even if he doesn't pop the BKB. Yeah, once he comes out of that, he just Satanics links, and he's full, and he's just very safe. WS is playing on the edge, but will TP out in the nick of time. One Rack's advantage for Talon. Aurora falling a little bit behind now in game number one. Again, they still have a lot of ways to play. The egg just hasn't felt great from Ollie. There's no way to protect it. You don't have the control. It's this lack of control from Aurora.
Savage. Bottom. They know Savage is there, John. Savage, he does not have buyback. He's short and he's spotted. TP, hook. Oh, where's the angle? He doesn't have it. He does not have it. The clockwork was a bit too far away, so no hook shot to come on Savage. He's going to be so careful. He does not have buyback gold. If Savage dies, you're just lacking too much.
It's way too much. Can't run that risk right now on Aurora. Again, their high ground play is still there. They need to find a good way of actually getting impact from Ollie's egg, actually getting to protect it, and play the burst off of Jabs in the site of Vice. Just a quick static storm out did ruin Jabs in the middle. Couldn't follow up with the damage to burst out on WS. Another set of racks to go here if you're not careful.
There goes the bottom tier 3 tower. They will just back off once again, not opting to push for the bottom racks quite yet. 4-man smoke has been committed by Aurora. It seems as though they're going to try and use Savage as bait here in the mid lane. But Talon Esports are being very cautious not to take that bait. Aurora now creeping up. Aegis has expired. We'll see WS, but he pops his BKB going right onto Jabs with the static link and the static storm also being dropped. Joe Camp, he'll be the big target Aurora does aim for first, and they do take down, but Jabs is dropping very, very low. He'll get the Yulsa drop in time. Jabs still trying to chain away, but Jabs is down. It's a good trade so far for Talon as they're on to 23 Savage. He does take down Joe Camp. That'll be a dieback on the clockwork, but can Savage get his own way out? He'll try to deal with the Razor. WS dropping low, so is Akashi. Savage being stuck up on by Makoto, but they don't really have the spells through the BKB. Now that the BKB wears off though, they can move right back in. Savage, maybe a bit of a sitting duck, but they want Lorinov. They want the Zeus, but he has his own BKB. Meanwhile, Lorinov though, he does die. Akashi does get him. Savage still running, but the glimpse back. They've got the TA. He's out of position. He's got no chance here. He's gonna fight on the TA. But how do you fight against 3? He is down. 23 is gone. All the cores of Aurora are gone. Bottom racks is also down. They'll buy back on Savage, but this will be the last team fight. This has to be it.
Talon, they don't have that many long cooldowns to wait for. They don't have the refresh BKB static everything on WS. But this rack should go, although
They're
Akashi...
going to try Akashi. He's the target, but he does manage to time lapse away just in the nick of time as now WS jumping in on the Phoenix. Does take down Ollie onto Savage. They'll go.
Akashi.
Static Storm is dropped. Savage in big trouble. Akashi does go down to the TA, but TA has been caught out by the Primal. He is gone. Savage calls it. GG has been called, and Aurora, they will drop game 1 to Talon Esports.
Outstanding performance from Talon. I don't think Aurora did too many things wrong. You could maybe look at the draft a little bit here. And, you know, it's this lack of defense for the Egg. It's this lack of team fight potential for Aurora. But Talon played their cards right. WS dominating on that Razor flex onto the off lane, giving probably the worst matchup you could have hoped for here for 23, outside of maybe something like a Razor. Like, that is not, outside of something like a Viper, that's not a lane of the TA really wants to deal with. You had some good times there. Like, the mid lane for Lorinov was working out well. I just feel like this confidence from Aurora to go for the Phoenix Rubik is where things kind of fell flat, right? Like, where was the team fight going to come out? You're fighting into Static Storm. You're fighting into the kinetic field. You're fighting into a Razor who enjoys standing in all those status effects, no problem, that his team provides. Aurora had no answers there. They only had this egg that was unprotected. Felt like Ollie couldn't get off a single good egg outside of that one fight by the traps on the rune spot down bot. And that was it. There was no protection, and it just made these wider engagements so much easier for Talon.
Yeah, the Phoenix impact certainly did not really feel like it was there here from Ollie. And I can't really blame Ollie himself, but just a draft maybe... The draft maybe causing Aurora a bit more trouble than they would have anticipated here. And, I mean, Aurora, they've run these style of drafts many, many times. I think just not expecting Talon to be able to kind of control the early to mid game so well. And that's exactly what Talon did, just evening out the lanes quite nicely. And well, once they hit the mid game, I thought Savage was going to start to take off, but it really wasn't the case. I think it does really go back to WS just performing so well from the off lane. He really is like a secondary carry right now for Talon Esports, and it allows Akashi to get to a stage where he can just farm up and feel comfortable to join his team. You know, up until that point, WS just kind of plays the role for him.
Yeah. He's taking point. He knows his early item spikes. Just the Mage Slayer power treads alone, he was already set to go, joining his team. I think it's also, there was some difficult moments in like the early mid game, like around 10 minutes. Again, you were falling behind Mikado. He just got, Blade Mail. They tried to play off some early item spikes. And this was one moment as well. The coordination, Mikado seeing this, says no throws today.
Mikoto's just not having it. He wants that slot to TI. And yeah, John, they're one game away, Talon Esports. Yeah, I didn't feel like I'd ever be saying this in 2024, considering how everything started. But Talon Esports, one game away from taking out this series and going to TI13 in 2024. I mean, Aurora, of course, going to be coming back with an absolute vengeance here in this game too. But well, this is where this is the championship round now for Talon. I mean, this is where the pressure really starts to come in. You know, you know you're one step away. All you've got to do is win one more Dota game. That's it. It's just another pub job. You know, you're one game away from Immortal right now if you're Talon. That's all it is.
Yeah. And the big thing for Talon, they can't think about that. You know, you're playing against Aurora. You can't allow yourself to get into mind games. This is still the toughest opponent in Southeast Asia. No, you can't allow yourself to be too comfy here. Aurora, when we've seen them take losses like this as well in the first game, they jump right back in. Game 2 looks like, you know, that's when Aurora goes on full beast mode, crushes the enemy, goes for a reverse sweep. Talon has to keep it together. Still, for this game, MVP has got to be WS. He must. He has got to be 10-0-12 on the Razor. We talk about his flashy plays on stuff like his Mars, stuff like his Magnus, Timbersaw. Even on something like the Razor, he still makes it look damn flashy with how well he worked it out in this game.
Unbelievable performance here from WS. Certainly deserves the victory here for his side. And with that, again, I mean, we are going to be going into Game 2 rather soon, but Talon Esports now one game away from officially qualifying through the road to the international here. TI13 just one step away. Of course, Aurora not going to let it be that easy, John. I'm sure they're looking to force us to a Game 3. So I'm sure Aurora do not want to have to play tomorrow against whoever the hell proceeds through the lower bracket. With that, of course, we can head to a break. And right after that break, we'll be back with our second game between Aurora and Talon Esports. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the upper bracket final here between Talon Esports and Aurora, and it is MLP, Dota, and John X5. Jonathan, we're going into game number 2 between these two sides. Talon now with a 1-game victory over Aurora, looking for that secondary game to qualify to TI13. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
Feeling great. That was quite the match, quite the showing from Talon last game. Aurora, I don't know if they misexecuted. It didn't feel like it. It felt more like the draft was very hard to play into what Talon had prepared. Right? They were ready for that TA with a Razor pick. They were ready for these fights to break out the way they did. There was no way to defend the egg, no way to kind of take control in a big 5v5, which is what the game devolves to as you approach mid-game into the later portions of the game. They had to play pickoffs, and I feel like Aurora did miss out on that early timing, especially when that Dessa was up on Savage. They did manage to take Roshan, but they couldn't find anything afterwards. Talon did a fantastic job of dodging out, using that space to farm up themselves, and just have the confidence to take these 5v5 team fights with a static storm, with a kinetic field, with all of the area control they had. Even the cogs were a big issue. I feel like the execution of Talon was pretty high. Like, looking again, the way they'd prioritize their targets, they'd kill off other heroes first, then go slowly for the egg. Like, they'd get a right click off, focus on someone else, go back for the egg afterwards, clean it up at the end of the fight before it pops. It's just a lot of discipline that we're seeing out from Talon. Aurora is capable of that. I'm not saying this is going to be a clean sweep for Talon. I think Aurora, when they take a loss like that, they bring out the big guns. They get very serious into game 2. So we'll have to see what they bring out. This is around the time where I expect Aurora to maybe just first pick an IO. First pick an IO, force out the Marcy or Gyrocopter. We'll see if Talon allows that through, and if they allow that kind of draft through, can they handle it? Because that's where Aurora has shown the most when they play against Southeast Asian teams. Because with that IO +1 combination, they have this really good hybrid of sit back and farm and look for the pickoffs that they do enjoy on Aurora.
I mean, last game around, I want to say, last draft around here, they did have the opportunity to take the IO, but they didn't have the Master. That was banned in the first phase, and I think that's kind of the issue here for Aurora, is if they don't have the Gyro, they don't have the Master, they don't want the IO, right? Because the combinations just aren't there. Let's see if Talon want to try and give it to them this game around. I think I have a funny feeling Paladin might just kind of stick with the same game plan of just banning those very potent heroes out here against Aurora, because why the hell would you risk giving it to them going into this game number 2? Again, you are one step away from TI13 here as Talon Esports, which again is not something I would have expected to say if you had asked me at the start of the season. In fact, I'll admit, John, I was giving you a lot of crap regarding Talon at the start of the season, but here we are, Jonathan. Talon, props to them proving me wrong over and over again, and I like that. I like being proven wrong, John. Props to them.
I mean, to be fair, again, for all of those conceptions people had, I don't think they were completely wrong to think that way. Right? Like WS Ponyo, from the background that they've had, like what? Team Atlantis? They didn't do amazing. Their time on Boom, or at least WS on Boom, he looked good, but it didn't feel like, it's going to be enough to carry a team. Akashi as well, like his time in Polaris wasn't doing so hot. There's a reason to be skeptical. I'm just surprised, pleasantly surprised that they managed to go that far. Still, into the draft we go for game 2. And again, Aurora is not a team you can count out. So much experience between all of these players, so much experience between all of these cores, with the coaching of Sunby as well, with his understanding of the game. I'm sure they can find a solution for this and work a play style that can counteract Talon here in the game 2. We'll see. Aurora are the ones to ban out the Marcy. You do have, I believe, first pick on Talon's end. No, you have first pick on Aurora. So I'm a little bit surprised they ban out the Marcy themselves. Considering, again, IO Marcy combination strong for them. Maybe it'll try to gun for the Gyrocopter IO instead. If that is something that Talon allows through, we shall see. Or taking their time on the second ban. It's rather interesting as well. Not entirely sure who chose what, but Talon does get Radiant once more. And again, Radiant win rate has been very lopsided. It has felt lopsided for a while, but it has been pretty lopsided elsewhere. In Southeast Asia, not as much. Dire has been winning a little bit more, so you do have that little edge, I suppose. But across all the regions, again, I think Radiant's been on pretty high rate. Radiant first pick especially has been way too strong, so at least you don't have to face up against Radiant first pick for Aurora, as they have Dire first, so let's see what they prioritize. Again, Ench being taken out, Flock and SF by Talon. So they do leave Gyrocopter, they do leave Io, Phoenix,
10
are all
seconds
fairly
remaining.
capable options for first pick. Zeus is still on hand if you want to
5
prioritize
seconds
that for
remaining.
Aurora. I do feel like Lorinov had the right ideas there. Again, it just didn't pan out with the combinations they had here.
And now poor old Voronov's just off camera. He's not interested in being on camera anymore. The classic mid laner, just lose game
Dire
off
team
camera.
pick.
That's it.
Talon
Time to get
Esports
serious.
turn
Aurora, I don't know about these Dark Sea picks. I'll be frank with you, John. I know we talked about it. The innate ability, the facets are nice. Dark Sea does feel kind of busted. I personally just every time we see it, it doesn't really feel that good.
10
I'd
seconds
agree.
remaining.
Southeast Asia win rate is like 44%. It's not the
5
best.
seconds remaining.
And it can fall flat if you just go ores and you don't have someone else to playmake. So that's what we have to see coming out here for Aurora. Some playmaking to come off to tie into the Darkseer. Lots of confidence on Talon to just first pick the Weaver. Lanes into Darkseer quite nicely, actually. That's probably one of the better lanes for the Weaver. Doesn't care too much about the Iron Shell. They
10
can still flex
seconds
this on
remaining.
support. But because, again, you're expecting Darkseer already in the off
5
lane, you might as well
seconds
just pick the
remaining.
Weaver safe, which is understandable for the side of Talon.
Dire team
Trying to think
back.
what does feel good with a Darkseer. I feel like the most straightforward combo is probably something like a Sven or having a CM on hand. Like that should open up the CM support for Aurora. Vac wall into freezing field can be fairly annoying. There is that option here for Aurora if they do so wish.
10 seconds
They will
remaining.
ban out, well, the Witch Doctors ban out, as that was left out earlier, of course, and
5
along with the
seconds
Disruptor.
remaining.
So no Disruptor option any longer for Ponyo, showing a lot of respect for how much work the Static Storm Connect field did do in the last game. What else will you want to take care of on
Talon
Aurora?
Esports turn to ban.
Timbersaw as well. They show respect to WS. Interesting.
They actually banned out the Timber, and Paladai literally rolled his eyes at the same time. So it looks like Paladai not too happy about that ban. Fair enough, Paladai. One
10
more ban to go.
seconds remaining.
Bit of a mix here. The
5
clock ban, the
seconds
SF
remaining.
ban.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Or even get rid of the
Dire
Tiny.
team pick.
Oh,
Ooh.
this is what I'd love to see. It's into the Spirit Breaker as well, which, in fairness, when you're playing against Darkseer right now, I think you actually have to ban Spirit Breaker or take it. Because Spirit Breaker plus Iron Shell, with how busted Spirit Breaker is probably too good. Plus,
10
Q
seconds
plays
remaining.
a very, very strong Spirit Breaker.
That he does.
5
So
seconds
it kind of goes back into the Tiny ban as well. They're taking care of some high impact heroes for Q to play with the Darkseer. They will get the Shadow Demon as a save option on Aurora. They've got a lot of illusions to play with now as well. I do like this save on the Shadow Demon. It does make it harder for you to just charge in and look for a kill for Jokam here. So this should be a pretty high impact for Ollie to play
10
with. Of
seconds
course, build up some
remaining.
stacks as well for them to start to clear out down the line. Still
5
need a little bit of that
seconds
playmake
remaining.
though. Again,
Talon
with Darkseer,
Esports
you
turn
need
to
someone to
pick.
utilize that vac wall. We'll go with a straightforward Tusk combo. That is another high impact Q here, another save with a snowball as well. So you have a lot of saves to bail you out here on Aurora this time around. You have a strong lane of Darkseer Tusk. That can be fairly annoying to
10
play into
seconds
here for
remaining.
Talon. And the Weaver should still be relatively safe, but a stray shard,
5
a
seconds
stray
remaining.
snowball can ruin your day here for Akashi. I like the answers. Again, Aurora. These are some
Talon
specialties out. All these saves have been on point. A Q on the Tusk has almost always been on point. They will go for the Phoenix now on Talon's end. And to be fair, there's nothing really that deals with the Phoenix here. Like, Shadow Demon doesn't clear out the egg. Tusk doesn't. Darkseer doesn't. You can
10
kind of
seconds
manage the
remaining.
illusions as well. With the Phoenix, with the burn damage. So
5 seconds remaining.
I can see it somewhat working out for Talon.
Certainly could. It does look kind of nice right now. Fourth pick to be made, 2 cores to come out. You'd imagine Akashi is just guaranteed playing that POS 1 Weaver at this point, but it still could be a bit of a flex. Like, you could run POS 4 Weaver, POS 3 Spirit Breaker if you so wish. There is still that flexibility. Though I do think you'd rather just go POS 1 Weaver, POS 4 Spirit Breaker, give WS something he truly wants, because WS, again, has just been popping off every single game we watch him. Give the man what he wants to play.
Dire team pick.
Ember Spirit.
So take the Ember. So Makoto will have his Ember Spirit up online.
There's no counter. Like, these two supports don't really stop the Ember Spirit at all. He can clear out illusions with the Maelstrom build that we tend to see. That's a good answer there. Mid matchups against the Ember.
10 seconds.
And there's the Zeus option still for Lorinov. That can work out. Zeus, Lesh,
5
Quap.
seconds remaining.
And if he's ranged, Nuki Chorus can annoy the Ember for sure. Maybe even
Dire team back.
the Storm or Void Spirit can be viable as well. Instead, they'll go for the Morphling here on Aurora's part.
Look, it's a Savage special.
Mhm.
It does work well into the Ember and the Spirit Breaker. Those are two, and the Weaver, of course. Very good morph targets this
10
game.
seconds remaining.
Do you believe in the Morphling carry, though? I mean, this is 23 Savage Morphling. Again, this is a real big kind of pickup for Savage. This is his specialty. But what are you thinking, John? Do you like it?
I do. I honestly, I'm not too concerned about the one here for Aurora. I'm really wondering what they play off their mid now. Because, again, their teamfight potential
10
is
seconds
a little bit
remaining.
better with Vac Wall. I just don't see the follow-up threat. Right? Outside of the
5
Morphling's
seconds
outrageous
remaining.
damage. I don't see that major threat. And now seeing the Morphling, you have a lot of options now for WS in the offlane to kind of deal with it. You probably don't want to Razor into Morphling. That is one thing that kind of griefs you. You know, Morphling turns to the Razor, static link someone. You're not having a good time there on Talon. So that's probably out of the equation, but you kind of do want to just pressure this Morphling early. Curious what that
5
option will be.
seconds
They can ban out to protect Mikado now. DK's gone. You take care of the Zeus. And I feel like that can kind of work out here for Aurora once more. Matchup against the Ember Spirit's very straightforward for Zeus as well. Maybe the Void Spirit. We've been seeing a little bit more here. Take care of the puck instead. So take care of that hard hold. I think the Morphling's fine. It's not counteracted. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of forms for it. Phoenix Sunray can be annoying. Percent-based damage while you're shifting strength is still going to
10
be
seconds remaining.
relatively annoying to contend with.
The thing is, like, with
5
these
seconds
support
remaining.
weavers, like, they do rush Spirit Vessels, so I feel like you've already got a pretty big counter towards the morph in that sense.
I just think that's Akashi Weaver though. But they did POS ones do still sometimes go for Urn. That's
you
definitely viable here. Or
Just like the-
Jokam can do it on a Spirit Breaker, I suppose.
Or even Makoto on the Ember could do it. You know, it's a high value here for a Spirit Vessel. I don't think there's any reason not to. But
Dire
Akashi,
team
sure. If it's a Pos One Weaver, definitely not. But anyway, final ban up. They'll get rid of the Enigma. Offlane pickup is still yet to be made here for Talon. Aurora, they're looking for something in the mid lane for Lorinov. Question is, what is it going to be for good old Lorinov? He does still
10
have the option to go
seconds
back
remaining.
for the Zeus if you so wish, but I would not recommend it into the Ember
5
Spirit.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, specifically Ember plus Spirit Breaker again. Although, again, we saw TNC make that work, but I think Talon could punish a little bit harder. And then Bleeded. We'll have to see. Again, there's like a Lena option. There's a cheeky OD, but I don't think Lorinov strikes me as one of those OD players. Lesh DP for some push could be a possibility. I like the Lesh with the Darkseer on hand. Vac Wall into Split Earth is a very straightforward combo that does allow you to run down really quick. Lanes into Ember, fine. It's not going to lose out. Doesn't necessarily completely win as well, considering how much damage Ember has. But does give you good tempo to buy space out for the Morphling. Right? You can pressure a lane. You can take some fights with your supports. You've got the chain stun. You've got the setup for it.
Not too much time
There's
left.
the Lesh
Well
Rat.
done,
All
Jim.
right. It was either Lesh or a very weird DP pick. Like, I haven't seen enough of the DP, though. Like, I've seen it in, like, 1 or 2 games in open qualifiers. It's a strange one. So, Lesh Rat more straightforward.
10 seconds
This is where it gets spicy. What's our WS pick? Are we going to go with that weird flex you mentioned? Maybe
5
run
seconds
Core Spirit
remaining.
Breaker for WS. Maybe run POS 4 Weaver instead for Jokam. It's open enough.
mean, even heroes like Offlane Venge don't seem too bad. Offlane Venge just felt really busted. I think you can just go
Ooh, I
for
like that
standard
idea.
pickups like that. You also,
I like that.
I mean, we haven't seen much of it, but you have options like Offlane Night Stalker, which Night Stalker's really busted in the right hands.
Oh
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
moment.
That is true. I like the Venge idea. I think the
I think
swap
Venge
to
is
save
good.
is pretty big. I love the. Weren't you the one harping on to me about supports having to take the magic missile one, and then we ended up with the fist, and you're like, wow, that's really good.
Wouldn't it, I
Wasn't
didn't
that
say
just
they
yesterday,
needed to,
Mikey?
John. I said it was. I said the damage was nice. I never said that they
Now
needed to
select
take
your
that passive.
heroes.
Okay, Beastmaster. Fair enough. That's a WS specialty right there.
That it is. I don't know if I'd rate it as high as stuff like his Timbersaw Mars or the Razor we saw last game, but it's certainly up there. I am a little bit concerned about the single target hold of Talon, just because, well, you're playing into a Tusk, you're playing into a Shadow Demon. There are 2 saves on hand from Aurora for the roar target. So it's not going to be the easiest time for WS to just roar away, look for a pickoff. The saves are there on Aurora, but this is a solution for the illusions, especially if WS goes the Tino route, rushes up the Ags, then you don't really have much to worry about there. It's going to be a very interesting game too. I would honestly, looking at this draft, I would lean into Aurora. Whenever Aurora has all of these saves, it just feels like they have much more play, right? Like they have follow through for Vac Wall with a Leshrac doing a lot of AoE damage. They have saves from the Roar. They have a right click safe laner that can deal with Egg if Fire Spirits aren't on point. There's a lot of good forms for 23 this game. I'd say Aurora looks like they've got the draft to pull this off. Talon are going to have to execute very, very, very coordinated here. Like, we look for the back line, right? Take care of all EQ. Kind of try to ignore 23 and Lornoff for a while you take care of the save options, and then you go in, which it doesn't sound like you can really get that done when there's so much damage from the Leshrac and from the Morphling down the line here. So, I would say Aurora has the tools to get this game to their way.
It certainly feels that way. Aurora definitely looking to get some vengeance here in this game number 2 against the side of Talon. We shall see if we are going to a game number 3 here tonight for this upper bracket final, or whether Talon can find themselves a 2-0 victory and secure their spot at TI13. You know, the craziest part as well is, John, I believe only one player from Talon has gone to TI before, and that's Makoto. So it's going to be very interesting for the other 4 players if they are able to qualify, because, well, then it becomes a matter of, holy crap, we're actually going to TI.
Yeah.
Of course, then the final boss begins of the visa battle that you have to go through. Which is, the real final boss is still waiting for either of these sides. But
In all things.
you know, props to them if they do make it happen. 4 new players at TI is that's an achievement in and of itself if they can get there.
And it would be. You know, the storylines for players like Jokam, who we've seen in the scene for so long. For WS and Ponyo, kind of like their redemption arc after being in the Tier 2 scene for a long time. Akashi, relatively new even to the Tier 2 scene and Tier 1 scene. Up against these veterans in Aurora. Again, Aurora, they might be the Dream Breakers. They might drag this into the game tree, and they have the tools. Talon have to play out of their minds to ensure that these saves won't ruin their time here. Have to see if they can get that done early on.
You thought you
Already
had
some
me, didn't
early
you?
posturing here. Forward wards by Talon up top to watch. Doesn't look like they fully commit for the steal. Good early ward as well from Aurora. So both sides having the same ideas to watch these rune spots. Maybe snipe some couriers down the line as well.
Ollie going to show himself there for a second, but no real threat to him.
The battle begins.
Bounty runes is going to be a 3-for-1 trade, so it does go in the favor of Aurora this time around. Happy days for them. A slight net worth lead to start off the game. Not too important though, as we can look at the mid lane. Of course, Makoto against Loranov. This time the Ember Spirit versus the Leshrac matchup. How should this one go?
I think this is fairly good for the Lesh. A melee matchup. You can get some free right clicks off, regen some mana to sustain your Lightning Storm spam. It shouldn't be too bad for Makoto. He does go for double impact. So that does mean every time he slights, it is a lot of output onto Loranov if he's caught in that AoE. And again, you do have the persistent Flame Guard. to at least do some damage on creep wave, do some poke onto Lorinov as well. Rune control is the bigger aspect here, and it does feel like both sides are kind of dependent on the runes to sustain their spam. Maybe a little bit more on Lorinov, considering the spell cost of his spells as it goes up. So we'll see if that's something they consider on Aurora or Talon at the 4 minute into the 6 minute mark. Of course, you do have some great rotation potential here for Aurora from the Tusk and for Talon from the Spirit Breaker. So both options are viable into the mid lane later on. We can talk about the side lanes as well. I suppose taking a look at top, 23 Savage on the Morphling, along with Ollie on that Shadow Demon up against WS and Beastmaster and Jokam on Spirit Breaker. This lane should be relatively passive until the levels come up for Talon. It's a very strong defensive lane for Aurora as well. Right, you've got the save with Disruption, you can have the slow poke with a Shadow Poison down the line. There is a lot you can do here. Savage will have to respect when he does waveform in. He cops a few too much of those Wild Axes stacks and can hurt. Of course, a stray bash from Jokam can maybe turn that Dream Lane into a nightmare.
You're actually taking a bit of damage here at the bottom lane. Does manage to walk away here from Akashi. Maybe they would have gone for the chase, but not quite. Q is still managed to pull over the creep wave, but he's lost half of it. After creep wave has been lost, he does manage to at least get the courier of Ponyo. It's still a bit of a struggle here down at the bottom lane for Aurora to get things started, because they wanted the big creep wave pull to allow Jabs those initial levels. Of course, against the Weaver Phoenix, you're not really going to want to lane properly, because it is just too much harassment against the double melee matchup. Of course, Jabs is going for the triple braces, so should eventually be pretty tanky, but for now he's a little bit susceptible to all this damage output from Akashi.
He is. You do have a strong level 3 spike once you have level 2 Iron Shell up, so there is the rundown potential there, with even just level 2 on Q. Ideally 3 going for 1-1-1. Let's see if that's something that can sneak out here. Good snipe on the courier once more, blocking Akashi's Wraith Band. Are starting to get a little bit aggressive top, just trading blows early on for the Lotus. And they do manage to snag it on Aurora, so you've got some burst sustain out for Savage feeling safe. Overall in the laning phase, rather even across the board. Each core kind of finding equal footing with the other core, except for Jabs, which is to be expected for the Darkseer. It does take time to ramp up. Mikado is working the mid lane a little bit better though, just a slight advantage in comparison to Lorinov. Again, I suppose that is the one thing. With the persistent Flame Guard and walking up to Lorinov, you do a ton of damage. And with the double Sleight of Fist, it is fairly free harassment for the Ember every time you connect that.
It's very quiet here in this game, Jonathan. No kills coming out yet. Rotations being made for the 4-minute water runes here into the mid lane. At least Jokam's rotating, and so will Q. Both mid laners will be able to secure their water runes just fine. No real contest to try and steal from each other. Because Lorinov does have to be pretty wary of the fact that at any moment Jokam could rotate on the Spirit Breaker and make life very hard for him. Though Jokam for now has been quite silent, just sticking around that top lane, ensuring WS does have his teammate by his side. Q is also not bothered rotating. Both POS4s more than happy to just sit back and relax for now. No real rush to try and make those side lanes hellish for the other team. But these are very active supports to have, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them start moving very soon. For now, though, again, they are pretty patiently just sitting around.
Yeah, maybe by around that 6-minute rune. Certainly something that you'd want to contest for both a Leshrac and an Ember. A lot of aggression that can come out there. Really good snipes, consistent snipes from Q, taking away the boots of Ponyo. Now Akashi loses his Javelin and his Wraith Band once more. Actually, major economic losses.
Lorinov's moving in. He's got a lot of damage being dealt to him in Jokam. He was right around the corner. Jokam, he was stacking the triangle, so he wasn't that far off. Lorinov thought he had him. But Jokam, realizing he could make it in time, gets the charge, and the first blood will go the way of the Spirit Breaker.
It's really unfortunate for the side of Aurora. We were having some decent starts already. We are setting up to start to punish these pulls here.
Oh, very nice rotation. Jokam again, making life difficult here for Aurora. Icarus Dive will make it so he actually surges Q away. surprisingly enough.
Has been killed.
You know, I suppose he just assumed he was already dead anyway. So fair enough. Gets Q out of there. Jabs will sack his own life. But Joe Cam, again, doing fantastic work, even around for the 6-minute power rune timing now. See who gets lucky. It's Lauren. Laurenov gets a haste.
It's a big one. They could look to make a play, and they are lining up top for WS.
Try WS. A bit of a sitting duck here. Laurenov go right in for the chase, though WS does not have level 6, so can't really go for a Aurora attempt. Nice pick up here for Laurenov. Just a very quick rotation on the Leshrac. Had WS had Raw, it may have been a different story, but he did not.
They do manage to get some good wards as well from Ollie to block off the triangle, so the stacks are going to stop. Are keeping vision on Laurenov, though.
Got a nice charge. They've got a very nice charge from Joe Cam. Makoto wants to keep going, but I don't think he has quite enough follow-up damage to take down the Leshrac, so Laurenov going to be just fine. But even a lot of that XP that he had with all those creeps being taken was kind of just taken by Joe Cam and Makoto. So you get the gold, but the XP department kind of suffers just a little bit. Meanwhile, top lane Ollie does manage to snag away the Wisdom Rune, does not manage to deny himself off though. But still, it's worth giving up his life for that added Wisdom Rune. You'll take that trade every single time.
Some important levels to find on these supports. Just a fast 6 for Q can change how these ganks operate for the side of Aurora. Having that additional burst is going to make things a lot scarier for Talon to play into. 3-1 start, Talon having a little bit of an advantage, but you are finding a lot of free space out now for 23 to just farm his heart out up top. No pressure any longer from WS. They will find Ponyo as well down bot. Will be able to get themselves a nice snipe. They've got the damage from the level 3 Iron Shell to run down now with Jabs and Q. Playing around his vision here.
3. Trying to intervene here with all these stacks being taken by WS. Gonna get at least a bit of XP out of this, but that's probably about it. Unable to really commit for the steal on the gold, and of course they will realize there was a ward on the cliff, so they just get rid of that immediately here on the side of Talon. 3-2 now. Very slight net worth lead for Aurora. 23 Savage having a very good time on the safe lane Morphling, which is to be expected considering this is his signature hero. And no real pressure being applied here for Savage. He'll just continue to do him. They do have Aurora Oh, Savage, he does waveform. But doesn't seem like they're quite confident to try and go for a kill attempt onto the Morphling.
Just a little bit too tanky. Has a lot of mana left to shift around. So, just very confident. Savage knowing his limits, of course. Nothing too surprising on that morph. I think the one thing that really is holding you back here from Aurora is, again, the slower start for Laurenov. Is rushing Ags, which is a little bit surprising that he's opting for a very early Nihilism, but it is a good way of blocking damage. Ollie.
A lot of danger here, Ollie. At least denies off the bounty. Trying again for a deny, but Makoto will be able to secure another kill onto the Shadow Demon. Kind of the thing, right? You don't want to hand over these kind of kills to the Ember, who just continues to snowball out of control. It's going to allow Makoto to pick up a pretty early Mage Slayer for himself, and that's naturally going to make life even more challenging for Laurenov. Makoto even taking the stacks away now from the Leshrac, just in the dire jungle. Laurenov going to have to find out the hard way as he does slowly start to rotate into that dire jungle, but we'll realize the stacks were taken as Akashi. He's fine. Get the time lapse away just in the nick of time, and now there's a charge to come out. Joe Cam going right onto Q. Snowball is not available right now. Jabs could go for a vacuum, but doesn't. Does eventually throw it onto Joe Cam, but it won't matter. There's obviously no follow-up to it.
A lot of poking and prodding being focused down on Akashi. They are slowing down this Weaver just a bit, but...
A bit of a chase on Makoto, but Makoto doesn't die. Just TP's back to the base, he'll reset.
Misses out on the amp damage rune. So you have a little bit of an opportunity here from Aurora. Try to shove in mid. They do have the level 4 Diabolic Edict. Can try to look for pressure with a siege creep up. Only Makoto really left here for the defense. Again, just so much space. With all of this attention on mid, just so much free space for 23. A decent enough lead over Kashi right now on the Morphling versus the Weaver. already has that perseverance, rushing into the Lincolns. So instant protection for the Roar. With instant protection from the charge as well. And make it a lot easier for the Morphling to play his game here. And I'm really keen on seeing just how much impact Lorenov's quick Ags will work here. And that Nihilism is... It's an interesting answer to the rundown that Talon will want to bring down in physical output.
Yeah.
Not really BKBs to stop that either.
It's certainly something. We'll see if it does pay off for him. It makes enough sense. Again, both teams more than happy to just kind of sit back and relax for now. 4-2 is the score line of this game. Savage still top of the net worth board quite easily on the Morphling, working on towards the Lincoln Sphere. Make life very hard for Joe Camp to just charge him down every 2 seconds. Was very good against the WS Beastmaster to boot. The thing is, though, you do have a global Lincoln's Camp. So for WS, as long as he makes the call for Joe Camp to charge to break the Lincolns, you will always be able to land that roar from the Beastmaster's end of things. But it also gives a chance for Savage to press the Strength Morph button every time his Lincolns does get cancelled globally.
Dire's middle tower is under
That it does. And it complicates the game for Talon. We're grouping up now. Maelstrom on Akashi, they want to clear this mid-tier 1, and they should be able to find it. Q is posturing to make this a little bit tougher.
are fortified.
That's just a casual sleight of fist thrown out from Makoto. Mid-tier 1 going to be left for now, as it seems like they're slowly moving up towards the top lane, but Talon, they do turn around once again. Aurora is still just kind of holding their ground by the tier 1 mid-tower. Makoto still slowly chipping away at them with the sleight of fist.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lorenov is taking a lot of time while all this is happening to just farm up a bunch of stacks in the triangle, though he still is very far behind in the net worth department. Just trying to take the time to catch up the best he possibly can. Now a full Lincoln Sphere completed on 23 Savage, so he has that defensive item available. Makoto now pushing by himself in the mid lane, but still getting away with it. Very, very slowly but surely. And it seems like Aurora, they will deny it.
You thought you had me.
So no goal to fly out from Makoto. Tips out from Joe Camp. And Aurora, they're just going to smoke up. But the smoke seems to be to allow Lorenov to farm this ancient stack. So probably not going to amount to anything.
No. Should just be a nice safe clear. The Ag's not too far off now for Lorenov. One part way. This does allow that catch up now for Aurora's end. Talon, they've also got their own Ags up though. WS does have the drums of Slomp ready to go. So he's got a way of clearing out these illusions, dishing out some good AoE damage here as well. You've got the Aurus being built up now by Jabs. Guardian Greaves set to go now. Tons of saves here inside of Aurora. And this slower pace, I would say, does heavily favor Aurora. As they have the Morphling scaling up, they're reaching critical mass on their Lesh. You've got the levels in your supports to really get the saves going now as well. Go for the charge out. Too far.
Certainly is. Karsh is going to slowly start on the top tier 1. Jabs will take down the bottom tier 1 in the meantime. Joe-Cam actually setting up around the dance. Meanwhile, top lane, Akashi does cop an adaptive strike from 23 Savage. Eventually this tier 1 top tower should drop. The thing is, I do not believe they're too confident in their ability to try and deal with Savages. Now the egg is forced out. Q using that Walrus Punch. Not quite enough damage to finish off the Phoenix, but Ponyo still able to Icarus dive away. Now Makoto does move in. 23 Savage still moving forward, but decides to back off with the rest of his team. And Savage probably does legitimately feel invincible right now on the Morphling, just with this Lincoln Sphere alone. It seems like Talon do not want to deal with it.
Not just yet. I mean, they expended Egg. They have some stacks to clear out. Might as well get that farm rolling here for WS to have a little bit more on top of this Eggs. Maybe spot?
Remember back towards Savage. Oh, Savage! Oh, Savage! I literally just said they can't kill him.
You cursed him.
What?
You cursed him. You know what's gonna happen now? Sun V's watching. He's like, oh, Michael of Phoenix. What's this guy talking about? Why do you have to say that about Savage? Look at this.
Ollie. Oh, I guarantee somebody's upset right now. Somebody's very mad, I guarantee. Makoto takes a bit of damage, but he's alright.
Dire's top tower is under
You literally cursed him. Like, no
That-
way
that
they can
was-
pierce through the Lincolns right
This is literally his best hero, Jonathan. How could I curse him?
You did? Exactly. How could he do that in his best hero? The only
Oh.
factor here is you, Mike. It's Mike's fault. No, actually, Cuckoo's fault. We always forget. Somehow Cuckoo's at fault.
That's true. Thank you, John. Jabs?
Ah,
Charge up.
choke him. Really?
Well, he's got the bull rush facet, so he knows he can get away every time. Not really much in the way of catching him, sadly. When I say sadly, I really enjoy that facet. It's very fun.
It is fun. I do still think the knockback facet is funnier.
It is funny.
It's especially again if we see a clockwork combination, that's never gonna happen. Still, onto the matters actually relevant in this game. 62 Talon, slight advantage, 2k up. They've managed to get some punishment onto 23, who is going again into the Manta now after the Lincolns. He's looking to set that damage up. You do have that full Ags up on Lornoff, going for the Yules. So he has a lot of bailout potential here. Does feel like you really want Ollie to find this Aether Lens up soon, though. And that lack of reach on the save is what kind of caused Savage to get picked off. You do have that Aether Lens up now. Probably gun for a blink and hope for something like an Eye of Vizier as your neutral later on. If not the Psychic Headband to have that reach out. Again, this pacing doesn't feel bad for Aurora. They are getting their farm up. WS is top net worth, though. It's almost the same story as last game. BKB up now on our Beastmaster with the drums of Slam banging away. They could line up for Roche with a swarm with the drums. They can get this done on Talon, and they will.
Roshan will get started. Never underestimate these dams. Drums of
Oh,
slobs,
scan
the
and
amount of
smoke,
fuel
though.
they provide. I mean, scan and smoke is fine. See if they actually get there in time to fight this one out. Savage is going to be there around the Roshan pit now. Roshan already gone though.
Counter scan.
Counter scan is out. They know they're around here. Akashi, he might want to fight with his Sleipnir up. They'll jump in with the Walrus Punch though. Akashi does get caught for a moment. The Split Earth follow-up is there, and Akashi is down. They gave the Aegis to WS, so Akashi didn't have the secondary life. A very strong pick-off. And now they're looking at Makoto, mid lane. They want the Ember. They'll chain him up. Savage holding him down. The Split Earth to follow. Makoto, he is down a boot. Very quick movement from Aurora, finding two massive pickoffs. And now they're into a tier 1 mid tower.
Finding this no problem. Again, we're seeing the strength of the Morphling here turning into the Ember, getting some additional root. Mikato, no defensive item. No Yules, no BKB. Does finish up the Maelstrom. We'll go for the Lincolns next to prevent that Morph from being effective from 23 at the very least. But the chain control is there for Aurora. They're playing off the setup really nicely. I'm curious why Talon did opt to give WS the Aegis, but I suppose the Drums of Slam blasting in 2 lives is pretty strong. So there's that factor here to consider, but again, you don't have anything defensive yet for Akashi. These BKBs have to kick in for Talon before they're really comfy. And see if that is something they'll gun on these other cores, as the only WS is rated front line with that BKB of his own. Game does even out, 6-4, slight advantage for Talon. Still, Aurora with some 2 big pickoffs are, finding a lot more in this game so far. Smoke out from Talon though. Roar still at the ready. Age is still set to be used.
Just take over the die triangle. It doesn't seem like they're really too interested in much else. Maybe at a tier 2 bottom tower, they could try to force something here against Aurora. But Aurora, after that last team fight, might be feeling quite confident themselves to just force the fight. In fact, they are. They're going to 5-man smoke up. Wrap around the Dire Tormentor.
Scans good
Talon
again.
a very nice scan from Talon again, finding the side of Aurora. Keep in mind, WS does have the Aegis, but they're going to try and burst him down the first time. They'll go for the Walrus Punch, the egg out from Q, run the Snowball out from Q. He's still in a bit of danger, though, as Akashi will follow him up, but Q does get away, as now a back wall onto 3. Going to drag them back as WS being targeted by Lorinov. Does lose the first life, but now the charge through from Jokam, landing on 3 targets with 23 Savage. He will steal the Spirit Breaker form. He'll take Jokam down, and now you've got big problems with your Talon because the chase will start. Akashi in danger, will be able to get away. Meanwhile, Ponyo from the high ground gets the Sunray off, forcing Aurora back. And that's going to be about it. I thought they would be able to catch a little bit more from Aurora's end, considering they did have Savage with the charge, but it was not really the case.
Doesn't feel like Talon's ready for any of these fights yet. And without the defensive utility, only WS having that defense, Akashi's not free to just kind of Shikuchi around, do some damage. You're not free to just jump forward with Mikado as well, who again is opting for the Lincolns as his defense instead of something like the BKB, just to prevent the stolen morph form from 23 Savage. Doesn't feel like that's going to be enough. 6-5 Aurora. Despite losing Aegis, you know, they've been finding these fights, they've been finding these kills. Does feel like they're in control of this game so far. Talon just feels like they need so much more. They're also trying to work onto Lincolns now for Jokam. Just trying to block off the Morphling. WS is actually opting for the Dagons. So, I mean, that's a way to break Lincolns, I suppose. And to try to instantly burst someone down. And I guess you have the damage amp that can come in when you turn on beast mode. I'm really not sure how that works.
I think he also wants a spell life steal. With the drum slot wild axes, like I'm pretty sure the spell life still might be the added benefit he's really looking for here on the Beastmaster.
With queuing up Dagon 5 doesn't increase the spell lifesteal though.
That's true.
That's the curious part. We'll see.
I'm sure there is some burst ability that he is looking for to boot. Don't get me wrong. We'll see what he does.
Well,
be interesting.
Okay. So you turn on beast mode, wild axis, the damage amp can stack from your right clicks and any damage, I believe, and turn on beast mode. So you have a heavily amped up target with Dagon 5. I guess they get bursted down, I suppose.
That's
the only reason I'm seeing that. Could be cool.
At the end of the day, even just the Lincoln's break is probably like more than enough, honestly. We'll see.
It's just overkill to go for Dagon 5. I'm curious to see if WS goes all the way there. It's a very different build over any sort of utility here for the team. Maybe just looking for that burst. I guess, you know, you catch something like that Shadow Demon, you catch the Tusk out, instantly burst him, save your Roar for something else. That can make these fights a lot easier for Talon, removing that save. Very even game still. A very slow game, Mike. 6-5, less than 1k to Aurora. Talon gathering for a smoke again. They've got that blink on WS.
Savage is like a recipe away from the Kanda build-up. Just needs about 500 gold right now, so it'd be a pretty big pick-off if they can find the Morphling. Mind you, Savage is probably arguably the hardest pick-off to get right now, but WS is going to run right into him in just a second. Pings around, Lincoln's broken. WS is there with the Roar up. The Strength Morph was there in time. Still, Savage is melting to the Sunray. He'll try for a TP play out, but the egg, no, it's not within range. It's not within range. Still, Aurora, they're starting another fight towards the north. Jokam, he'll rush in with a 3-man charge. The chain's out. WS is in the middle. Q in trouble. Q is gone. 23 Savage!
23?
He's trying to fight. Savage, he might just fall, and he's gone.
No way.
Oh, he jumped back in for a Spirit Breaker kill, but it cost him so much.
It's way too costly. It already looked awkward for Talon, popping the egg, committing so much, including the Roar. The coordination was there with the charge break. But having Savage run away, I thought that was already a win for Aurora. They re-engage. They don't respect this BKB from WS, and he is going all in on those Dagons. All right, so he is. It's the damage app. I've got to see this. If he actually bursts down these heroes 1-0, 100-0, this fast with Dagon 5 and a couple of stacks of Wild Axis, all damage amp from him, this could be some tech, Mikey. This could be some really crazy tech we're seeing here.
Wait, so the damage amp works with the Dagon?
Because yeah, it's subsequent damage from Beastmaster and his units. So damage amp per stack is 14% per stack. They lose
Subsequent
Ponyo.
Is how you pronounce it, by the way, John. Thank you for that. That actually seems pretty busted. If that's how it works.
Big on Beastmaster. This is the way. Yeah, it's like you said, you know, another pub game and you go to TI. WS took that seriously.
Yeah.
This is what he does in his pubs. Is rank what? What rank was he? Rank 5 or something?
Wait, so he gets 14% damage amp per stack. How many stacks can he get?
Well, there's no cap.
Oh.
And you can turn on Inner Beast, so I believe your right clicks are supposed to, or any damage source? That's the wording on Beast mode that I don't necessarily understand. Allow him to apply the Wild Axis damage amp debuff on his target. So I'm guessing his right clicks provide the amp when he turns on Inner Beast. So you get like what, 3 right clicks? Dagon away? WS is an evil genius, holy. This is a turbo strat. This can't be legit.
I mean, if he gets like 3 hits plus a Dagon, that's like 1,000 plus damage at Dagon level 5. It's I don't know if it's. I think it might be legit. There's another Lincoln's. Loronov's going to pick up a Lincoln Sphere for himself. Aurora, they smoke up, but a counter smoke is out from Talon. Roshan is the objective. Koda might have his smoke broken. WS, he will break his own smoke on the Beastmaster. Who can they find first? Moronov, he'll get chained up. Q, he's going to jump in with a Warrior's Punch, but the Sunray Egg is going to burn him down. Disruption, though, will save us now. The Raw is going to fly out. They've got the Shadow Demon, and they've got Q. Savage, he's going to jump in once again. They'll try for the Morphling, though. Savage, has he gone too far? Oh, he's made it. The charge is cancelled. Joe Camp can't keep going. 2 buybacks committed by Aurora. Talon are trying to back up, but Q has died back. Aurora, it's starting to feel a little bit desperate here for this Roshan attempt. And they have to give it up. They cannot fight. This fight is over.
They cannot. They don't have more for that. They don't have back wall. Blew everything in that engagement. Talon set up nicely. They've got some forward boards here. That spotted out Q's TP back on the buyback. Roshan going to go Talon's way. They're trying to zone out. Jokam is keeping watch. Got the forward wards. They saw Lorinov. They're not going to be able to back that up instantly. Aegis now onto Akashi. TP's onto the outpost. They're trying to be sneaky. Savage all the way forward here, clearing out the creep wave.
Oh no. Oh no. Makoto.
They're
scanning. They've got him. They've got him. They see the courier. Savage. Oh, he's actually morphing. He'll strike morph, but it won't matter.
Oh my god.
It doesn't matter. Oh boy. 70 seconds without 23 Savage. Ouch.
It's getting scary. I can't help but laugh when I see WS get more Dagons.
Yeah, he's got Dagon 3 now, boys. He's online. He's ready.
I mean, he broke the Lincolns himself to get that roar, you know, so the Dagon does work for that. I'm just interested in getting more Dagon, but hey, if it works, it works. No Savage. They've got an opening to siege onto the last outer towers. Only top and bot left. Get started on bot at least. Not quite strong enough to really hope for high ground, doesn't feel like. The damage output from Akashi isn't at that point where it's insane yet. Does have a shard. Does have his BKB. So many Lincolns coming out now from Talon as well. Just, they really don't want Savage to morph into anyone at all.
Yeah, T3 towers, Talon. I mean, they're under the T3s against Aurora. Aurora currently 10k behind. Talon 1 game away from qualifying to TI13. Lorinov moving in, trying to deal with the creep wave. Will be able to do so. Onto the mid lane they'll go. Still 3 minutes on Akashi's Aegis, but they will not rush this game. They hold the net worth advantage, they control the map. Somehow WS is top of the net worth board on the Beastmaster. They are well and truly in control of this game. I'm telling you, this is where I think the real strength of this roster from Talon is. Like, Akashi can just sit back and relax, knowing WS will literally carry the first half of the game. Every time.
Yeah. I think it's Akashi and Mikado. Like, on Old Town, it was solely Mikado, right? To an extent, maybe Jabs would cop the short end, but he wouldn't be necessarily top net worth. In here, feels like the responsibility is split up a little bit more.
Chains
They
out.
hook Lauren off.
Sunray is really hurting Lorenov. Gleipnir will lock him down. Lorenov really needs some help quickly. They've broken the Lincolns. They've got the Roar available, but they may not even need it as now the chains come out. The Roar is out. They've caught Q. Disruption will save, though, from the Shadow Demon, but doesn't matter. Lorenov and Ollie are both gone. No buybacks available. Q does get out, but now Savage. Savage is locked down. Savage is gone.
No buybacks.
Savage is gone. No buyback available. Is the game over? It can't be over. It's not over, but it's getting close. It is getting real close. 60 seconds without a morph. It's 2 Raxes up now for Talon. I mean, it's got to be. They've got enough time, surely.
There's no way you stop this. Vac Walt's still a long way from Jabs. They are pushing back down bot, but the creep wave is here to clear out bot, clear out mid. They're finding 2 lanes of Rax for free. Off the back of Lorenov dipping out to farm. Just Mikata with long-range chains and the follow-through being there, forcing out the Yules early. Just getting caught in the low ground. And Talon find themselves in a sizable lead now, 16-9. 32 minutes in, 17k up. What is happening?
Oh my
Aurora.
goodness.
Let's be frank, right? Talon's a good team, but they've always faltered to Aurora. Aurora felt like they've had that number for so long. It's just Mikado being on. I think that confidence on the mid, this difference they had compared to Chuen, was a solid mid, but very different hero pool, very different playstyle. It does feel like it's changed Talon. And Aurora, not out of it yet. They have a tier 2 top. No mega creeps yet. They have room to grow. I'm just not seeing these team fights pan out. There's the full Dagon 5 for WS. He's done it. The maniac.
In every way, Dagon makes sense, does it not? Like, think about it. Plus 15 all stats for a universal hero, spell lifesteal, and the amp with beast. It all makes sense. Like, Dagon is literally Beastmaster's item. Screw the axes. He should be holding 2 Dagons right now.
No. The build is, you get a moon shard as well, so you get all the right clicks really fast for the spell. They go in WS.
Oh, he's got Ollie. No buyback. Lorenov in trouble. Gleipnir will lock him down. They'll leave him be. Akashi trying to get some damage out. Will avoid the splitter. Q jumps in but jumps right back out. The tier 3 top tower. Under siege. This is the final racks that Aurora hold on to as Jabs goes for a vortex and now the split earth onto WS, but the BKB is out. Meanwhile on the backside, Makoto has jumped in. He'll jump back out though. In goes Akashi. He gets ghosted up, but he can just time lapse away. Meanwhile the glyph was forced out, but it will wear off in just a second. So Talon, they can come back with their creep wave to secure some megas if they so wish, but they will not. They are not going to risk throwing this game. They've got a 19k advantage. They will take it easy. Come back another time when it is safe.
You thought you had me, didn't you?
Can stand to relax a little bit. That tier 3 on its last legs. 3 HP left for Aurora on that last tier 3 tower defending their racks. Talon still have a lot of room to grow. Like, the output on Akashi is online now. Full Daedalus up with a shard. Can just rip faces apart. Just needs maybe the Satanic on top to really be secure here on a Reaver. A smoke out. They've got the Roar back up.
Savage. Charge. Oh, it lands on 3. Savage. They break the link until waveform away. Ollie in trouble though. Q goes down. Ollie in danger. They'll follow him up. They've got the Shadow Demon. It's a support duo gone. Chains out Makoto, who'll hold 2 cores down. Mega Creeps are now officially online for Talon. Roar out, they've got Savage roared up, WS setting up for the Morphling. Savage barely able to get back towards a fountain, but the tier 4 towers are under siege. Talon, 1 ancient away from getting the spot to TI13. And Aurora It seems like they're about to call on here, John. 23 Savage, he's handed the tip over to Makoto. The waveform forward. Savage will try one last
23?
time, but he's already drawing too low. 23 Savage looks to die. Still trying to man up here, but he can't find. There's no damage left. Savage has to die. The Aurora, they'll waveform out. They'll get back towards the fountain, but Joe Cam will chase him down. Disruption will save the Morphling for now. Makoto chasing. Jabs in the meantime. He'll take down both supports. Makoto dropping low on the Ember. He's also gone. Somehow Aurora, they've actually defended. They've defended. What?
They hold on. They hang in. The Ancient's exposed. Everything's set. Talon overextend. Get a little bit too keen with that jump forward from Joe Cam. They get some key items out at the last minute here for Aurora. A BKB for Lorinov. Some save from the onslaught that Talon is bringing forward. 19 to 12. 16k up for Talon. All on the line for Aurora. Roshan in a minute. Can they push anything on disadvantage for Aurora? They can take care of Megas quite nicely. They've got enough clear. Talon have to be so careful. They still have that huge lead their way, but if something happens, like say in Roshan, can go southbound. WS running in by himself like a maniac here.
I mean, WS is a maniac, Jonathan, but he's doing what he needs to do. WS just absolutely popping off for his side as per always. So Aurora, I mean, props to them. They're holding on. They're not letting this TI13 spot go that easy. I mean, it really did feel like the GG call was coming any moment there, but Talon can't get too confident too early. Aurora are not out of it yet. They'll continue to drag out the game against these mega creeps for as long as they possibly have to. And of course now Roshan in 15 seconds. The thing is, Aurora, they don't really have much of a choice. Like it's not like you're gonna have the chance to really contest Roshan.
No.
So you know you're just guaranteed gonna be against the next Aegis to come.
And you are, and that's going to be Aegis plus an Ag's Blessing as well, being a nighttime Roche spawn here. You're going to have a lot of options for Talon in taking that next fight. There's not much play for Aurora. They are getting some forward vision out, right by the right side on the skeleton, right in their triangle as well. Roche is spotted by WS, he'll get started on it by himself. Turns on the beast mode. 10 wild axis stacks. Very good spell. It's just melting. It's actually just melting. Good God.
It is. It certainly is. Ag's Scepter, Ag's Blessing, sorry. Joe Cam will take that. Planet Pocket. Nobody
That's
likes
pretty
Planet
good.
Pocket.
No, that's really good. No. It's really... Think about it. To take away from the saves, you're in range of 23. Turn on Planar Pocket. You get disrupted instead of Savage. That's your save
fair.
gone.
That's a good point.
No, they don't give it to him, though.
I told you nobody wanted it, John. Yeah, it might be good, but nobody
It's
wants
so big brain. It's so big brain.
Spirit Breaker players, we only press one button, John. We charge and that's it.
Too much.
That's what we do.
Too much.
And we don't cancel. Believe me when I tell you, we never cancel. Right?
Fair
Real Spirit Breakers,
enough.
they charge all the way. Like real men.
That you have to. Let's see if Aurora can hold out up against his secondary life, up against the cheese on hand here for Ponyo. Makoto does sell off his old eggs. Has the full Gleipnir. I'm a little bit surprised they doubled down in the Gleipnir here. But more control. More ways to hold. 19k advantage, Talon. One last fight is all it takes. Buybacks. Just no gold there for Savage, Lorinov, and Jabs. Only the supports with buybacks here in Aurora.
They've smoked up. They know they're coming. Lorinov at the front. Rory's up. They've caught Q already on the task. Q will be saved here by Ollie for now with the disruption. Meanwhile, Savage jumping in, trying to burst down somebody, but he gets stunned up there by the Beastmaster for a second. 23 Savage still trying to fight this one out. Meanwhile, just nobody dying quite yet. Everyone's still just perfectly alive. Zakashi still messing around, trying to go after Q, but the waveform forward here from 23 Savage, going back onto the Weaver, but runs away now as they'll aim down Ollie on the Shadow Demon, but he's perfectly fine as Makoto will die at the fountain now. Ollie will finally die. He'll buy back though. Can they defend the Ancient? Lorinov's trying. He's onto the Ember. Makoto's fine. Meanwhile, WS, he's the big target. They'll chase down the Beastmaster, but he'll back his way out. Snowball will land. WS is down. Akashi's lost his Aegis. Maybe they can keep the defense going. Joe Cam also dies. Akashi in trouble now. Akashi to run away, but the chase is on. Can they get him? Makoto messing around with him. Aurora still trying to chase. Q with the snowball. He should land on the Ember, and eventually he does. Akashi now to show up. Joe Cam to buy back. Makoto, he'll take down Q's
23?
life. 23 Savage trying to man up here up against Ponyo. He'll take down the Phoenix by himself. Meanwhile, more incoming. Akashi, he'll get stunned up. Makoto trying to save him. Akashi's going to man up here, I think. He's going to go for the fight. He's still alive. He gets silenced, but he's still fine to take Ollie's life away. As now Q comes back in. The snowball on the Weaver. Still chasing Akashi down. The Walrus punch out. The stun is there. Akashi is gone. Makoto sticking around Joe Cab. The Ancient still full HP here for Aurora. No giving up. It's a classic C defense.
It is. With TI on the line, you've got to hold on. Aurora holding on fabulously. Talon throwing everything to the wall. Not finding answers. Now Savage has the full Satanic. It's been so hard to pin down this Morphling. The moves from Talon, very aggressive, very far in. Just need to focus in on the big one. Need to try to find a way to take this Ancient. Fortify is up for Aurora again on the next fight. And that was Aegis being expended by Talon. So now they've got to sit and wait. Maybe for another secondary life. A little bit more reach for Aurora outside the map now. More chances to even out this net worth. Again, Satanic on 23 is massive into the Scotty. This Morphling starting to really get tanky here. Not an easy target to burst whatsoever. The damage has felt lacking from Mikado. Again, going for the Gleipnir, going for the Shivas next. Should allow a little bit more presence here. No sustain from Akashi, only the BKB to save. Needs something like the Satanic to get some dispels. Aurora. They're hanging in there. Could still force us into that game 3. Talon have to be so careful with this lead and throwing it all away. Wonder which way WS goes for itemization now. A Sight of Vice feels like the way to go. If not an Octarine for more uptime on Roar. Lots of options left yet for the scaling on both sides. 42 minutes in. Game is still early, Mike, despite all of this.
All right, props to
a lot
Aurora
of time
again.
here.
Aurora, I mean, most teams would have just given up after the Mega Creeps were incoming, but Aurora, they have held their ground. They are successfully defending over and over again for this high ground, and Talon, they're trying their absolute best to finish this game, but it's just not happening. You know, you almost look at these fights, you almost think to yourself, why don't they just aim the Ancient while the fights are going? But it's just too much. They can't get it done quick enough, I don't think. Here we go again. Talon moving up through the mid lane. Makoto's got an amp damager and he wants to try with that. Remnants forward. Not going to use it quite yet, just a chain out onto Lorinov. The amp damage about to wear off anyway, so it shouldn't matter too much. Lincoln's broken. Onto somebody. Doesn't really matter though, no follow-up to come. More chains onto Savage. WS still patiently waiting in his smoke for the right target. Smoke out now from Aurora. They want to try and fight, but the Mega Creeps are incoming. This will be the hard one. Plenty of creeps around for Talon to try and abuse. Talon just still patiently waiting for Aurora to make a mistake, to show them an opening. Savage is going to jump in. They'll try for Makoto on the Ember. Makoto, though he's a tanky boy, he will not drop. Charge in. They've got Q. Q's still going to be saved by the disruption of Ollie, but now Ollie is down.
Diebacks.
The Roar was there. The dieback is there. Both supports are gone. 23 Savage forced to fight with the rest of his squad. Now the back wall is there from Jabs, trying to buy a bit more time. But Akashi's onto Jabs. The Darks is gone. Savage is in trouble. He'll get bashed up. Can he survive the fight? He can't for now. The Satanic will buy him more time. Meanwhile, Lorinov onto Akashi, onto the Weaver, trying to take him down. Makoto in the meantime, he's died again.
WS?
He has died again, but 23 Savage, he'll find WS to boot. Once again, Aurora hold on. Talon have not got enough to finish the game.
No, this Morphling's just too big. I like the target prioritization in Talon, getting these diebacks out of the way. But they don't have anything left to deal with that Morphling. Savage is just too damn big. With the Scotty, with the Lincolns, with the damage he has with the Conda. So much staying up front, no solutions. No Shivas up yet. No BKB on Mikado, sitting duck. Went for the Octarine. No secondary saves from Akashi outside of that BKB. They still need these items. Roshan set to respawn shortly. The high ground is cleared out of even more extra buildings, so now the creeps can solely focus on the Ancient if they do manage to push in. But Aurora, again, buying that time that they need to stay in this game. Jabs having no buyback, though, for 6 minutes, along with those 2 support buybacks for 3. Might create opportunities. I feel like that's what Talon's trying to force. Get these buybacks out, get the diebacks going. A slow war of attrition. It feels like that scaling is stopping for Talon. They're expending so much on utility, but the damage is falling short. Divine for Akashi being queued up.
I think he's got it. Oh, he does. That's another fight. He is queuing up. All right. I mean, you are at the stage of the game where it feels like you just need it, right? Like, it's like, we can't finish the game. We're lacking something. Screw it, give me a Divine Rapier on this Weaver. Let me see if I can finish it on my own. Here comes the Roshan. Another Ag's Blessing available for anyone on the side of Talon. I mean, who doesn't, like, you haven't got one on the Phoenix, you haven't got one on the Spirit Breaker. You haven't got one on your Weaver either, though I don't know if Akashi really wants it, to be fair. I think maybe the Phoenix might be the way to go, but it can also be quite risky. Who do they give it to?
It's on Akashi.
It's on Akashi. Okay. So he does take it for himself. So now you've got that time lapse to save your allies. See if this one works out. Here we go again. This is like the 4th or 5th attempt now to go high ground for Talon.
Yeah. Such a tough process. In 23, he's the big issue up front. You got the scan. Q's in this area.
Heading south though. Q so far okay. Joe Cam unable to get the vision yet. Still looking around. Ponyo, Icarus dive, not going to be committed. Q's actually going to be just fine. He's got the buyback gold, but maybe looking to just buy out the Ghost Scepter completely. Does actually have the gold for the Ghost Scepter if he wants it. Buyback's still a minute on cooldown for the task. Ollie's buyback will be off cooldown now, however. Every fight we see, like, the support duo does die pretty much immediately. But the problem is you don't have the disables left to take down anyone else. So here he goes. 23 Savage, going to show up in that dire triangle. Lorinov and Q right behind him. They've always got to be wary of how long they're out of the base, though, because the creep waves are still incoming constantly. And Akashi's going to find an amp damage route. Lovely. Oof. Just what you'd love to see as a Weaver. He'll bottle that up for himself, no problem. They've got to try again. Amp damage, Aegis up, like everything's available here for Talon. They're going to give it another crack. Lorinov is spotted. Chains around. They'll break the Lincolns with a nullifier, but that's going to be about it for now. Q gets chained up. Clayton need to lock him down. He'll pop his own BKB. So many Lincoln Spears available in these engagements. It's hard to land any spells. 23 Savage going to go onto the Weaver. Does get rooted up there for a moment, but he is going to be just fine. Survive the initial onslaught as now Lorinov. We'll go back into that Nihilism, trying to chase down Akashi's Weaver, actually landing the stun for once, but oh, they got the Walrus Punch. Akashi might die the first time, but he's actually saved for now with the time lapse, I do believe. Meanwhile, Raw was committed, another Raw being committed, in fact, taking down Ollie now with the Shadow Demon. They'll jump in with the egg right in the middle. They can focus the egg down though, or can they? It does go down. They take down Jabs on the Darkseer, however. They've also found Q on the Tusk. Buybacks incoming. They're not letting this game end. There goes Lorinov though. He does have buyback. He'll come back into the fight as well. As they've taken down the Phoenix. Ancient still exposed but still alive. Jab's the only one. In fact, now Q, along with him, has no buyback. So it's a 4v3. Q and Jabs cannot return into this fight. They've got the numbers advantage.
Akashi.
Like, he doesn't want to die
Mikado?
without that Aegis. He's just trying to go after Ollie, but Ollie will be able to get away. Is now the Nihilism. Akashi may be going too far, does use the time lapse, but needs another way out. Makoto trying to take down Ollie, does find the Shadow Demon. There's only two left. It's only
Akashi.
Savage and Lorenov. WS in the meantime, being chased up by Savage. Makoto, he'll try to save him. Akashi, he's brought back into the fight. He needs to get back ASAP. He's right by the team. They're on a Savage now. The Gleipnir will lock him down. Savage still manning up. Can he do it? He'll wave from back towards WS. Finds one. There goes your Beastmaster. No buyback, but Savage is gone. He's got buyback. Back into the fight he'll come. Lorenov, he'll deal with the creep wave. Akashi onto the Ancient. Has he got it? Can they defend? It looks like they'll try. Akashi ignoring the Mo. He wants this game over. He wants TI13, but there's the Fortify. The glyph is there. The game's not over yet. They'll still try. They'll wrap around. They'll kite. The Ancient surely gone now. Talon have done it. Talon have done it. Oh my goodness, after an absolute slugfest with Aurora, Talon have done it. Oh, I cannot believe it, Jonathan. Every single time you see Talon against Aurora, Aurora ends up taking the series. But this time, Talon had their number. And this is the only time that mattered.
Oh, they get it out for the big one. What a win for Talon. The emotions they must be feeling to finally get out there. Look at the player cams. Oh,
Wow. I mean, Akashi, like the frozen camera right there tells you all that you need to know. That is literally picture perfect there for Akashi. Picture perfect.
Oh my god. The journey for these players, like, to have their hopes crushed in a lot of these qualifiers over and over again. And to get that win here. The first time for Jokan, for Ponyo, for WS, for Akashi, for this young kid from Butuan, from the boondocks, Mike. This kid out of nowhere. It's not a big city. You know, it's overwhelming. I mean, it's heartbreaking for Aurora, right? This is a team that everyone had lined up would definitely take one of these slots. Talon, some people had, considering some performances. I think a lot were doubtful, considering how they fall short of the mark. But the 2-0 over Aurora in this kind of game, in this classic old Talon game, where it's just ancient, you know, backs against the wall, this is where they shine. It takes a lot of attempts from Talon, but to clear it out, oh my god, it's just, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming for Talon.
Sounds like it's overwhelming for you, John. My goodness, just take it easy, sir. I mean, Talon, I mean, props to them. Certainly a fantastic victory here. Where did you say Akashi was from? Tell us a bit of background info, John.
Butuan.
Butuan.
You know, it's on my island. Yeah, you know, my city's already considered, Davao, you know, it's a major city, but it's nowhere compared to like Manila. Butuan is definitely a smaller city, for sure. You know, not many big Dota players from that location, outside of Akashi, if I recall right. And probably one of the younger players now to go into TI as well. It's, I don't know, you know, you think about these players, did they think they'd go to TI this year? I don't. Exactly. This is almost like a Cinderella story, and up against the giant that is Aurora, up against that history of these players that you know they've had, the prestige that these players have found before in just the last year. Talon, with his change with Mikado, with him taking point, with how well these four players have worked with each other, it's just what a storyline. And now, the spiciest part of this one, you know, outside of Talon making it to the international, who's at the lower bracket waiting for Aurora? Who could they fight? It's TNC and it's Execration. Imagine if Master Cuckoo gets that matchup up against Aurora. Boy, that's some content, baby.
Yeah, props to Brando as well, by the way, John. The Brando's tweeted out that they're going to TI. We are on a delay on stream, Brando, so you've spoiled it for everyone that saw your tweet. I've ruined it even more because I responded to him. Anyway, we'll give an MVP out here, Jonathan. Who's the MVP, John? Who do you want to give it to?
It's so hard to say. I want to say WS, but I think Mikado did a lot of work as well. I think WS, though, his itemization, just having his own Lincoln's break, his confidence to initiate for his team, his target prioritization, again and again and again, we are seeing WS.
He's very
he has just been insane We saw glimpses of that on his time in Boom last year, and we're seeing the full effect of it now. And my God, what a story for him as well, right? Like, think about his teams. Team Summit, whatever that was. And, you know, they looked really atrocious. You know, Ponyo was on that team as well. That was just like, what, 2-3 years ago. And they were in like C Div 2 for a while as well.
Yeah.
To make it into Boom, have some exposure, to make it into Talon, and then actually qualify. It's like
Crazy.
It's unbelievable, man. Like, we were, you know, a long time you and I were talking about where's the new blood in Dota 2.
Yeah.
This technically is your new blood. WS Ponyo, they're on the younger side. Akashi's way on the younger side. They've got Vets and Jokam and Mikado now. And this is probably the most Southeast Asian roster. 2 Malaysians, 2 Indonesians, 1 Filipino. The
It's a
best
good roster.
kind of national representation to go into the international. So,
It's a good roster.
I know. I'll be frank with you. I came in expecting Talon to get 2-0 here, Mike. You know, I came in expecting that, Mikey.
And on that note, Jonathan, thank you for saying that, because we do have an interview with the man himself. Mr. WS is on the line, ready to talk to us. WS, sir, congratulations on qualifying to TI13. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
I'm so excited for this, and I'm so happy
Oh,
also
we can't
because
hear-
this is my
I
first
can't hear
TI.
you, sir.
You
Yeah.
cannot hear, is it?
It
cannot hear.
what's the emotion like? We hear you, Mikey. It's on the VMix. You got to unmute it if it's not there.
Oh,
for some reason.
oopsies. My bad. Go on.
And so, what was the instant reaction when you guys got that win? Like, how were you guys prepared for this series? Actually, that first, what was the preparation like up against Aurora?
The Aurora is a hard opponent. And then before this, we prepare for few zero to counter them, especially Daxia. I think this is a good this meta hero right now that's helped us win this qualifier.
All right, go on, Mikey.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you, WS, this is your first time going to TI, so how does it feel to go to TI?
I mean, of course, it's happy. This first TI. Yeah, I just want to prove the doctor or don't judge a book by the cover.
Oh, it's certainly so. It's fantastic. Talk to me about the mentality going into these qualifiers. Like, you guys, a relatively new roster, like going into these qualifiers, were you expecting to make this huge upper bracket run all the way and just qualify straight to TI13?
To be honest, I don't really expect this upper bracket run because we got not really good result on screen. And you know, right before this TI qualifier, we have played the IES League, the tournament, and the result not really what we expected.
I mean, screw those results, WS. I mean, you're going straight to TI13. Who the hell cares what happened in the past now? John, go on, sir. Some questions.
All right, I'm curious. What preparation do you feel like you guys need to take now going into the international? Who are you excited to play against? It's your, second international tournament, first TI. Who are you looking forward to playing up against?
There's gonna be few teams that I would want to play against them. Is Falcons, Team Spirit, and Extreme Gaming.
I like that.
They are a strong opponent.
All right, and we'll see. We'll see how you guys fare off there. And I guess before we tie it out, not to hold you guys back from your victory lap, do you have any message out there to anyone watching? And all of you guys, any shout outs you want to give before we close out?
Yeah. Thank you for the people that supporting us. And then we also actually proved to the doctor that we can do this.
What is
What's
that?
that?
That's
What's in
all.
the phone? Bring it up to the camera. Is that Joe Campbell
Jokam.
putting something up?
Oh,
What is it?
Yeah.
what is
Just
No, he
pranks, sir. What's he saying?
just pranks me, recording what I'm saying.
Well, what are you guys doing to celebrate after this as well, by the way, WS? Are you guys doing something to celebrate?
Hot pot?
Maybe we're gonna eat some Hai Di Lao. You know Hai Di Lao? To celebrate this victory.
They're finally going. You guys are finally going. All right.
Yes.
I hear it in the back.
John, you got any more questions, or should we let him go?
I think we should let the guys celebrate. Congratulations, WS.
Yeah, congratulations, boys.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations again on TI13, and best of luck, huh?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the lovely WS. I mean, you can see how excited everyone on Talon is. I think WS is quite literally speechless. He looks like he's out of breath. Like, he looks like he's having heart palpitations right now, which I hope he's not.
Yeah.
But it really looks like his heart's about to jump out of his chest. So props to him. He obviously very excited. You know what, John? This might be a good year, Fez. I mean, I say this every year, but this might be the year. I'll tell you what, as we are going to see the brackets. Aurora, of course, if for any Aurora fans out there, and I know there's plenty of Aurora fans watching right now, Jonathan, you're not out of it yet. You do go to the lower bracket final. They are still one series away from being able to qualify to TI13. However, Jonathan, in a spicy turn of events, their competitors are either going to be Execration or, dare I say it, TNC Predator led by Cuckoo, which, in the event that TNC was able to win out against Execration, and it was a TNC versus Aurora matchup, that might be more exciting than the upper bracket final.
Oh yeah, that has a lot of history. That has a lot of spice. You know, I know Cuckoo and 23 are all at peace now as we see our schedule for tomorrow, starting with that Exe versus TNC match, the Rumble in the Jungle, into our lower bracket finals. But think about this. Think about the implications, Mike. What is Execration? A 5 Filipino team. What is TNC? True. A 5 Filipino team. What was last year's drama? What were the comments made? Who said it? It was 23. This is the spice. This is the content. Master Cuckoo, can he provide, or will Execration, will Abat and his dancing moves ruin them? We'll have to see tomorrow. What a qualifier. No, I don't think anyone could have made this bracket if they wanted to. You know, this is just not something you expect.
This is the greatest qualifier. I tell you, if TNC managed to pull off the victory tomorrow, I mean, like you said, 5-stack Filipinos against Aurora, against 23 Savage, and you know how spicy that's going to get. That would be the best of 3 for the ages. Either way, maybe a little bit of bias for TNC Predator, because it's the content squad, John. You know the content doesn't end at that series. If Savage lost to TNC Predator, my God, the content would just write itself for the boys. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, that is it for the night. We do have some Western European Dota going on right now, so do go head over to twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2 if you wanted to see some more great Dota 2 qualification action. Apart from that, though, it is MLP Dota, it is John XFR. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again tomorrow night to find out who makes the last slot for TI13. We'll see you then.